Chapter 575. Corona Kingdom. Mountain Forest. The forest was lush with plants and wild beasts. It was uninhabited all year round. This was normal. At this time, a shadow slowly descended and landed on the branch of a large tree. Looking closely, the shadow was wearing a black robe and a veil. It was the mysterious lady who had interacted with Pei Zi a few times before. At this time, there was a rhinoceros under the tree. This rhinoceros was different from ordinary rhinoceroses. It was twice the size of an ordinary rhinoceros, and its skin was thick and hard. Most importantly, it was a monster that could scare people to death. Its gaze and aura could kill people, and it lived on poisonous shrubs all year round. The mysterious lady stared at it for a long time and muttered to herself, "Not bad, but in order to avoid detection by the vigilant gods, I chose you." The stronger the monster, the more likely it would be noticed by the gods. The strongest of these monsters were those with the bloodline of the Titans, especially the giants. It could be said that in the Greek world, although lizards, minotaurs, centaurs, hellhounds, griffins, banshees, and other monsters were all terrifying, only the giants were a real threat. This was because they were actually degenerated titans, and the gods of Mount Olympus were actually the descendants of the Titans. If Prince Paris or any other hero killed these monsters and sacrificed them, the gods would gladly accept it and give them grace. But if they killed the one-eyed giant, not only would the gods not accept the sacrifice, they would immediately add the hero to the list of dead. To be able to kill a giant was already a violation of the boundary between gods and humans. After saying this, the mysterious lady took out a drop of blood and spun it in the air. She pointed at the monstrous rhinoceros, and the spinning drop of blood shot towards it and entered its body. This drop of blood seemed to have great magic power. When it entered the body of the monstrous rhinoceros, its body swelled up, and its eyes instantly turned blood red. It let out a loud roar that shook the forest. The surrounding beasts trembled in fear and fled in all directions, as if they were extremely afraid of this monstrous rhinoceros. The mysterious lady nodded, looking very satisfied. She waved her hand and said, "Go, join the Greeks in ravaging the Corona Kingdom. Kill the herdsmen and farmers at will, destroy the farmlands, and then be killed by the heroic Prince Paris. Become a part of your new destiny." The monstrous rhinoceros seemed to understand her words and ran out of the forest. The figure stood on the tall tree and only disappeared after the rhinoceros disappeared into the distant forest. Toward the kingdom of Corona, a Greek fleet was coming from the sea, and a hero looked at the shore and said, "Are we here?" "Yes, respectable Periphas. We have arrived at the kingdom of Corona," a centurion said after looking around. "Prepare to land and occupy Modula City. We will turn the prince into a slave and the queen into our female slave. We will plunder the gold in the city and kill the people inside." Hearing this, all the soldiers shouted and cheered. This fleet was led by the bravest Aetolian, Periphas. Ever since Philoctetes shot Kronos, Agamemnon had sent this fleet to the kingdom of Corona, waiting for an opportunity to retaliate and plunder food and gold for supplies. The fleet slowly docked at the port, and groups of Greek soldiers disembarked. There weren't many of them, but they were all elite Greek soldiers. Chariots were also transported down from the ship, pulled by war horses. The Greeks didn't plan to set up camp. In their opinion, Kronos was already dead, and the prince with the blood of the sea god was still young. The kingdom of Corona was a weak lamb, and it would be easy to attack it. Everyone only brought one day's rations, and all the supplies were left on the ship. It could be seen how much the Greeks led by Periphas looked down on the kingdom of Corona. The troops lined up neatly on the beach, led by the centurion, and set out towards Modula City. They followed behind the chariots, and Periphas was at the front. He sat on the chariot and observed the movements in front of him from time to time. Modula City had received news that the Greeks had landed. At this moment, the alarm in the city rang, and the warriors stood up and urgently closed the city gates. Groups of Corona warriors climbed up the city walls with weapons, and the archers were ready. "But we lack heroes," The Queen of Corona was praying in the temple of Poseidon with the young prince. She knelt in front of the statue of Poseidon and said, "Great Poseidon, my husband's father, please have mercy on me and my son. I just received the sad news of my husband's death, and then I received news of the monsters attacking the village. Now, the Greeks are attacking. My husband, Kronos, took half of the soldiers of the kingdom with him. Although the walls of Modulus City can still be maintained, without heroes, how can we resist the attack of the Greeks? The role of heroes in this era couldn't be made up for by soldiers. In the previous Battle of Troy, Hercules only brought 6 ships. According to the maximum capacity at that time, each ship could carry 120 soldiers, which was only 700 people. However, with the famous Greek heroes Peleus, Termon, and Horus, they could conquer Troy in one fell swoop. Therefore, Modulus City, which lacked heroes, was already in chaos. When the ordinary people heard that the powerful Greeks were attacking, they were all terrified, as if the end of the world was coming. However, because the city was small, they were quickly suppressed by the soldiers of Corona. "What can I use to resist the invasion of the Greeks?" the queen cried. On Mount Olympus, Poseidon looked at her sympathetically. He used the temple to respond to all of this with a slight vibration. The queen felt the vibration of the temple and was pleasantly surprised. She knew that the great Poseidon hadn't abandoned her. In this case, the Corona kingdom still had a chance of survival against the powerful Greeks. At this time, the priest of the temple walked in and said, "Queen, I feel that someone who has come to save the city is rapidly approaching." The queen knew that the priest was conveying the will of Poseidon, and her face was filled with surprise. She pulled the young prince and quickly left Poseidon's temple. She hurried to the city gate. She wanted to tell the soldiers guarding the city this important good news. Outside Modulus City, the Greek soldiers led by Pelephas had already reached the city. Rows of Greek soldiers lined up neatly, and the chariots were lined up in a row. Pelephas looked at the walls of Modulus City, and his heart was filled with confidence. He said, "Greek warriors, the sins that Kronos committed against the Greeks will be repaid by his kingdom today. Let everyone see the consequences of violating us. Kill." Pelephas pointed the long sword in his hand forward, and the Greek soldiers slowly approached Modulus City with their siege weapons. Facing the mighty and majestic Greek soldiers, the hands of the Corona kingdom's soldiers trembled slightly. In this era, everyone had heard too much about the strength of the Greeks. Furthermore, the elite soldiers had already been brought to Troy by Kronos, and the soldiers left behind were relatively weak. "Shoot!" The archers on the walls of Modulus City watched the Greeks approach nervously. A centurion ordered, and instantly, a wave of arrows was fired. Clang, clang, clang. A series of metal clashing sounds could be heard. The arrows were mostly blocked by the shields of the Greeks. Occasionally, a few arrows would slip through, causing casualties. The siege ladders were quickly carried over. These weren't scaling ladders, but primitive ladders. However, they were more than enough to deal with the walls of Modulus City. The Greeks continuously surged up. Hold on," the centurion shouted. The collision created waves of blood. These were the sparks from the swords and spears of the warriors from both sides. Blood splattered everywhere, and figures kept falling and colliding. The situation was tragic. Use the spears. Although heroes were very different from ordinary people, the soldiers still fought to the death. The spears were 6 meters long, and they stabbed down fiercely, turning the Greeks into meat skewers. In a short while, the ground below the city was filled with the corpses of the warriors for both sides. At this moment, Pelephas personally pounced forward and climbed up. "All of you die." Pelephas' eyes were bloodshot. He first used his shield to block the cold arrows, and then he threw the spear up heavily. The spear pierced through one person's chest, and it didn't stop there. It pierced through 2 people behind him. Immediately, the Greek soldiers offered a new spear. Every time the spear was thrown up, a large amount of blood splattered. In a short while, there was an empty space above, and Pelephas quickly climbed up. The Greeks were also affected by the burning fighting spirit of the heroes. Everyone's blood was boiling, and they fought on the front lines. In just a short while, Telephus climbed up the wall. With a loud shout, he swept his spear across. A few Corona soldiers spat out blood and fell off the city wall. Open the city gate. Telephus pounced towards the city gate, and continuous screams resounded. Boom! With a loud bang, the city gate of Motora City opened. At this moment, the fate of the Corona Kingdom seemed to have been decided. The queen, who was watching the battle, was pale. She hugged her young son tightly. Around her, the Corona soldiers had been reduced to less than 100, and everyone was covered in wounds. Kill them all, and take the queen as a female slave, Telephus shouted loudly. Despicable Greeks, you are delusional. Suddenly, there was a commotion behind him. A low and angry voice sounded from behind, and it was so cold that Telephus' hair stood on end. Before he could turn around, a spear flew toward his back. Telephus dodged, and the spear landed heavily, nailing half a foot into the stone. He turned around and saw the Trojan soldiers surging towards him. In the middle, there was a young man. Seeing this young man, Telephus' facial muscles twitched. Paris! Prince Paris shouted loudly. Greek, tell me your name. With me here, I will not allow you to loot Motora City and harm my friend Kronos' wife and son. As Paisian said this, he was secretly glad that he had come at the right time. In this era, especially in the Greek world, every city was not big, and the Corona Kingdom was the same. After a long journey, Paisian finally landed at the port. He saw that Motora City in the distance was emitting thick smoke. He knew that he could not delay any longer, so he gave up on bringing the chariots and supplies and immediately led his soldiers towards Motora City. The distance between the port and Motora City was not too far. Paisian led his army and arrived outside Motora City in a short while. The moment he arrived, he saw that the Greeks had just broken through the city gate. Paisian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If he had arrived 10 minutes later, it would have been difficult for him to fulfill his promise to protect Kronos' wife and son. Telephus gritted his teeth. This was Prince Paris, whom he hated to the bone. He pulled out his spear and said loudly, I am the bravest Aetolian, Telephus. Paris, you are the cause of this war. I must kill you today to avenge all the Greeks who have bled. Chapter 576. Kill. The commanders of both sides gave the order to attack. The two armies collided with each other. Paisian took the lead and killed a few Greek soldiers, getting close to Periphas. Periphas, I'll send you to Hades' territory later, Paisian said coldly. Periphas was the leader of this Greek army. As long as he killed him, this army would collapse on its own, and he would be able to harvest the power of the bloodline. What a ridiculous statement, Paris. I know you've always been brave, but today I'll let you see how brave and skillful the bravest Aetolian, Periphas, is in battle. As soon as he finished speaking, Periphas' spear stabbed forward. With a flash of cold light, it was close to Paisian's chest. Killing skills. Paisian looked at Periphas' spear and was a little surprised. Periphas wasn't boasting. The speed of his attack was indeed worthy of the title of Aetolia's bravest warrior. At the moment when the spear stabbed over, Paisian held the spear in his hand and blocked it. With a pu sound, a hidden force attacked. Periphas' hand was slightly numb. The spear in his hand drew a half arc and stabbed at a different angle. Its speed was as fast as lightning. Not yet. The hidden force can shatter the hearts of ordinary people, but on the heroes of this world, it can only slightly numb them. The so-called hidden force in the legends, or even the introspective invulnerability, is useless in this world. How should I put it? It's like a sword made of wood or bamboo. No matter how attentive and skillful you are, when you meet a weapon made of iron, it will be cut in half. The god's blood in the hero's body can even instinctively cancel out this kind of thing, spread it, and turn it into something harmless. Although it wasn't the first time, Paisian still sighed. He dodged the spear and at the same time stabbed a spear in his hand at Periphas. Periphas hurriedly pulled back his spear and blocked it in front of his chest. Pei Yin didn't expect that Periphas was not only fast in attacking, but also simple and effective in martial arts. It almost had a sense of returning to the basics. If he didn't meet him, only Hector would be a match for the other Trojan princes. Nimble wind, Pei Yin shouted in his heart. Without waiting for Periphas to take a breath, the tip of the spear flashed and stabbed at an angle. Clang! Periphas resisted Pei Yin's attack, but there was a flash of panic in his eyes. He really couldn't believe that Prince Paris, who had been evenly matched with him just a moment ago, would suddenly attack so much faster. Pei Yin didn't give him much time to think. Seeing that he had blocked his first attack, his footsteps were light, and he suddenly flashed to the side of Periphas. The long spear in his hand stabbed towards Periphas like a green lightning from an extremely tricky angle. This time, Periphas could no longer resist the tricky angle. He tried his best to move his body sideways to avoid the spear from piercing his vitals. Puff! His left arm was stabbed, and blood spurted out from his shoulder like a fountain. Ah! A mournful howl came from Periphas' mouth. The Greek soldiers on the battlefield saw that Periphas was injured and was in a life-and-death crisis. A few of them rushed towards Pei Yin, hoping to help Periphas out of this predicament. However, since Pei Yin had already attacked, he did not hold back. How could he give his opponent a chance to break out of the encirclement? The moment he pulled out his spear, he stabbed it forward with extreme speed. Puff! A cold light flashed, and the spear pierced into Periphas' neck. Then it turned and left a big hole in his neck. Time froze at this moment, and Periphas' body fell straight back. Bang! The corpse fell to the ground, splashing mud and dust, and blood stained the surrounding ground red. Pei Yin exhaled heavily. This was the first time he had used the special skill he had obtained. The effect was not bad, and he smoothly killed the Aetolian warrior. The moment he killed Periphas, the system slightly moved, and the bloodline power that was still alive in his body was plundered. Before he could take a closer look, he rushed into the middle of the Greek soldiers with his spear. A Greek soldier saw Pei Yin pouncing towards him and waved his spear to resist. With a puff sound, his short cover was pierced, and the bloody tip of the spear came out from his back. The soldier screamed and retreated, but as the tip of the spear withdrew, he spat out a lot of blood. After killing more than 10 people, the bronze tip of the spear was broken. When he looked over, he saw that the Greeks were already in a mess. In fact, after Pei Yin killed Periphas, the entire Greek army was already on the verge of collapse. At this moment, they had no desire to fight anymore. They threw down their weapons, knelt on the ground, and surrendered. Once a soldier threw down his weapon, it would form a domino effect. The other soldiers learned to surrender one after another, and in an instant they all knelt on the ground. Take off their armor and take away their weapons. Seeing that the Greeks had suffered heavy casualties and were kneeling on the ground, Pei Yin threw away the broken spear and ordered the Trojan soldiers. This was how this era was. Therefore, bronze smiths were very important. After the battle, it was time for the bronze to be melted down. Also, I saw a Greek ship at the port. Immediately send someone to take it over. Since they had one, the many Greek ships that were docked at the port also belonged to Pei Yin. After issuing the second order, Pei Yin looked at the Greek soldiers who were kneeling on the ground. Since you have already surrendered, you only need to listen to my orders. You don't have to worry about me killing you. Now, clean up Periphas' body, change him into clean clothes, and build a holy altar. Fill the open space with firewood. I will cremate him and bury him. Clean up the bodies of the other Greek soldiers as well. Bury them together. The weather is getting hot. Don't cause a plague. This order was very normal. After the Greeks who had become captives heard Pei Yin's words, they all began to work silently. Some collected the bodies, some picked up firewood, and with tears in their eyes, they cleaned the blood stains on the bodies of the dead. They silently carried the bodies onto the carriages and sent them to the tall firewood. There were also people who were responsible for cleaning Periphas' body and building a simple holy altar. These tasks were carried out in an orderly manner. In a short while, Periphas' body was cleaned and changed into clean clothes. A small circular holy altar was also built on the open space. The firewood was already full, forming piles of firewood. In the middle of one of the piles was a wooden bed. Pelipha's body was placed on the wooden bed. At this time, the queen of the kingdom of Corona rushed over with the young prince and the elders. Prince Paris, thank you for your timely rescue. Otherwise, the kingdom of Corona would have been broken through by the Greeks. The queen of Corona said with tears of joy, Your Majesty, this is what we should do. The great King Kronos helped Troy and even sacrificed his life. We only did some insignificant things, Pei said. Both sides greeted each other and silently watched the priest ceremony. The priest cleaned the sacrifices and Pelipha's body. He lit the firewood with a torch, and the fire burned fiercely. In a short while, only a pile of ashes was left on the spot. The ashes were packed in a porcelain jar and buried under a tree on the battlefield. As for the rest of the ordinary soldiers, they naturally did not need to be specially sacrificed. The young prince of the kingdom of Corona silently watched these ceremonies and asked, Why is such a person still buried? He should be hung up in public. Pei looked at the young prince and said, It is necessary to give respect to the dead, especially the mortal descendants of the gods. The Prince of Corona was still young and did not understand these things. He did not know why he should respect the dead. Pei patiently explained to him, Even Philoctetes, I gave him a grand burial. The prince did not know who Philoctetes was, nor did he know that this person killed his father. But he knew that this person must be an enemy of the kingdom of Corona. Pei touched the young prince's head and thought of the brave Kronos again. Unfortunately, the brave hero only left behind this orphan and widowed mother. You have to remember that the gods of this world have decreed that the person must either be cremated or buried. At least, it must be covered with a thin layer of soil, so that the gods of the underworld will think that this person has been buried. There is a king who not only killed the enemy, but also ordered people to guard the body and not to bury it. In the end, he offended the gods and caused the entire royal family to perish. You have to remember, when you grow up, you can kill the enemy, but do not insult the dead. King Creon of Thebes was a typical example. He held a grand funeral for Eteocles, who died for the kingdom, but did not bury the body of Polynices, who betrayed the kingdom. He also sent people to announce that the citizens were not allowed to mourn the death of the enemy who betrayed the kingdom, nor were they allowed to bury his body. Crows and beasts were allowed to peck at his body. As a result, the poor king's entire family was wiped out. It could only be said that in the eyes of the Greek gods, killing each other was inevitable, but the respect for the dead was closer to the respect for the gods and souls. The prince did not understand. Beside him, Queen Kronos had tears in her eyes. How good would it be if these words were said by her husband, Kronos, to her son? She wiped her tears and forced a smile at Pei. Prince Paris, the banquet to entertain you has been prepared. Pei nodded. There was no need for him to participate in this matter. The rest of the ordinary Greeks did not need the prince to be present for the burial. After tidying up, he followed Queen Kronos back to Meteor City. At this moment, someone suddenly rushed over and reported, Queen, there was a monster attack nearby. A few people have been killed. The queen was startled, and her face turned pale. She felt that bad luck was circling around her. Pei hurriedly said, Quick, bring us to have a look. The crowd followed the soldiers for a distance and saw a monster wreaking havoc. Pei looked over and saw a huge rhinoceros with red eyes. With one charge, a few Greeks who went to dig a pit immediately fell dead. Then, this rhinoceros started gnawing on the fresh corpses. Is it attracted by the smell of blood? Pei thought to himself. This was a battlefield, and a huge battle had just occurred. The thick stench of blood permeated the air around the battlefield. Only the smell of blood could attract such a ferocious beast. Pei could not think of anything else that could attract it. Chapter 577. The huge rhinoceros monster charged and killed several Greeks, but did not stop. It saw a group of people standing not far away, breathing heavily, and with a pair of blood-red eyes, it rushed over. A few of the soldiers who were close by looked into its eyes. They felt dizzy and fell to the ground. Don't look at its eyes. Its eyes contain a strong hallucinogenic power, an elder of the Corona kingdom shouted. The soldiers below did not stare at its eyes, and no one fell to the ground. A group of Corona soldiers with weapons directly surrounded the rhinoceros monster, but before they could get close, they smelled something and fell to the ground dead. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The rhinoceros monster was so terrifying. Its eyes and smell can kill people. All soldiers retreat and kill it from afar. When the queen saw that ordinary soldiers could not get close to the rhinoceros monster, she knew that this monster was not something ordinary soldiers could deal with. She needed the heroes of the city to take action. But before the people of the Corona Kingdom went to intercept the rhinoceros monster, a figure had already rushed over. Everyone looked and found that it was Prince Paris. Prince Paris is a hero who has killed many monsters. In fact, when Paisiun saw the monster, he was happy. He had been searching for it for a long time, but he had not found it. He did not expect to encounter one as soon as he came to Corona. This rhinoceros monster is stronger than the monsters I killed before. Not only because none of the monsters he killed could kill people with their eyes and smell, but also because of his intuition. Paisiun held the spear in his hand and rushed toward the rhinoceros monster. The rhinoceros beast was charging towards the group of people. At this point, it saw a person charging towards it from a side. It seemed to have sensed something and roared loudly. With bloodshot eyes, it stopped in its tracks and turned its head around, charging towards Paisiun. Paisiun watched as the rhinoceros charged forward and did not panic in the slightest. He stood there quietly until the rhinoceros was within 5 meters of him. Just as the rhinoceros lowered its head and was about to stab him, Paisiun dodged to the side, dodging the charge of the rhinoceros. Then, the long spear in his hand stabbed towards the body of the rhinoceros. Pop! A crisp sound of wood breaking could be heard. The sharp tip of the spear pierced an inch into the wood, but due to the huge impact, the spear broke. Paisiun did not expect the rhinoceros skin to be so tough and durable. His expression changed, and he was filled with excitement. From afar, the young prince saw that Paisiun's attack had failed. He then looked at the queen and asked, "Mother, can Prince Paris kill the monster?" "Don't worry. Prince Paris is very brave. He will definitely defeat the big monster." When the queen said this, she didn't have much confidence in herself. She just ordered, "Summon all the archers in the city. If he really couldn't beat it, he would shoot 100 arrows and slowly exhaust it to death." Paisiun saw that the rhinoceros monster's eyes were glowing red and thought to himself, "Perhaps this is its only weakness. No matter what, any living creature's eyes are weak." Nimble wind, Paisiun activated it, causing his entire body to be engulfed in a gust of wind. Every movement he made was much faster than before. He then shouted out a command, "Long spear." A long spear was thrown at him from afar, which Paisiun easily caught. At this point, the rhinoceros had just stopped charging forward. It then turned around and charged at Paisiun once again. Paisiun's feet tapped lightly on the ground, and his body shot forward like an arrow, closing the distance between them. He then tapped his feet on the ground again and dodged to the side of the rhinoceros monster's head. The long spear in his hands moved like lightning and pierced towards the rhinoceros monster's right eye. Pooh! The long spear pierced deep into the rhinoceros monster's right eye, and fresh blood flowed out from it. Roar! A loud roar could be heard. Paisiun's spear had deeply enraged the rhinoceros monster. It then turned around and charged at Paisiun once again. Humph! Paisiun snorted coldly. His footsteps were light, and he increased the distance between him and the rhinoceros monster. He then raised his hand. "Spear, come!" The rhinoceros monster had a strong life force and was not dead yet. It still had the energy to charge forward. At this point, another spear was thrown at it. Just as it was about to charge forward, the spear disappeared from the rhinoceros monster's sight. Pooh! Another long spear pierced deep into the rhinoceros monster's left eye. The rhinoceros monster roared angrily and spat out blood from its mouth. It then slammed into the tree in a frenzy. Boom! His head smashed into a tree, breaking it in half. But at this time, Pei Ziyun stepped forward and used his leg to kick the spear that had been stabbed into the tree once again. Pooh! The entire spear had almost pierced into the rhinoceros monster's brain. Woo! After suffering such a heavy injury, the rhinoceros monster's body trembled, and it let out a whimper before falling heavily to the ground. The crowd immediately burst into cheers. Pei Ziyun's face broke into a smile. The rhinoceros monster was second only to the sea demons. To be able to kill it, he was very happy. At this point, a boom sound could be heard, and he felt the space around him change drastically. Now, what happened? Pei Ziyun took advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was on the rhinoceros monster to enter the space. Within the space, he saw a small temple floating in the darkness. Pei Ziyun's body flashed, and he entered the side of the Greek pillar. At this point, another pillar appeared. Below it was a rhinoceros monster. It looked like it was made of iron, but it also looked like it was made of copper. Wisps of mist were seeping out of it. This statue was huge, and the energy it emitted was very strong. Although the rhinoceros monster is strong, it shouldn't be able to produce such a strong energy. However, this strong energy isn't the reason why the space is shaking. The pillars are arranged to form a flat ground, and there's marble on the ground. This is the style of temple. Pei Ziyun looked carefully and saw that the pillars formed a circle. In the middle of the circle, there was a marble floor as well as a staircase. Sea monster, dual-headed lizard, bearman, arrow of Cupid, Palamedes, Cleodorus, Philoctetes, rhinoceros monster, and 3 other less famous heroes. A total of 12 pillars forming the foundation. Could it be that it's going to form a Greek temple? A light flashed in Pei Ziyun's mind. His heart was filled with joy, and he vaguely guessed something. Will it be like the Dsu world below, forming a temple? What will happen if a temple is formed? Just as he thought about it, he shouted, "System!" A small plum blossom quickly appeared and quickly enlarged, turning into a transparent information interface. With a faint sense of light, it appeared in front of him. Mission: involve the Greek city in the Battle of Troy, March 5th. Mission: kill Philoctetes and avenge Kronos, completed. Mission: protect the city of Corona and the son of Kronos, completed. Mission: support the allies, change the strength of the city by January 3rd. I can pick up 2 now. The protagonist pressed on it, and 2 more fate points appeared. I have 12 fate points now. Hero Bloodline. Level 4, 112. 5%. Hero Bloodline could be upgraded, but it would have to wait until he reached a safe place. Pei Ziyun woke up. A few minutes later, everyone came to congratulate Prince Paris, praising him for his strength and valiance. Prince Paris, your bravery is a gift from the gods to the kingdom of Corona, the queen said, her eyes shining. Respected queen, you're praising me too much. Pei Ziyun said, avoiding her gaze. You killed this monster. What do you plan to do with it? The queen was slightly disappointed. I'll give it to the great Poseidon, Pei Ziyun said. Since he had come to the kingdom of Corona, there was no reason not to go to the temple of Poseidon. The soldiers carried the dead rhinoceros monster to the temple of Poseidon. The temple of Poseidon in the kingdom of Corona was a building supported by huge cylindrical pillars. The sacred forest was not too big, but the trees on both sides were all rare and precious. Pei Ziyun walked into the temple and found that the only difference between the temple of Poseidon and other temples was that the murals and reliefs on the walls were mostly about the story of the sea, and blue was the main color of the temple. The rhinoceros monster was carried to the altar by many soldiers, and the priest prayed to the statue of Poseidon. Prince Paris, the gods are very satisfied with your sacrifice, the priest said in the temple. Pei Ziyun nodded, bid farewell to the priest, and walked out of the temple. He said to the queen of Corona, during my time in Corona, I will offer sacrifices to all the gods in the city of Corona. and all the corpses of the Greeks must be cremated or buried. I will give the corpses a silver coin to cross the river Styx. Kronos is my friend, noble queen. I will give these captives and the ships of the Greeks to you, for you to deal with." The queen of Corona was touched when she heard this. She did not expect Prince Paris to be so generous. She said, "Prince Paris, thank you for your generosity. The people of Corona will remember your gift and help. Also, your good deeds and piety will be liked by the gods. You see, the Greeks have buried the corpses. Now, please continue with the sacrifice. I have prepared a welcome banquet in the palace. After you finish the sacrifice, you can wash away the dust and blood and taste the wine." Mount Olympus Poseidon looked at Paisiun's every move and said, "Prince Paris has avenged my son, protected my son's city, and buried the dead properly. This will earn my goodwill. Prince Paris will earn my forgiveness once." Although Prince Paris was in a different camp, and Poseidon was a god on the side of the Greeks, he still planned to forgive Prince Paris for offending him once. When the group of people left, there was suddenly black smoke in midair. Then, a figure flashing with red light appeared and gradually solidified. It was the appearance of a middle-aged man. It was Hercules. He appeared quietly and glanced at the direction in which Paisiun left. He knew that in addition to the sacrifice, Paris would attend the banquet in the Corona Palace tonight and would not return until very late. His figure gradually faded and instantly appeared in the port of Corona. Paisiun's ship was docked there. At this time, there were only a few soldiers guarding the ship. In addition to the warships of the Greeks, there were also Trojan warships in the port. The moonlight cast on the hulls of the ships. Even if there was no war, there were still soldiers patrolling. The slave oarsmen had eaten and let out thunderous snores. Chapter 578. But a black smoke with red light landed. All the soldiers stood there in a daze, as if they had fallen asleep. Their chests rose and fell slightly. The entire fleet was silent. Hercules glanced around and found the main ship. He threw a windbag in the corner and shrouded it with black fog. After doing all this, he looked around. Hercules, who had completed his mission, slowly faded away and disappeared from the port. Just as Hercules left, the moonlight seemed to condense into a phantom on the deck. It was the mysterious lady. She looked at where Hercules had placed the windbag and the direction the opening of the windbag was aimed at. She sighed. "Fate is really strange. Is it blowing in that direction? I wanted to adjust the direction of the windbag, but Hercules placed it in the right direction. Now I don't have to adjust it. It's blowing very far. It seems like the gods still have some goodwill. If they were too close, they wouldn't be able to expel Paris. If Paris rushed back, there might be an impatient god who directly killed this troublesome guy." The mysterious lady understood this and muttered to herself. When she finished, her figure gradually disappeared. In the next moment, it was as if a door had opened. The neighing of cows and sheep, the footsteps of the patrolling soldiers, and the snoring of the slaves in the cabins all returned to normal. The night at the port was deep and quiet. Only the sound of the tide and the sea breeze could be heard. Morning Paisiun woke up early. He had drunk too much last night. The queen had arranged for him to rest in the palace. He had insisted on coming back, so she sent a carriage to send him back to rest. Paisiun stretched his body at the port and breathed in the fresh morning air. He felt extremely comfortable. He pulled a soldier over and said, "Go to Motora City and tell the queen that we are leaving." "Yes, Prince Paris." The soldier hurried off. Paisiun turned around and ordered everyone to pack up and prepare to set sail. In a short while, the queen and the prince led a group of people to the port. She looked at Paisiun and said, "Prince Paris, are you not going to stay in the kingdom of Corona for a while?" Paisiun shook his head and smiled. "Your Majesty, the other cities still need my help. Otherwise, they will be defeated by the Greeks like yesterday." Although it was said that it was easy to pin a crime on someone, there was still a huge difference between having evidence and not having evidence at all. Every time Paisiun went to a place, he would pay his respects to the deities, even if they were his enemies. He would even bury his enemies according to etiquette. Whether this was effective or not, In fact, it was very effective. Other than Hera, no god had to kill Paris. Of course, my power is too great. When I reach the line of harvest, I will definitely die. No amount of kindness will be able to save me. But this can ensure that I will still be alive before I reach the critical point. Naturally, I can't do anything to the Queen of Corona. Otherwise, some deity can use this as a reason to kill me. Of course, the Queen didn't know what Prince Paris was thinking, but she could see that he was determined to leave. She was just being polite and said, "Prince Paris, I have brought you a gift. Please accept it." After saying that, a few servants walked out of the group, holding precious gifts. Paisian took a closer look and found that these gifts included ivory, gold, spices, and some expensive specialties. He did not refuse and said, "Your Majesty, thank you very much for your gift. Prince Paris, you have done so much for our kingdom of Corona. These gifts are nothing at all." The young prince asked, "Prince Paris, will you come back to see us?" Pei Ziyun smiled lightly and said, "When the war is over, I will come back to see you." After saying that, Pei Ziyun waved goodbye to the queen and the prince and returned to the warship. Every time he saw the young prince, he would think of Kronos. He thought of that man's bravery on the battlefield, but unfortunately, he could not resist the cruelty of fate. "Set sail." Pei Ziyun gave the order, and the fleet slowly left the port and set off into the distance. The queen watched as Pei Ziyun's fleet left, and her expression gradually became cold. She ordered, "Capture all the Greek prisoners in the dungeon and send them to the temple of Poseidon to be sacrificed to the great Poseidon." A part of the team rushed to the dungeon, tied up the Greek prisoners, and sent them to the temple of Poseidon. When they arrived at the temple, the Greek prisoners instantly understood their fate and screamed and roared. "Why? Prince Paris promised us that as long as we surrendered, he would not kill us. Why did he go back on his word?" The Greek prisoners questioned, but no one answered their questions. With their hands and feet tied, they were sent to the altar of the temple of Poseidon. "Prince Paris promised you, but the kingdom of Corona did not." A centurion sneered and waved his hand. "Kill them quickly." Before long, the blood of the prisoners dyed the altar of the temple of Poseidon red. "You will receive retribution. The Greeks will not let you go. God will not forgive you." In the face of death, these prisoners uttered their last curse, but it could not change their fate. The butcher's knife had already fallen, and their voices stopped abruptly. "Mother, why did you do this?" The young prince did not understand why his mother wanted to kill them. "We killed them not only because of the hatred between us and the Greeks, but also because we do not have the strength to guard these prisoners," the queen said. "The fleet of the Greeks may come again at any time. Once the fleet comes, these seemingly docile Greek prisoners will immediately riot. This will be a disaster for the kingdom of Corona, so we have to kill them." The young prince nodded, not really understanding. The queen ordered, "Drive the Greek ships to the hidden estuary and keep them well. If there's an emergency, we will go to the sea to hide." The elders of the kingdom of Corona nodded in agreement. This was a wise and prudent approach. The city of Corona had only been established for a short period of time. King Kronos was the son of Poseidon and a female immortal, so he was the first founder of the city. The entire city, in fact, only had thousands of citizens. It was simply impossible to guard so many Greek prisoners. And after losing Kronos, the prince was still young, and there was the danger of capsizing at any time. The queen's decision was not necessarily a bad choice for her. On the ship in the distance, Pei Ziyun stood on the deck. He seemed to have sensed something and smiled. He looked at the port and then looked into the distance. Seabirds were flying freely in the sky, chirping from time to time. The blue sky was as clear as jade, overlapping with the blue sea on the distant horizon, as if it was the end of the sky. The wind and waves on the sea were very small. It was difficult to see huge waves rolling up. Small waves gently hit the bottom of the ship, making a hua-hua-hua sound. This trip to the kingdom of Corona, Pei Ziyun felt that he had gained a lot. Not only did he save his ally, the kingdom of Corona, fulfill his promise to protect Kronos' son and wife, but he also killed the powerful hero Periphas and the rhinoceros monster. The power of these two heroes alone should be enough for him to level up, not to mention the undigested power of the heroes he killed before. As for Paris, he had changed too much. According to the script, Paris was supposed to take Helen to find a small island far away from Troy, but now he went directly back, promoting the war a few years ahead of schedule, directly causing Achilles to be unable to participate in the war. Secondly, in history, Philoctetes, who could have returned home safely, was shot and killed by him. And because of him, Palamedes ended his life early, and on the battlefield, he killed many soldiers and heroes. These were all changes. Now, he had also changed the fate of the kingdom of Corona. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, he could only wait and see. What should be done had been done. Pei Ziyun's reverie did not delay the busy work on the ship. At this moment, the sailors were adjusting the sails, using the sea breeze to quickly head towards Troy. At this moment, the black fog dissipated, and a sailor suddenly saw a bag in the corner of the deck. This bag was made of good cloth, and there was a string tied at the mouth of the bag. There were patterns around it, and the shape was very similar to a prince's wallet. The sailor looked left and right, and when he noticed that no one was paying attention, he secretly picked up the wallet. He was ecstatic, feeling that he had hit the jackpot this time. This kind of prince's wallet definitely had a lot of things inside. While no one was paying attention, the sailor pulled the string on the wallet, and the wallet opened. Boom! A gust of wind instantly blew out from the windbag, and the unlucky sailor was immediately blown out of the deck by this gust of wind. He flew into the sky, letting out a blood-curdling scream. What's going on? Pei Ziyun woke up from his deep thoughts and was almost blown out. He grabbed the mast with one hand and shouted loudly. But no one could respond to his command. Strong winds were constantly released from the windbag, and a huge tornado appeared in the sky, growing bigger and bigger. The top of the tornado connected the sky, and the bottom was connected to the sea. The entire ship was wrapped in the tornado, spinning rapidly, making a rumbling sound. The overflowing wind blew some of the ship's masts off, but the tornado did not seem to have accumulated enough energy and continued to spin in the same place, not moving an inch. A huge amount of seawater was swept up into the sky by the tornado, forming a water screen. The ship that Pei Ziyun was on could not resist such a strong suction force, and was swept up into the sky, spinning rapidly along with the tornado. Many of the sailors on the deck had been thrown into the sea when the tornado first formed. Now that they were swept up into the sky, under the huge force of the tornado, the entire ship let out a ka-ka-ka sound. Some of the sailors in the cabin were thrown out, screaming in pain as they were swept up into the sky or into the sea. Some were directly thrown out of the ship. Pei Ziyun clung to the largest mast on the ship, gritting his teeth and holding on. But the tornado covered the sky, and the clouds in the sky formed a funnel shape. At this point, the tornado seemed to have accumulated enough energy and was slowly moving away from the ship. Pei Ziyun clung to the mast with all his might, gritting his teeth and holding on. He did not make a sound, and used all his might to tie himself to the mast. Just when he was done, a wooden bucket flew up and smashed into his head. Boom! Before he fainted, Pei Ziyun only had one thought in his mind. I've been plotted against by the gods. Chapter 579. The tornado became more and more powerful. The seawater kept rising into the sky, forming a funnel-shaped whirlpool. A rare waterspout appeared. The tornado moved very quickly. In a short while, it had moved more than 10 miles. A phantom slowly landed on the surface of the sea formed by the tornado. She stepped on the water quietly, not causing any ripples. The phantom stood on the surface of the sea in the distance, looking at the tornado that was moving further and further away. He nodded in satisfaction and muttered to himself, Fate has arranged for Prince Paris to go to Calgar on the Isle of Ia. Calgar is not one to be trifled with. If Prince Paris is careless, he will become an animal. Is it a wild boar, a wild wolf, or a fierce lion? According to Prince Paris's status and bravery, He should be a majestic lion. At this point, the phantom even smiled. I even want to see what Prince Paris looks like when he turns into a lion. Ordinary people become wild boars, sometimes even killed for meat. Brave warriors become wolves, and heroes become lions. They were the best of all beasts. I believe in a few years, Prince Paris will become a human again. This way, he will be able to kick Prince Paris out of Troy and control him as much as possible. God is really thoughtful, but with my help, he will overcome this. At this point, the tornado had almost disappeared from the horizon. The phantom continued, "When I get there, I will help Prince Paris enter Okeanos Beach as soon as possible." As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared in the blink of an eye. Not far from Aiea Island, she appeared again. She looked around and suddenly saw something. Found it. Not far from her, there was a huge fluctuation in the water. A monster leaped out from the bottom of the sea. It was a snake-necked dragon. Its body was huge, at least 20 meters long, and it was 7 meters tall. Its back was covered in thick scales, and its neck was also covered in a thick layer of scales. The snake-necked dragon monster had just broken out of the sea. It seemed to have not surfaced for a long time. At this time, it was swimming quickly and playing on the surface. The Phantom Lady looked at all of this. Although the monster was not very strong, its condition was not bad. Shinrin was satisfied. It met her expectations. A drop of blood appeared on his palm. The drop of blood slowly spun about an inch above his palm. As the dark red light flashed, there was a hint of enchanting color. The Phantom Lady pointed her finger at the Medusa dragon monster that was playing in the sea. The blood swirling on her palm streaked across the sky and shot towards the Medusa dragon monster. The drop of blood gradually slowed down and floated in front of the Medusa dragon. The monster seemed to know the fate that awaited it. It stopped moving and allowed the blood to slowly seep into its forehead. The moment it seeped into its forehead, there seemed to be a flash of red light, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. A moment later, on the head of the snake-necked dragon water monster, a bump of blood slowly grew. It looked like a horn. If this monster was a horse on land, and it grew a horn, people would think it was a unicorn. Roar! A deafening roar came from the monster's mouth. Under the effect of the blood, it swelled up. It now looked like a ship. The mysterious figure looked at the serpentine monster that was roaring and nodded in satisfaction. The effect is not bad. It will chase after Prince Paris and drive him through the gap of death, Oceanus. Only then will he be able to pass through the corridor of fate. The Phantom Lady slowly moved her feet on the surface of the sea. The waves under the sea did not affect her at all. There were no water splashes on her feet either. Go! Attack the Aegean island and chase after Prince Paris. The Phantom Lady waved her hand and drove the monster away. Don't be afraid of Calgar. Although she is the child of the sun god Helios and the sea god's daughter, I know those gods too well. They would rather kill her through the hands of a hero than do it themselves. The monster roared and dived into the sea. It dove into the bottom of the sea and headed for the Aegean island. The monster disappeared. The Phantom Lady looked in the direction of the tornado and said softly, "I will prepare the next part for you." After saying this, the Phantom Lady's figure slowly disappeared from the sea. The next moment, she appeared on a beach. The beach was called Oceanus Beach. It was very large, with a radius of a few kilometers. The white sand on the beach made it look like a beautiful scenery. However, the thick fog covered everything all year round. There was very little sunlight, but it did not seem to affect the growth of the plants here. The Phantom Lady appeared on the beach. She stepped on the fine sand and slowly walked toward the beach. But upon closer inspection, the Phantom Lady did not leave any footprints on the white sand. Not far from the beach were rows of poplar and willow trees. Although there was little sunlight here, the trees were growing well. There were some shrubs under the trees, but they were not very dense. Persephone's sacred forest. Persephone was the queen of the underworld in Greek mythology. She was the daughter of Zeus, the king of the gods, and Demeter, the goddess of agriculture. She was kidnapped by Hades and married to him in the underworld, becoming the queen of the underworld. The Phantom Lady arrived there step by step. She did not make a sound. She looked at the sacred forest and fell into some kind of reminiscence. After a while, she slowly broke away from the emotions. Her eyes kept scanning the forest, looking for suitable monsters in the forest. This place was strange. There were all kinds of monsters living here. Some even lived here. Perhaps it had something to do with the thick fog and the lack of sunlight, which made it a paradise for monsters. There were many types of monsters here. Many monsters that were rarely seen or even extinct in the outside world could be found here. There were monsters with the head of a lion and the body of a goat that could spit fire. There were monsters with the mouth of a dog and the tail of a dragon that could spit poison. There were also monsters that were half man and half bull with immense strength. The Phantom Lady searched the forest for a while. She fixed her eyes on a monster with the head of a lion, the body of a goat, and the tail of a dragon. She looked at it carefully. Found it. It's the descendant of Kamal. It looks a little thin. I don't know how many generations it has been diluted, but it doesn't matter, as long as it's the descendant of Typhon. The first generation of this monster that could spit fire was born from Typhon and Echidna. It had the head of a lion, the body of a goat, and the tail of a snake. The lion's head, goat's body, and snake's tail could all spit fire. In the original history, this monster was eventually killed by Belalovan, who rode on a Pegasus. Of course, this was not the original. It was a descendant of an unknown number of generations. The Phantom Lady took out another drop of blood. With a flick of her right hand, the drop of blood shot toward the monster with the head of a lion, the body of a goat, and the tail of a snake. When it reached the monster, its speed gradually slowed down and it slowly merged with its body. The moment the drop of blood merged with the monster's body, there was a flash of red light. The monster's body expanded rapidly. The lion's head, goat's body, and dragon's tail seemed to have increased in size. Its entire body seemed to have doubled in size. Roar! The monster raised its head and let out a loud roar. The sound shook the forest. When the other monsters heard this roar, they all raised their heads and looked in this direction. Seeing that there was no more movement, they calmed down. As for the stone monster with the body of a goat, the tail of a dragon, and the body of a goat, it seemed to be happy that it had obtained great power. It kept pacing in the forest. The monster's pacing seemed to be what the Phantom Lady wanted. She chuckled. She was quite satisfied with the monster's performance. She nodded and said, "You just wait here in the forest. When Prince Paris appears, it will be time for you to fulfill your destiny." Roar! Another roar was heard. The monster seemed to be replying to the Phantom Lady's words. The three monsters have completed their plan. Now it's time to complete that one. The Phantom Lady mumbled to herself. She slowly retreated from the forest and found a gap in the valley. It was dark and gloomy. She slowly closed her eyes. Suddenly, her right hand drew something in the air. A series of complicated lines were drawn in the air. The lines did not fade away. More and more lines were drawn. In the end, it became a mysterious picture. The picture was a little strange, but the Phantom Lady was satisfied with it. The moment the picture was completed, the whole picture lit up and quickly disappeared. The whole picture gradually became transparent and hid in the gap of the valley. It was difficult to see it with the naked eye. The Phantom Lady looked at it and was satisfied. This is Oceanus. It is foggy all year round, and the sun cannot shine. The tributaries of the river Styx, the Verflegthen River, and the Casitos River flow into the Aran River here. It leads to the real Hades, between hell and the human world. At the gap in the valley, even mortals can see the spirits of the dead rushing in. They want to taste the blood of the sacrifices. Below is the Hades. The three monsters represent heaven, the human world, and the underworld. It also contains the blood of Typhon from the earth. They were all killed by Prince Paris, who has the blood of the king of gods. Combined with this picture, they will arrive at the designated destination. After she finished, the dim, mysterious picture lit up again. It seemed to be responding to the Phantom Lady's words. Don't worry. This is the territory of the Titan god Oceanus. He is the son of Gaia and Uranus. The power of Mount Olympus is weak here. I am here. I will stop the gods from finding out. The Phantom Lady said confidently, as if stopping the gods from finding out was a piece of cake. Also, the journey of fate may be long, but in the real world, the ripples are only for a short moment. The gods will not notice anything. Thank Mount Olympus for chasing Prince Paris here. Even if Prince Paris could return immediately, it would take him 2 years. After that, she looked at the sky in the distance and shook her head. She sighed. But even if this is achieved, it will only complete fate and plant the seed. The real hope will have to wait for another place. The moment her words subsided, Lady Phantom vanished from where she stood. Meanwhile, Oroano's beach remained the same as it always was. Further away in the sacred forest, rows of poplars and willows were swaying gently in the wind. Chapter 580. Cough, cough, cough. Paisian woke up and opened his eyes. He realized that he was still on the deck of the ship, but his whole body was in pain. He endured the pain and climbed up from the deck. He looked around and realized that his ship was stranded on a white beach. From the looks of it, he was on an island. Paisian looked at his ship and realized that it was heavily damaged. However, it could still be repaired. He looked at the sailors and heaved a sigh of relief. Wake up, wake up. He found more than 10 sailors in the cabin and woke them up. Prince Paris. The sailors called out to Paisian. At this point, their eyes were wide open, and they had no idea what had happened. All they knew was that their ship had been attacked by a tornado without warning. The ship was swept into the air, and they could not remember anything else. What happened just now? Paisian thought back. Not long after they set off, a strong wind suddenly appeared on the ship. This strong wind turned into a tornado and blew him to this island. I was blown away by the tornado because I changed the plot too much and was expelled from the Battle of Troy. Damn it. Paisian's face was ashen. The gods of Mount Olympus had no effect on him and had directly expelled him to this deserted island. He had no choice but to take things one step at a time. For the time being, he had to survive on this deserted island. Luckily, he still had a ship, which he needed to repair first. Paisian looked at the uneasy sailors in front of him. He knew that they were afraid of the unknown. Not only them, even he was at a loss. However, he could not show his fear. He instructed, "The few of you form groups of 2. Take your weapons and hunt on the island. Also look for fresh water." He then pointed to a few sailors and said, "The few of you, take your tools and go to the island to cut down trees and repair the ship. Remember to bring your weapons." Paisian pointed to the last 2 sailors and said, "The 2 of you, take your weapons and follow me to the island to see if there is any danger." Paisian knew that in the Greek mythology, islands were the home of many monsters. He had to patrol the island and find out if there was any danger. Paisian hung the bronze sword at his waist and held a long spear in his hands. He then led 2 fully armed soldiers down the battleship. The moment they stepped off the battleship and stepped onto the soft beach, they could feel that something was different. It was too quiet. Could there really be a powerful monster? Paisian thought to himself as he continued walking for a while. Suddenly, the view before his eyes widened as he saw a lush forest. Not sensing any danger, Paisian led the 2 soldiers and walked slowly through the forest. Suddenly, a wisp of green smoke rose in front of them. There are signs of human habitation? Paisian felt strange as he followed the trail of green smoke. After walking for a distance, he could faintly see the outline of a building in front of him. "Don't get close. Let's take a look first." Paisian and the 2 soldiers hurriedly hid themselves. After a while, they pushed aside the branches and a palace appeared before their eyes. The palace was square-shaped and supported by marble pillars. The 4 corners of the palace dome had huge flying eaves, which looked a little strange. It was surrounded by a white wall that surrounded the entire palace, isolating it from the outside world. Paisian looked at the walls surrounding him and the palace. His expression changed as he thought to himself, "Is this the palace of the nymphs or the goddess?" It was easy to tell. Normally, in order to maintain a palace, A mortal would need many farmers and servants. However, he did not see any fields or farmhouses. That's why I think this is the palace of the nymphs or the goddess. Only a deity would be able to maintain a palace without farmers and servants. His heart was certain that this was the palace of a deity. Paisian hesitated for a while before moving closer to take a look. Taking a few steps closer, he peered through the gaps in the walls and was shocked. The soldier whispered, "There are animals inside. There are wild boars. There are also wild wolves and lions. Who would keep these in a palace?" Pei Ziyin did not speak, but he immediately understood where he was. Is this the Aegean island, Kale? Kale was the daughter of the sun god Helios and Perseus. She was an expert in potions. Pei Ziyun's expression changed. He did not think that he would be blown to the Aegean island by a tornado. Kale was a witch and often used potions to turn her enemies or those who opposed her into monsters. "Retreat! Let's retreat quickly." Pei Ziyun ordered the soldiers as he ran towards the forest. He had thought that this island was a desolate and uninhabited island, but it turned out to be the Aegean island. The most important thing was that the terrible witch Calgar lived there. The wild wolves and lions he had seen just now were clearly caused by the witch. Pei Ziyun retreated into the forest and gradually calmed down. He realized that he had been frightened by the witch's name. She might not be as scary as the rumors said. Many years later, Odysseus would come here after this story. At that time, Calgar turned the sailors into beasts, and Hermes pointed out to Odysseus. He pulled out a black root grass with white flowers from the ground and told Odysseus that it was a magical herb. As long as you bring this grass, her witchcraft and potions will not be able to turn people into animals. In addition, it was recorded that when Odysseus drew his sword and ran, she would beg for mercy. This shows that she was not very strong. Thinking up to this point, Pei Ziyun retreated a distance away and looked around carefully. Indeed, he plucked a stalk of black root grass that was blooming with hundreds of flowers. Pei Ziyun looked at the grass as his lips curled up into a smile. He had come to this island by accident. It could be said that the gods had sent him here. Since this was the arrangement, how could he not go and meet the legendary witch, Kale? He was afraid that he would fall into Kale's trap, so he quickly retreated. If he was accidentally turned into a monster, he would not be able to leave this island for the rest of his life. No, not for the rest of my life. The gods will release themselves when the time is right, and then reap their lives. Although he had the help of the plum blossom, he did not want to get into trouble. Now that he was prepared, he could calmly go and see Kale. Thinking of this, Pei Ziyun stood up and wanted to go in. But then he realized that there were no gods watching him. Pei Ziyun thought to himself, "I have to be more careful. I have accumulated enough. In the past, I was often watched by the gods, so I did not level up. Now, system, level up." Boom! A plum blossom appeared in front of his eyes and quickly grew bigger. It turned into an information interface with a faint light. Following that, a loud explosion sounded out. Pei Ziyun was startled, and his heart thumped furiously. He took a deep breath, and his blood began to glow with a golden light. It was obvious that his blood had been purified and evolved. He looked at the system and realized that there were changes. Hero Blood Meridians, Level 5, 15, 8%, Special Skill, Nimble Wind, 80, 1%. Special Skill, Cast Iron Bronze, 55, 7%. Special Skill, Affinity with Water, 13, 6%. My strength has increased again. Nimble Wind is almost full. I feel like the wind. Cast Iron Bronze has recovered by half, and I have an additional affinity with water. Is this because of my own blood from Zeus and the river god? After leveling up, Pei Ziyun then instructed the two soldiers, let's go, and meet the owner of this place." Pei Ziyun brought the two soldiers and walked towards the entrance of the palace. Just as he reached the entrance, a young lady came out with a group of beautiful fairies. Pei Ziyun looked at the young lady in front of him and knew that she must be the legendary Kale Ku. "Ah, esteemed guest, I am very happy that you could come to the Isle of Aegea and visit my palace," Kale Ku said warmly. Esteemed lady, thank you very much for your grand welcome. This is my first time here, and I was attracted by the beauty of this palace. I hope I did not disturb you. How could I? Esteemed guest, I have already prepared a banquet in my palace. Please follow me. Pei Ziyun did not expect Kale Ku to invite him to a banquet in her palace without even asking for his name or where he came from. That's right, she has a magic potion. As long as I drink a mouthful of wine or eat a mouthful of food, I will become an animal. Pei Ziyun laughed to himself. It's just that she is too anxious. This kind of unusual treatment will easily arouse suspicion. As the saying goes, there is no such thing as a good banquet. Luckily, he was prepared and was not afraid of her. Thinking of this, Pei Ziyun followed Kale Ku into the palace. After entering the palace, unlike other places where Kale Ku had transformed into monsters, there were many fresh flowers planted here. When people entered, it was as if they were in a sea of flowers. Coupled with the scenery here, it was easy to let down one's guard. Brilliant, Pei Ziyun secretly praised. The reliefs and murals in the palace were all beautiful sceneries and fairies, which made one feel good at a glance. The banquet seats were covered with luxurious woolen rugs, and the tables were filled with delicacies. There were exquisite grapes, wine, and all kinds of fruits. Come, esteemed guest, welcome from afar. Let us drink this cup. Kale Ku finished speaking and drank the wine in one gulp. Pei Ziyun smiled and also drank the wine in his cup. He said, Esteemed lady, thank you for your warm hospitality. After saying this, he picked up the roasted meat on the table and ate it. When Kale Ku saw Pei Ziyun drink and eat the meat, she smiled even more happily. She pointed at Pei Ziyun and said, Change, change, change. But to her great disappointment, Pei Ziyun sat there quietly and did not respond. What's going on? Who are you? Why does my magic potion have no effect on you? She seemed to remember that she had asked about Pei Ziyun's identity. She was extremely confident in her magic potion and suffered a setback in her life. She continued, No one has ever been able to resist my magic. Could it be that you are Austin? Many years ago, Hermes came to me and made a prophecy. He said that you would pass by this place on your way back from Troy. Could it be that the Battle of Troy has ended? Kale Ku seemed to believe in Hermes' prophecy. Even before Pei Ziyun revealed his identity, she was already certain that Pei Ziyun was Austin. Chapter 581. Pei Ziyun sat on the woolen rug and drank the wine in his cup. He quietly listened to Kale describe the prophecy that Hermes had told him. Kale, on the whole, is not very strong and should belong to the nymphs. However, nymph have a wide range. Some are secondary goddesses in Greek mythology, while others are fairies. They do not age or get sick, but they will die. If my spiritual sense is not wrong, I do not feel the essence of a god. No wonder Odysseus was able to threaten it with a sword. But unless I am forced to, I do not want to use force. After all, Odysseus has the strong protection and support of Athena, and I do not. I am the Prince of Troy, Paris. I'm not the Odysseus that you speak of. I was blown here by the tornado, and fate has brought me to your palace. Because of this, I am immune to your magic potion. Paris was the Prince of Troy, and not the Odysseus that you're talking about. After saying this, Pei Ziyun paused for a moment, then added, But I hope to receive your warm hospitality. Which god told you the secret? As soon as Pei Ziyun's voice fell, Kale asked impatiently, However, just this alone is not enough to protect your safety. You are immortal, and I am the daughter of the great sun god Helios and the sea god's daughter, Pelset. Kale said with a tone of contempt, obviously not interested in Pei Ziyun's words. She was the child of the sun god Helios and the sea god's daughter, Perseus. She was the sister of King Aetes and the aunt of Medea. All of these gave her reason to look down on Pei Ziyun's identity as the Prince of Troy, and she was also a great witch herself. Pei Ziyun heard Kale's words and laughed. Kale, great witch, this is not the way to treat a guest. As he said this, his hand touched the hilt of his sword. If Kale made a move, he might have to fight her. But if that happened, he and Kale would no longer have any room to turn back. Kale glanced at it and noticed the sword. He did not seem to want to shed all pretense of cordiality. He heard her say, "However, there's been a sudden appearance of a sea monster on the island of EJ recently. It has attacked many ships, causing the number of ships on my island to dwindle. My pets have also decreased. You're a prince, a hero. I hope you can kill the sea monster, so you can gain my friendship." Kale was a realist. Since the magic potion did not work on Pei Ziyun, she wanted Pei Ziyun to work for her to gain her friendship. "What you say is reasonable, Miss Kale." Pei Ziyun stood up and bowed to Ka Erko. He then said, "Esteemed witch, I need a boat to kill these sea monsters. But my boat is now damaged, and I don't have much food and water left. Only my gold and bronze have not been thrown away. I offer you these gifts in return for your hospitality, and at the same time ask you to permit me to cut down trees on your island and repair the ship." The smile on Ka Erko's face was obviously a little wider than before. Everyone liked a generous customer like Pei Ziyun, and the gift was exactly what she wanted. He heard her say, "I can promise you all that you and your friends will be treated peacefully. After the mission is completed, I will send you back and give you a suitable sea map so that you won't get lost on the sea." "Thank you very much, Miss Kale." As Pei Ziyun spoke, he gulped down another cup of wine and sighed deeply. He thought to himself, "I wonder how the fleet is doing?" Troy Palace news of Pei Ziyun's accident had been sent back to the palace and the two mansions. At this moment, King Priam was listening to the report of the centurion of the fleet, while Anon and Helen rushed from their mansions to the palace. After entering, King Priam nodded and said, "My dear daughters, please take a seat. The centurion is about to tell you the news." "Respected King Priam, ladies, I am very sorry to inform you that Prince Paris's ship was attacked by a tornado. Of the entire fleet, only his ship was attacked," the centurion said. "What about the other ships?" Priam asked with a gloomy face. The other ships regrouped after the tornado. One of them sank, but fortunately, there were no casualties. This time, the appearance of the tornado was very strange. It suddenly appeared directly above the ship that Prince Paris was on. At that time, there was no warning at all, so no one had time to prepare. "So, it seems that the tornado is targeting one of Paris's ships?" Priam asked. "I am afraid so," the centurion replied. "All right, I understand. You can go now." Priam waved his hand and said. Anon and Helen, who had just arrived, were pale. When they heard that Paris's ship was in trouble, their hearts felt heavy, as if a heavy stone was weighing down on them. Seeing their expressions, Priam comforted them. "My daughters, don't worry. I have already sent a priest to Apollo to ask for an oracle. It will tell you where Paris is. After all, Paris is still very favored by Apollo. I believe that he will return with glory and gold, just like before." Anon nodded and was lost in thought. "My father, respected king, I will pray to God and ask for his safe return. As for gold and glory, to be honest, I miss the days on Mount Ida more. Back then, Paris was still herding goats. The food was simple, but we lived happily." At this point, Anon sighed. Helen was also in a bad mood, and the atmosphere became awkward. But then, footsteps could be heard from outside. At this time, the priest who had gone to the temple of Apollo returned. "Your Majesty, Prince Paris is not in trouble yet, but it may take a long time for him to return." "Did Apollo tell you where Paris is?" Priam asked. "No, the god only told me that Paris is not in trouble and that it will take a long time for him to return to Troy. He did not say anything else." Hearing this, Anon and Helen were a little relieved. As long as he was alive, he would return sooner or later. Priam continued to comfort them. "Don't worry, Paris will come back. If you need anything, you could talk to the queen, or you can talk to me directly." This was something that Priam could do. They all hoped that Paris would return as soon as possible. "Thank you for your concern, Father," the two said at the same time. After confirming that Paris was safe, they said goodbye to Priam and went back to the mansion. When Paris was here, he could give Anon and Helen shelter. Without Paris, they needed to learn to live strong. In the palace, Priam watched as Anon and Helen gradually disappeared into the distance. His face was so gloomy that it could drip water. According to the centurion's description, the tornado was only aimed at him. It was obviously the god who had taken action. Could it be that the god saw that Paris was too outstanding and wanted to banish him? Could it be that the god is still not willing to care for the great Troy? Priam thought in grief and indignation. At this time, footsteps could be heard again. A servant reported, "Your Majesty, a fleet has just arrived at the port. It is Prince Herthur's fleet. He has returned victorious. The prince is rushing over immediately. Quick, let him come." After losing Paris, Priam relied on Hector even more. So when Hector returned to the palace, he saw Priam greeting him from afar on the steps. Hector walked over with a happy expression and reported, "Father, we did not fail in our mission this time. We saved Misha in time and forced the Greeks to retreat." Perhaps because Herthur was too happy, or perhaps because of his rough personality, he did not notice that there was something wrong with Priam's expression. He asked, "Father, what happened to Paris and Aeneas?" "Aeneas went to rescue Lionesus and has not returned. Paris disappeared on the way back from rescuing Corona." Hector was shocked. Only then did he notice that there was something wrong with Priam's expression. He asked, "Father, who is it? Who could hurt Paris?" Hector knew that his brother was amazing. He could arrange everything in an orderly manner and was not weak. It was unbelievable that someone had the ability to make him disappear. When Paris came back, he was attacked by a tornado, and the tornado only targeted Paris, Priam said, a little numb. Hector's heart trembled when he heard this. He was not a fool. He immediately understood the meaning of Priam's words and fell silent. Some things cannot be said openly, especially when discussing gods or gods. Gods could easily find out. Once targeted, one could imagine the consequences. Because they claimed to be more beautiful than goddesses and more talented than male gods, they were either dead or turned into animals. Hearing Priam's words, Hector could only ask, "Father, do you know where Paris is?" Just now, the priest went to the temple of Apollo to make a sacrifice. The answer Apollo gave was that Paris was not in trouble, but it would be a long time before he could return to Troy. "He's been banished," Hector muttered. "Yeah, he's been banished." "Hector, Troy will depend on you from now on," Priam said, a little dispirited. "Don't worry, father. I will protect Troy with my life," Hector said loudly. In history, Hector did indeed pledge his life to protect Troy. Until his death, Troy did not fall. However, once he died, Troy no longer had a powerful hero and soon fell. "Father, what are the casualties of Paris's fleet?" Hector asked. "I'm not sure what happened to Paris's ship. Other than one sinking, there were no casualties. Even the gifts were brought back," Priam said. "That's good. Although Paris is not here for now, we just need to gather more allies to fight against the Greeks. Father, especially after I saved Mysia this time, I'm even more certain of this idea." After saying this, both of them fell into silence. Chapter 582. O Island. Natural Harbor Paisy, Yin enjoyed a sumptuous banquet in Kale's palace before bidding farewell to Kale. "Respected lady, thank you for your warm hospitality. I still need food and water from you, as well as the gold and bronze on the ship." When Kale heard the mention of gold and bronze, his eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "Your request is simple. I will arrange for my servants to bring my pets to deliver these items to you." "Oh, beautiful lady, you are too generous. I will definitely get rid of the sea monster as soon as possible." With that, Paisian turned and followed the servant out. They are all beautiful ladies, just that they seem more fragile. There were 4 maids in total, and they all looked like beautiful and elegant fairies. They opened the door and called out, and a wild wolf and a fierce lion rushed out of the courtyard. The wild wolf bared its sharp teeth, and the lion shook its unkempt mane. The 2 soldiers were so afraid that they wanted to run, but Pei Zi Yun did not move. On one hand, he knew that these beasts were humans, and on the other, he was not afraid at all. "It's just wolves and lions. If they really attack, I'll just kill them." As he hesitated, The beasts surrounded him. The strange thing was that the beasts were very gentle. The fairy commanded them to carry heavy food and water on their backs. The water was all stored in jars. They stood in a row, waiting for their master to give the order. Pei Ziyin looked at the beasts in front of him. He wanted to help, but he could not. "Let's go." The fairy gave the order. The lions and wolves dragged the food and water in a long line towards the beach. Before long, Pei Ziyin had brought them to the beach where the ship was docked. He ordered his men to move all the food and water onto the ship. He then moved the gold and bronze off the ship and placed them on the backs of the wild beasts so that they could carry them back. Just like that, Pei Ziyin completed his first transaction with Kale. The process was smooth. Gold and bronze do not mean much to me. Pei Ziyin was not much wealthier than the king or the prince. However, the king and the prince had saved up for their future. Pei Ziyin did not have such thoughts. He used the gold and bronze generously. This was one of the reasons that the gods liked. It was obvious that Kale was the same. He even sent people to bring some tools to repair the ship. After a while, the soldiers who had cut down the trees also came back. When they knew that the prince and the female fairy who lived on the island had reached an agreement, they could not help but cheer. They used food and tools to process the trees into various parts for the ship, and then repaired the ship. The repair of the entire ship took about a week. Although it took a long time, it was sufficient to ensure the safety of the ship at sea. By the time the repairs were completed, it was already nighttime. Pei Ziyin took advantage of the high tide to sail the repaired ship out to sea. After circling the island for a while, they found a natural harbor that was sheltered from the wind. Pei Ziyin then ordered the ship to sail in. Within the cliff, Pei Ziyin spent the night peacefully. The next morning, the ship set sail and prepared to head out to sea in search of the sea monster. Prince Paris, we found traces of a sea monster. It seemed that the sea monster was hovering near the island of Iaya, and soon a sailor hurried over to report the situation. Pei Ziyin looked over and saw that on the surface of the sea, a serpentine monster with a horn on its forehead was rushing towards the shore. The body of the sea monster was huge. It was more than 20 meters long and 10 meters tall. Its blood-red eyes seemed to have some kind of magical power that could steal one's soul. The appearance of the sea monster was really coincidental. Pei Ziyin was just about to look for it when it came to him. Pei Ziyin looked at the sea monster carefully and saw that it was similar to Kale's description. He knew that this was the sea monster that Kale had said had attacked so many ships. At this moment, he saw the sea monster heading towards the shore. His heart flashed with a trace of surprise. He did not know what was attracting it to the shore. Without thinking too much, Pei Ziyin immediately ordered the sailor to turn the ship and head in the direction of the sea monster. He wanted to kill the sea monster and complete Kale's task as soon as possible so that he could return to Troy as soon as possible. He did not want to be like Odysseus and wander the seas for 10 years. Pei Ziyin's ship sped towards the sea monster and successfully blocked its path before it reached the shore. The sea monster was extremely fierce. When it saw a ship heading towards it, it immediately changed its direction and charged towards the ship. Pei Ziyin's eyes turned cold. He saw that the back of the sea monster was covered with scales, but there were no scales on its sides. He aimed a spear in his hand and viciously threw it. The spear shot towards the side of the sea monster. Pooh! The defense of the back of the sea monster was not strong. The bronze spear pierced through more than half of its body, and fresh blood flowed out from the wound. Roar! The snake-necked dragon let out a deafening roar as it charged towards the ship that Pei Ziyin was on with even greater ferocity. Dodge! The ship quickly changed direction and narrowly avoided the monster's attack. However, Pei Ziyin knew that this time he had hit it with his spear. The next time a monster attacked, it would not be so easy to dodge. He looked around and picked up the bronze anchor on the ship. He tested its weight and nodded his head in satisfaction. He still remembered that the first time he killed the sea monster, he had used a bronze anchor as well. This showed that if the bronze anchor was used properly, it would be extremely powerful. Go, my anchor! When the sea monster attacked again, Pei Ziyin aimed at its bleeding wound and viciously threw the anchor at it. Xiao. The bronze anchor hit the sea monster's wound at an extremely fast speed, penetrating deep into the snake-necked dragon's body and even squeezing out the bronze spear. The snake-necked dragon let out a deafening roar. It was obvious that the pain it suffered this time was far greater than when the spear was nailed in. The serpentine monster struggled with all its might, but no matter how hard it tried, it could not get rid of the bronze anchor. The bronze anchor was like a nail in the sea monster's body. It seemed to know that struggling was futile. It changed its strategy and ran towards the sea. The ship, under the pull of the sea monster, followed it. "Prince, it's dragging us along. Quickly cut the rope." The sailor cried out in fear. Pei Ziyan looked at him and refused. "No, I must kill it. If not, how are we going to get back? Could it be that you know the way back to Troy? No, we must kill this sea monster and get the map from Kale." As he said this, Pei Ziyan looked at the sea monster dragging the ship away. He suddenly thought of the story of the old man and the sea. Perhaps the old man had encountered a similar situation, return empty-handed, or risk the danger and fight the sea monster. Let's see who would admit defeat in the end. Furthermore, Pei Ziyan wanted to kill the sea monster to level up. Hence, he had to kill it. This monster was huge and would definitely increase his strength. The serpentine monster dived into the sea and surfaced again, but it did not slow down at all. The ship broke through the waves as it sped forward. The sea monster was pulling the ship along. It was a strange scene, as if the sea monster was doing free labor for them. The sailors could only resign themselves to their fate. The sea monster was dragging their ship deeper into the sea, and they did not know where it would take them. The sea was vast, and there was not a single piece of land in sight. The color of the water was getting darker, and large fish could be seen swimming in it. After some time, the speed of the ship slowed down. Pei Ziyan thought that the sea monster must be tired. After a while, the ship stopped and moved with the waves. "Prince, the sea monster seems to be dead," a sailor reported. Pei Ziyan looked up and saw the sea monster floating on the surface of the sea, not moving an inch. "It's dead." There was no need for any other evidence. Just the statue of the serpentine monster was enough for Pei Ziyan to know that the sea monster was dead. However, the ship was deep in the sea, and he had no idea where it was. There was only water everywhere and no island in sight. An experienced sailor guided the ship forward. After some time, someone exclaimed in surprise, "Prince, look, it's land." Pei Ziyan, who was resting with his eyes closed, stood up and looked into the distance. Indeed, land could be seen in the distance. He then ordered, "Open the sails full speed ahead." The sails of the ship were opened up, and the wind blew. Before long, they were nearing land. From afar, it looked like an island. The island was covered with lush vegetation and was shrouded in mist. "Take up your weapons and be on guard," Pei Ziyan ordered. The sailor picked up his spear and cautiously docked the ship on a beach. The beach was shrouded in mist, and it was difficult for the sunlight to penetrate. Pei Ziyan brought a few sailors down from the ship and stepped onto the white sand. He felt slightly uneasy, as the surroundings were too quiet. In addition, the sunlight was scarce and visibility was not good. Two groups of sailors went ashore to investigate. Gradually, they walked further away. Pei Ziyan was about to remind them to be careful when all of a sudden, he heard a scream, "Ah, there's a monster." Following that, a series of screams could be heard. Pei Ziyan looked towards the direction of the sound. At the edge of the beach, a few monsters could be seen. The monsters appeared and disappeared, and he could not see them clearly. The screams of the sailors could be heard. How could Pei Ziyan allow the monsters to act so presumptuously? He instructed the sailors on the ship, "Use the anchor and stay on the rocks. Don't come down. I'll go take a look." The sailors on the ship nodded. They had full trust in Prince Paris. After all, Prince Paris had killed many monsters. Pei Ziyan raised a spear and rushed towards the direction of the sound. Just as he came out of the mist, he saw a monster biting a sailor. It was dragging him deeper into the forest. "Die!" Pei Ziyan shouted in anger and threw his spear at the monster. "Xiao!" The spear pierced through the air, and with a piu sound, the monster was nailed to the ground. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. The monster screamed and threw the sailor away. Although the sailor was thrown away, he did not move. It was obvious that he was dead. Damn it! There weren't many sailors left, and now they had lost 2 of them. This was like adding snow to snow. Pei Zi-yun was enraged. He rushed in front of the monster and blocked the spear before stabbing it down. Chapter 583. Even a weak beast like this could cause the realm to reap its harvest. Pei Zi-yun felt something when he pinned the beast to the ground. However, he did not look at it immediately. Instead, he checked on the sailor. The sailor's body was dyed red with blood. He was breathing more than he was breathing. Pei Zi-yun slowly closed the sailor's eyes. He had finally avenged him. Only then did he sink his consciousness into the realm. As long as he closed his eyes, he could feel himself fusing with the realm. In the dark void, there was a floating ground. There were buildings on it. One was a complete temple, and the other was a newly formed pillar and foundation. The beast I just killed did not turn into a pillar or an iron statue like the other beasts I killed before. Is it because the bloodline is too thin? This place seemed to be eternally dark. Only the small temple shone with a faint light. The newly formed pillar also shone with a faint light, illuminating the carvings on the pillar. One of the shorter pillars had a carving on it. It was obvious that it was a newly killed beast. A faint mist emanated from it, and the pillar seemed to be taller. It's obvious that this can increase my bloodline, but only by a little. Pei Zi-yun was overjoyed. He knew that this was a sign that the Greek temple was taking shape. If that's the case, coming to the island was the right choice. Pei Zi-yun looked up and saw that there were many similar beasts hiding in the forest. Pei Zi-yun picked up his spear and walked into the forest. He had not walked far when he felt a gust of wind coming from behind him. Pei Zi-yun had already noticed it, but he pretended not to have noticed it. Just as the gust of wind was about to reach him, Pei Zi-yun moved and easily avoided the beast's attack. Pei Zi-yun focused his eyes and saw a beast that looked exactly like the one he had just killed. It was staring at him with a pair of bloodshot eyes. It was obvious that it was preparing to pounce on him again. Pei Zi-yun would not give it the chance to do so. He picked up his spear and leapt forward like a bolt of lightning. Shwa! The monster that was already charging towards Pei Zi-yun leapt into the air and leapt high up into the air. Die! Pei Zi-yun's legs bent as he knelt down and rushed forward. He used his spear to stab the beast. Pooh! The long spear pierced through the monster's abdomen. Pei Zi-yun and the monster continued to charge at each other, leaving a long gash on the monster's abdomen. It was so deep that it almost tore open its belly. Roar! Bam! The monster let out a blood-curdling screech as it fell to the ground, its body smashing heavily into the ground, its blood soaking the surrounding soil. Pei Zi-yun stood up and raised his long spear as he walked towards the beast. He then used the long spear to poke the beast's body. There was no sign of life, and it was obvious that the beast was dead. Quickly sinking his mind into the space, he saw the 12 pillars again. Another pillar had a relief sculpture, and it had grown a little taller. Pei Zi-yun's heart was filled with joy as he looked at the faintly discernible beasts in the forest. He felt as though he had walked into a mountain of treasures. After entering a mountain of treasures, how could he return empty-handed? Thinking this through, he picked up his spear and dashed towards the nearest beast. Pu. Before long, Pei Zi-yun had already killed 8 monsters within the forest. Looking at the seemingly endless forest, Pei Zi-yun wiped the perspiration off his forehead and rushed out once more. Boom, boom, boom. As Pei Zi-yun slaughtered his way through the forest, more and more sculptures appeared on the 12 pillars in the space. The pillars were originally of different lengths, but as time passed, the pillars grew taller and taller, and the foundation was paved with marble. It started to look like a temple. Pei Zi-yun thought to himself as he observed the changes occurring within the space. Roar! The continuous killing attracted the attention of others. A loud roar could be heard coming from the forest not far away. Pei Zi-yun looked towards the direction of the sound. This monster had the head of a lion, the body of a goat, and the tail of a snake. This combination made Pei Zi feel slightly strange, as though it was a monster that had been pieced together. Looking closely, he realized that the aura of this monster was similar to that of the sea monster he had just killed. It was much stronger than the sea monster he had just killed. Could it be considered the king of this place? Pei Zi thought to himself. The monster walked slowly towards Pei Zi and stopped about 10 meters away from him. It quietly looked at this uninvited guest and realized that this person was the person that the mysterious shadow had told it to wait for. Roar! It raised its head to the sky and let out a roar that shook the forest. The monster was not willing to wait for too long. It wanted to kill this person as soon as possible, and perhaps it would be able to stay strong forever. It bent its 4 limbs and pounced towards Pei Zi. When it was about 5 meters away, it opened its mouth and spat out a huge pillar of fire towards Pei Zi. Pei Zi was slightly surprised. He did not expect the monster to be able to spit fire. However, in a flash, he dodged the attack of the pillar of fire. Roar! The monster chased after Pei Zi, who had just dodged the pillar of fire, and opened its mouth wide, biting down on him. Pei Zi did not expect the monster to be so difficult to deal with. Not only could it spit fire, but it was also extremely fast. He knew that he could not afford to be passive, and had to quickly kill the monster. Nimble wind. In that instant, Pei Zi felt his body lighten as a gust of wind wrapped around him. With a push, his body shot out like an arrow towards the back of the monster. Boom! The monster was unlike any other monster that Pei Zi had met before. As Pei Zi dodged to the back, the goat and snake spat out 2 huge pillars of fire. Damn it, I think I've heard of this monster before. Let me think. Pei Zi was depressed. The monster did not act according to common sense. Who had ever seen its body and tail spit fire at the same time? That's right, its mouth could also spit fire. Pei Zi had just dodged to the back of the monster. Although his special skills were strong, and his speed was fast, the monster seemed to have prepared for the attack of the pillar of fire and did not give him any time to react. With no way to dodge, Pei Zi raised both his arms in front of him and at the same time retreated. Pong! The pillar of fire hit Pei Zi's crossed arms, and as the flames passed through, the sleeves on his arms were burnt to ashes. However, his skin glowed with a metallic light, and his skin turned red. However, he was not injured at all. This is the power of cast iron bronze. Pei Zi's eyes narrowed as he held onto his spear and threw it with all his might. Xiao! The spear pierced through the air at an extremely fast speed. Pooh! After spitting out the pillar of fire, the monster did not adjust its stance and did not dodge Pei Zi's spear. The spear pierced deep into the monster's body. Roar! The monster let out an angry roar as it felt the pain. The moment Pei Zi threw the spear, he pulled out his sword and pounced forward. The monster did not dodge. With a swipe of its tail, it spat out another pillar of fire. Pei Zi raised his left arm to block the flames and rushed forward without slowing down. Pooh! The long sword landed on the monster's body, and blood splattered everywhere. Pei Zi slashed down with all his might, and a huge wound appeared on the monster's body. Fresh blood flowed out. The monster twisted its body in pain and turned its head to spit out the pillar of fire. Thrust of wind and thunder. Pei Zi's sword flashed, and the long sword pierced into the monster's mouth. The tip of the sword came out from the back of the monster's head. With a twist of his right hand, the long sword pierced into the monster's head. Pum! Pa! The long sword broke, and the monster fell heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Bronze swords are brittle like this. Pei Zi threw away the broken sword and pulled out his spear. This spear can still be used. The monster's body was still twitching, and it was not completely dead. Pei Zi looked at it carefully. This should be a chimera. Its upper body is a combination of a lion and a goat, and its lower body is that of a snake. Its head and tail can spit fire. It's a descendant of a 9-headed snake, Hydra. But it's said that it wreaked havoc in Lisha and was killed by Bozius, who rode on his flying horse. Why is it still alive? Even if it's still alive, it should be a descendant of the next generation. Why is it still so strong? Just as he was thinking, the chimera breathed out its last breath. At the moment of his death, the space around Pei Zi Yun trembled. A gigantic statue of the chimera beast fell from the sky. Originally, it was supposed to form a single pillar, but now all 12 of them were filled. The ground beneath the statue lit up and was quickly covered with marble. Stone steps were also formed. Pei Zi Yun's soul descended and looked around. He saw that the temple had no walls and no roof. It had already taken shape, and the floor was paved with marble. There were 12 steps, and they emitted a faint light, illuminating the surrounding pillars. The pillars were filled with statues of monsters, and all of them were roaring in anger. Not bad, not bad. Just as Pei Zi Yun was thinking about this, there was a boom sound, and 3 blood droplets appeared from the hearts of the statues. These blood droplets looked very big and were pale red with a hint of white. As soon as they appeared, they revolved around each other and emitted a mysterious aura. What is this? As soon as this information was transmitted, his body automatically lifted its legs and walked towards the center of the temple. The power of the 3 blood droplets seemed to be driving him toward a certain direction. Damn it, I was too careless. Pei Zi Yun shouted, "Space, suppress." Boom! The space around him was activated, and waves of energy were released to suppress him. He regained control of his body, and just as he was about to inspect his surroundings, a faint light flashed, and a plum blossom appeared in front of him. It expanded rapidly and transformed into an information interface. Mission: head towards the crevice between yin and yang, pass through the channel of fate, and release the heart of the demon. Kill Typhon, and obtain the world in 1 day. AI, the system wants me to go to the crevice between yin and yang. And what is the heart of a demon? Can the crevice between yin and yang kill Typhon? What is the world in 1 day? Pei Zi Yun frowned. After a long time, he said, "Forget it. Let's go take a look." As soon as he did not suppress the information from the 3 blood droplets, his body would naturally move toward a certain direction. After passing through the forest, he saw rows of poplar and willow trees. AI, these poplar and willow trees have a special aura. This is the sacred forest of some deity. His body continued moving forward, and he saw 2 rivers. These 2 rivers were different from the others and had a dark luster to them. They converged at one point and flowed into the ground. This aura, it's the river Styx. I understand now. This is the Okeanos beach. Years ago, Odysseus came here. There are 2 black rivers here, the Felixstone River and the Cachitos River, which flow into the Aran River. These 2 black rivers are actually tributaries of the river Styx. In the valley, you will find a crack in a rock. Years ago, Odysseus was there, offering sacrifices to the undead, conversing with spirits, and finding his way home through the prophet Tiresias. This is indeed the crack between yin and yang, the intersection between the human world and the underworld. The sacred forest I saw earlier must be the sacred forest of Persephone. I can't believe the wind blew me here. This is the edge of the Greek world. You can say that this is the weakest part of Mount Olympus rule. This is under the jurisdiction of the ancient Titan god, Oceanus. Did I go too far by banishing them from Troy? Should I also offer a sacrifice and ask the prophet Tiresias to show me the way home? Oceanus was a Titan god, the god of the oceans and rivers. With his wife Tethys, he gave birth to Oceanides, the goddess of the ocean and almost all the rivers and springs in the world. After the rise of Mount Olympus, he was replaced as the ruler of the sea by Poseidon. Just as Pei Zi Yun was thinking about this, he arrived at a crack in the entrance of a valley. Indeed, energy spewed out from the crack, sending chills down his spine. This is the aura of the underworld. Living people should not stay here for long. Pei Zi Yun circled around the crack, but still went down the hole. After walking for 20 steps, he thought that the cave would be dark and the air would be rancid. However, when he reached the inside, All he saw was a patch of dim light. It looked like a stone hall. Pei Ziyun stood in the cave for a few minutes. His eyes slowly adjusted to the darkness. If that's the case, where is the channel of fate? Pei Ziyun frowned and did not go down immediately. He called out, "System." Following the call, a plum blossom appeared in front of him. It enlarged rapidly and turned into an information interface with a faint sense of light. He looked at it. Hero's Bloodline. Level 5, 31, 5%. Mission: push the Greek cities into the Battle of Troy, 4/5. Mission: support the Allies, change the power ratio by March 3rd. There's another one that I can pick up. Pei Ziyun pressed on it, and 2 more fate points appeared. I have 14 fate points now. Looks like Herther saved Mysia, and Aeneas succeeded. There are 2 fate points, which means that this is very important. It's a pity that even though I killed 3 strong monsters, I still need some time to absorb their power. I can increase my own strength, but with the fate points, I can change my own fate at a critical moment. Pei Ziyun thought as he walked towards the center. Roar. Maybe it was the stall for time, but it smelled the scent of the living. Deep inside the crack, there was a faint shadow moving. It wanted to go to the entrance of the crack and enjoy the delicious human sacrifice. At this moment, as he stepped in, a mysterious pattern appeared in the air. It rotated slowly and emitted a ray of light that enveloped Pei Ziyun. At this time, the spirits surged out from below and gathered together. In the next moment, a dark light flashed, and Pei Ziyun disappeared into the crack of the valley. The spirits did not know what had happened. They wandered around the crack for a few rounds. The aura of the living world that seeped through the crack made them uncomfortable, and they slowly retreated. Chapter 584. Where am I? Pei Ziyun suddenly appeared in a huge cave. He staggered a little before regaining his footing. His half-conscious state had disappeared, and his mind had regained its clarity. He carefully looked around. It was a natural cave. The cave was huge, and he couldn't see the end of it. Because it was relatively dark, he couldn't see the top. Although the air in the cave was circulating, it seemed to lack moisture and was a little hot. Pei Ziyun carefully walked forward step by step. He didn't know how long he had walked, but he gradually entered the belly of the cave. The surrounding air was getting hotter and hotter, and the light in front of him was getting brighter and brighter. Suddenly, he saw a huge pit in front of him. It was filled with boiling lava. The red lava was steaming hot, and there were bubbles coming out from time to time. And the most incredible thing was that in the middle of this boiling lava, there was a giant sleeping. The giant's snoring was like thunder, and it was obviously asleep. Actually, rather than calling it a giant, it would be more accurate to call it a terrifying giant python. The giant python had the body of a human, but there were 100 snake heads on its shoulders. These snake heads had fiery eyes, and they made all sorts of indescribable noises. Those who didn't know the truth would tremble in fear at the sight of a giant python with 100 snake heads. But Pei Ziyun recognized the giant python in front of him at a glance. Is this Typhon? Pei Ziyun thought to himself. He didn't expect that he would be transported to this place one day. Typhon was known as the king of beasts. In Greek mythology, he was a member of the Titan race. He had once attacked Mount Olympus. Pei Ziyun didn't expect to run into his territory. I've only heard that Typhon was suppressed by the gods in Mount Alterna. Could this be Mount Alterna? Pei Ziyun thought to himself. There were many legends about Typhon, but the earliest legend was that Zeus noticed it in time and immediately threw out thunderbolts to attack, directly suppressing it under the mountain. Later, the mountain became Mount Etna. As for Typhon stealing the thunderbolts and breaking the tendons of Zeus, it was added later. Typhon was most famous for having many offspring. They were all famous monsters from Greek mythology: Canis Orthus, Cerberus, Hydra, Chimera, Nemean lion, Draco Laden, the Caucasian eagle, Sphinx, Huscaramian, Gorgon, Scylla, Draco Calci, etc. It could be said that most of the monsters that Pei Ziyun had killed before were its descendants. Typhon? If that's the case, I can understand why Typhon ruled the world in one day. That day, Typhon fought with Zeus for power, although it only lasted for a day. Pei Ziyin thought to himself. Looking at the giant in front of him, Pei Ziyin knew that he had been sent here by some god. Otherwise, no one would have the ability to let him come here. Typhon seemed to be the last son of Gaia. He didn't know how strong he was, but based on his previous attack on Mount Olympus, he shouldn't be weaker than an ordinary god. Looking at the sleeping giant in front of him and listening to his loud snores, Pei Ziyin said softly, "Then let me see how strong you are." After that, Pei Ziyin shouted, "System." A plum flower appeared in front of him and quickly enlarged, turning into an information interface with a faint sense of light. Pre-sense 2/3. Pei Ziyin did not hesitate and added a fate point to it, filling it up. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Typhon's power was instantly exposed in front of Pei Ziyin, and he understood how strong Typhon was. Typhon is so weak. Typhon's weakness was completely beyond Pei Ziyin's expectations. According to his understanding, Typhon had attacked Mount Olympus. Although he was suppressed, he should at least have the strength of an ordinary god. But looking at it now, although Typhon looked huge, he was still a distance away from being a god. He was not even the weakest god. I can only say that he is the most powerful hero, or about the same as Hercules before he became a god. But even the current Typhon is not someone I can defeat. Pei Ziyin measured his strength and thought to himself, I can say that he is the strongest person under the gods. Now that I know the strength of Typhon, should I retreat? Pei Ziyin knew that he could not do anything to Typhon at this moment. It was better to slowly improve his strength. When he was strong, he could find trouble with Typhon. Just as he turned around and planned to retreat to the cave, the information interface with a faint sense of light vibrated. The system is urging me. Pei Ziyin looked and carefully read the mission. Mission: go to the gap between yin and yang, pass through the channel of fate, release the heart of the demon, kill Typhon, and obtain the world. Pei Ziyin seemed to understand. He was originally in the gap of the valley on the island, which was between hell and the mortal world, the gap between yin and yang. But here, he broke the shackles of fate, released the heart of the demon, and killed Typhon. The gods should not be able to find out. The heart of the demon, I seem to understand. Although my space has a little bit of the Dessous True Lord's position, but the Dessous True Lord is related to that world. I can only take away a little seed, and the real thing that can be taken away is the small hall. It was formed by harvesting the demon altar. This should be the heart of the demon. Releasing the heart of the demon can kill Typhon. I understand. I just don't know who sent me here and planned this. This is too scary. Could it be Gaia? A mysterious lady in black flashed in Pei Ziyin's mind, and he thought to himself, could it be her? Without thinking too much, Pei Ziyin slowly activated the Dessous Hall in his space. The hall did not resist and slowly floated up. In a flash, it disappeared and appeared on top of Typhon. Boom! Typhon, who was in a deep sleep, suddenly woke up. He opened his eyes, and all the snakes looked towards the small palace hall. They could feel its source and shouted, "Mine, this is my treasure. I feel that as long as I obtain it, I will be able to control everything." Typhon moved, and the whole cave shook. The rolling lava continued to form huge waves, hitting the surrounding rocks and making loud noises. At the same time, above the cave, there was a rumbling sound. Rocks fell and rolled into the lava, melting into lava. A black stone lit up, and a voice came quickly. It was a woman's voice, and she screamed, "Typhon, why are you shaking the cave? This will be discovered by Zeus. Mother said that you must endure." It's Echidna. When Pei Ziyin heard the voice, he knew that it was the young girl, Echard, who had bright eyes. However, he had no time to turn around. The small hall floating on top of Typhon seemed to resonate with Typhon's angry roar. It floated up and down, and slowly projected a strong light, covering Typhon's entire body. Under the light, Typhon strangely did not move and let the light shine on him. It was as if the light could freeze him and even Typhon was bound. Its resonance. The small hall has activated the inheritance of the demon race? Could it be because Typhon is the ancestor of all demons in Greek mythology? Pei Ziyin had a bad feeling. The small hall then trembled slightly and disappeared from the lava. Boom! Almost at the same time, Pei Ziyun's vision went black, and his soul appeared in the space. In the darkness, the small hall floated in its original position. When Pei Ziyun appeared in the space, he saw that Typhon's soul had also appeared. Battle of inheritance? A message was transmitted, and Pei Ziyun immediately understood. He was the owner of the small hall, and Typhon was the most suitable successor. That was why there was a duel. However, in my space, you were looking for death. Pei Ziyun shouted, "True, sovereign summons." Pooh! A ray of light rushed over, and the soul was instantly dressed in a royal robe. Crown, black robe, white robe, belt, knee cover, white robe, red robe. The difference was that there were only 9 robes and not 12 robes. And in this gap, Typhon was half asleep. It was the power of the palace that allowed him to seize the initiative. Soon, Typhon woke up. 100 snake heads danced quickly, and the snake eyes glowed red. He looked around and found that there was almost nothing in this space. There seemed to be only the treasure that he had been yearning for day and night floating in the high sky. Typhon then stared at Pei Ziyun, who was wearing the robe of a true sovereign. The snakehead swayed and suddenly roared, "What did I see? A deity from another world. No, a demigod who is yet to become a god." You are stealing the power of a deity, you despicable and despicable creature from another world. Could it be that the divine power of Aphrodite that I refined was left in the space and was seen by him? Pei Ziyun thought to himself. At this moment, in the area of the Greek temple, there was a trace of pink divine power that had not been refined. Pei Ziyun guessed that his strength was not enough, or he needed to meet some conditions. Typhon's 100 snakeheads danced rapidly in the air, showing that his heart was extremely restless. He was also full of joy. His intuition told him that this treasure contained the source that he needed. As long as he obtained it, he could break through the restrictions and attack Mount Olympus. He said ecstatically, "Surrender, give me the space, and I can make you a god." Pei Ziyun felt that it was very funny. Typhon had never seen him before, and now he was greedy for his treasure. "You are in my space, and you still dare to be so arrogant?" Pei Ziyun did not expect that the space would directly absorb Typhon's soul. One must know that Typhon was not dead yet, probably because of the 3 drops of blood. Outside, with Pei Ziyun's strength, he would definitely not be a match for Typhon. Maybe he could only flee. But now, soul against soul, Pei Ziyun was also close to the existence of a god in the Great Su dynasty. Although he was only a step away, he was similar to Typhon at this moment. Not to mention that this was Pei Ziyun's space, and he had the home ground. Relying on the space, Pei Ziyun had a good opportunity to kill Typhon. Shameless, lowly creature from another world, you will regret your decision. Typhon immediately roared and rushed over, and the wind suddenly blew in the entire space. Chapter 585. Typhon was extremely angry. With an unstoppable force, he rushed towards Pei Ziyun. Its snake heads were constantly flying, and in an instant, more than a dozen snake heads turned into more than a dozen poisonous arrows, attacking Pei Ziyun, who was standing. Pei Ziyun had an unparalleled advantage in space. When more than a dozen snake arrows were about to reach him, his figure flashed and suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was behind Typhon, and Typhon, who was hit by more than a dozen snake heads, continued to run forward under the inertia of running, but the speed had slowed down. Pei Ziyun's right hand carried a huge force and hit Typhon's back. Bang! More than 50 snakeheads charged towards Pei Ziyun's incoming fist. Half of the snakeheads split up and attacked Pei Ziyun from the left and right, while the middle snakehead collided with Pei Ziyun's right fist, causing a loud sound to ring out. Bang, bang! Another 2 dull, loud noises came, and two snake heads in the middle collided with Pei Ziyun's right fist and then hit the left and right sides of his body, making a tearing sound. All the snake heads were biting and drilling desperately, but Pei Ziyun's soul was like iron and copper, emitting sparks, not afraid of the snakehead's attack. The three snakeheads that attacked Pei Ziyun from three different directions had no effect on him. However, Typhon was not willing to give up. The snakehead attacked again, but this time it changed its method of attack. It did not fight head-on with Pei Ziyun. Instead, it coiled around him and pounced towards him. Ridiculous! Pei Ziyun's figure flashed again, disappeared in place, and appeared 20 meters away, staring coldly at Typhon. At this time, Typhon, who had been running, had turned around. 100 snakeheads flew and roared loudly. Hee hee, what a pitiful creature from another world. Do you think you could defeat the great Typhon with such insignificant skills? It's simply wishful thinking. Pei Ziyun's face was gloomy, and he did not say a word. The two of them were evenly matched, but Pei Ziyun was in space, and he was still hit by Typhon. In fact, he lost by half. It was just that he did not expect Typhon's attack to be completely different from the creatures he had encountered before. Its 100 snakeheads were its sharp weapons, and it could defend and attack 360 degrees without any blind spots. Pei Ziyun's only advantage was that this was his home ground, and he had the ability to teleport. That's right, teleportation was something that even deities would find difficult to do. If Pei Ziyun wanted to attack Typhon, he could only use his teleportation to break through the 100 snakeheads that had no blind spots. Only then would he be able to attack Typhon. However, Typhon's snakehead was very hard and tough. It was not damaged at all when it collided with his fist. I still have a secret weapon, but I may only have one chance to attack it. I must first find its weakness, or lure it to show a weakness. Although these thoughts were complicated, Pei Ziyun was able to understand them in a short amount of time. Die, otherworld creature. Typhon charged towards Pei Ziyun once again. When it was about 10 meters away from him, it split its head by a third and charged towards Pei Ziyun at an even faster speed. The moment the snake heads hit his body, Pei Ziyun disappeared from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already 10 meters away from Typhon. His right fist carried a huge force as he punched out heavily. Boom! Typhon once again sent out more than 10 snake heads to meet Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun disappeared and reappeared at the side, repeating the scene just now. After a while, Pei Ziyun disappeared again, and Typhon split its snake heads to defend. In this way, Pei Ziyun used teleportation to constantly appear around Typhon. Sometimes he was far away, sometimes he was close, and when he was closest, he even appeared directly 1 meter away from Typhon. However, the snakehead's defense was flawless and did not give Pei Ziyun any chance to attack. However, as Pei Ziyun used teleportation to attack Typhon more and more, he became more and more proficient and more convenient, and his speed became faster and faster. Even towards the end, the entire space was filled with Pei Ziyun's figure. Typhon's snakehead had not yet retracted, and Pei Ziyun had already appeared again to attack. Gradually, Typhon felt powerless. Pei Ziyun's speed was too fast, and he had already left afterimages in the space. Finally, Typhon roared out in anger, and 100 snakeheads rushed out, attacking Pei Ziyun from all directions. However, Pei Ziyun's body was already half a meter away from Typhon, and his right fist smashed heavily into Typhon's body. Pong! Typhon's fist protected his chest, blocking Pei Ziyun's fist, but the strong force still smashed Typhon's body. Its body was still in midair, and Pei Ziyun's figure followed closely, and he punched again. This time, Typhon could no longer resist, and was heavily hit by Pei Ziyun's punch. Pooh! Typhon's body fell to the ground. Typhon, I said I would kill you, and I will definitely keep my word, Pei Ziyun said. Typhon's face was gloomy, and he slowly climbed up. He stared at Pei Ziyun. Otherworldly creature, I admit that you are very strong, but I am stronger. Your fist cannot hurt me. Is that so? Pei Ziyun repeated his action. using teleportation to split Typhon's snake head to defend himself. Once again, he got close and punched Typhon. Suddenly, Typhon seemed to have no resistance. More than 10 snake heads flew out of his body, and with lightning speed, attacked Pei Yun's chest. Poo-pee-you. Both of them fell and spat out a mouthful of blood. Pei Yun's figure appeared in the distance, and he wiped the blood off his face. The blood that he spat out was very strange. It was light red with a hint of white, and it flowed back into his body. Pei Yun never thought that Typhon would hide more than 10 snake heads under his body's feathers. He was careless, and he was injured. However, that was all. Next time, he would not give it another chance. Pei Yun's figure faded again, and he appeared beside Typhon. This time, he was not careless. Seeing Typhon's snake head rushing out again, he tried a few more times, and sure enough, there were more snake heads hidden under his feathers. Again and again, he tried and attacked, and his speed was faster than before. Pong! Typhon's body was once again hit by Pei Yun, and he fell to the ground. Pei Yun had collided with Typhon midway, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Pei Yun's blood flowed on the ground, and immediately flowed back into his body. Typhon's blood fell on the ground and wanted to flow back into his body. However, there was a circle of ripples in the air and immediately suppressed the blood, turning it into a stone. Pei Yun looked at the scene, pointed at the stone, and said coldly, "Typhon, look at this. Do you understand? Although the difference in strength between us is not big, this is my home ground. You can't replenish your energy, but I can. You are dead." Typhon was injured again and again, and let out a roar. "Yes, this is your home ground, but I am Typhon. Even if it is your space, it cannot stop my body from transferring power to me. I originally followed my mother's instructions and hid in peace. One day, I will be strong enough to rule the immortal gods and the mortal humans. But you have angered me. I will first destroy this despicable space and then come to kill you." Ong! Typhon roared and called out, only to see a red light outside, forcibly breaking through the space, and the natural disaster came one after another. The foundation of the space was shaking, the wind was howling, the fire was burning, and the water was boiling. This is the natural disaster, the true power of Typhon. Pei Yun immediately realized this, and his figure flashed, filling the space, dragging a series of afterimages. Pung pung pung. Typhon didn't care at all, and only focused on summoning the power of the natural disaster. He laughed, "Your fists can't kill me. My natural disaster will destroy everything." Boom, boom, boom. In just a few moments, the foundation of the space started to crack, and the wind turned into blades, cutting everything in its path. The fire was burning, trying to burn everything, and the water was evaporating. There was a faint flash of lightning. Is that so? It's a pity that I have a trump card, too. Pei Yun saw that Typhon continued to summon the natural disaster and didn't even avoid his fists. He knew that the time had come and shouted, "King Lu's sword." His hands flashed, and a long sword appeared. This sword looked like a black dragon, and when it appeared, Typhon was filled with fear. What is this? Pooh! The long sword pierced forward, and the snake's head tried to block it. However, there was a flash of golden light, and the snake's head fell like a piece of paper. Even Typhon's tough skin couldn't block it, and the long sword pierced through his back. What sword is this? A destructive force erupted from the wound, and Typhon screamed out in pain. Fresh blood, spiritual liquid, flowed out continuously, and when it landed on the ground, it turned into stone. This is the world of Desu. King Lu was chosen by the heavens, and he died by my hands. His imperial chi in the heavens were formed into this sword. I wanted to leave this sword for my descendants after 200 or 300 years, and let them become the seeds of a true dragon. I can use it now. Typhon, it has no effect on the physical body, but has the ability to restrain the soul. It's no weaker than a divine weapon. Now you shall die. Boom. As he spoke, King Lu's sword emitted countless rays of sword light and blasted Typhon's body apart. Typhon paused and fell to the ground, never to get up again. Typhon is dead. Pei Ziyun confirmed that Typhon was dead, because the moment he was killed, the space around him changed drastically. His body sank into the base of the pillars. What he could see was a flight of stairs, all of which were made out of marble, following which the walls of the 12 pillars rose up, forming a shrine. On each of the pillars, there were carvings of different monsters. Pei Ziyin could recognize some of these monsters, but he did not recognize some of them. According to Pei Ziyun's guess, the monsters carved on the pillars were probably the children of Typhon. This was because he saw a female demon, as well as a monster with a lion's head, a goat's body, and a snake's tail. These were all Typhon's children. Only the Vault of Heaven cover has yet to be completed. These weren't the only changes. The two shrines started to resonate and converge together. A beam of light shot out towards Pei Ziyun. Boom! Pei Ziyun didn't dodge the beam of light. His vision turned black, and when he regained consciousness, he realized that he was in darkness. Following which, his eyes lit up. He saw that the lava was rumbling, and even the entire mountain was shaking. I become Typhon. Half of his body was submerged in the lava, and the 100 snakes were dancing according to his will. Before he could even react, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck the mountain, following which a deafening clap of thunder reverberated through the air, causing the entire mountain to tremble. This is the power of Zeus. Not good. Could it be that Zeus has discovered me? Pei Ziyun wondered if the gods had discovered that he had killed Typhon, and Zeus had sent a bolt of lightning to kill him. Although Typhon was suppressed by the gods, Paris, a mere mortal, couldn't act rashly. If the gods were to discover that Paris had killed Typhon, they would definitely strike him. Chapter 586. Pei Ziyun noticed a bolt of lightning coming towards him. He was shocked, thinking that the fact that he had killed Typhon had been exposed, and Zeus was going to kill him with lightning. This was not impossible. Since Typhon had been killed by him, it was impossible for the gods to not notice anything unusual. Pei Ziyun was shocked. Suddenly, he found that he had transformed into Typhon, and he could not help but let out a loud roar. The sound shook the earth. The huge roar made all the beasts silent. The mountains in the distance shook slightly under the roar. Then, Typhon walked out of the cave with firm steps. I can't control Typhon's body, but Typhon's power is constantly increasing. What is this? I feel that the power of natural disasters is gathering. Not only that, but there's also a kind of terrible power that I'm a little familiar with. Is it the power of the demon race? Pei Ziyun was shocked. In his eyes, the power of the demon aura in the whole world seemed to have met its king, cheering and gathering. Typhon's power continued to rise, and he easily crossed the boundary between gods and mortals. His eyes lit up as if the fog had been lifted. In the distance, Mount Olympus appeared in front of Pei Ziyun for the first time. It was majestic, and the huge mountain peak made people feel the majesty of this mountain. Perhaps this was the effect that the gods wanted. It made people feel unreachable when they saw Mount Olympus, and they would respect it in their hearts. This was conducive to maintaining the rule of the gods. No, it's not that simple. Mortals can't see Mount Olympus at all. There's no need to decorate it like this. This mountain seems to be the combination of the power of the gods. Typhon's eyes penetrated thousands of layers of barriers, and he saw the inside of Mount Olympus. The gods looked at Typhon with solemn expressions. Facing its power, even the gods could not help but change their expressions. This is a terrible power, and it is almost catching up with me. Zeus felt the terrible power, and he stood in front of the gods with a solemn expression. His eyes collided with Typhon in the air, and the air was distorted by the collision of their eyes. Zeus held a huge thunderbolt in his hand, ready to strike. The thunderbolt was like a twisted silver snake, held in Zeus's hand, and the power it contained made the surrounding gods slightly move away from it. "Son of Gaia, do you want to resist the rule of the gods?" said the thunderbolt, and then it was thrown down. Boom! The lightning struck at Typhon, who was wreaking havoc at the foot of the mountain. Its speed surpassed the barriers of time and space, and it arrived in an instant, turning into a huge bolt of lightning that crossed the entire world. This streak of lightning caused the earth to tremble, the sky to lose color, the sea to collapse, and the underworld to split apart. All life trembled under this lightning. Facing this bolt of lightning, Pei Ziyun was filled with fear. This was a feeling he hadn't felt in a long time. This was because this bolt of lightning was too powerful. It spanned across the entire sky, and when Pei Ziyun faced it, he felt as though he was facing the entire heavens and earth. It was as though the heavens and earth were pressing down on him. It was as if it had the will of all living beings, causing him to be unable to move, make a sound, or think. However, this body was unimaginably powerful. Its power was continuously increasing, as if there was no end to it. Its body spewed out flames, emitting scorching winds and evaporating water vapor. Its entire power was transmitted through the earth. If lightning represented the will of all living beings, the might of heaven and earth, then the power contained in Typhon's body was a natural disaster. Boom! Typhon raised both his hands and suffered a heavy blow. When the lightning dissipated, Typhon's hands were a little charred, but he was not seriously injured, nor was he dead. He roared and continued to step forward. All the deities were speechless, unable to utter another word, because they knew very well what the failure of this thunderbolt meant. Typhon shouted and took heavy steps towards Mount Olympus. The place where he stood seemed far away from Mount Olympus, but every step he took seemed to cross hundreds of miles. In the sky, the sun and the moon appeared at the same time. The celestial phenomenon of the sun and the moon shining together was not common. The sun god and the moon god drove a carriage from the sky, carrying the brilliance of the sun and the moon, and launched an attack on Typhon. The scorching heat of the sun and the cold of the moon attacked Typhon at the same time. Typhon was not afraid, and was about to move when the sky changed again. Originally, two opposite energies, one cold and one hot, could not coexist, but at this moment, contrary to common sense, they merged together, forming a kind of cold and hot energy, shooting towards Typhon. At this moment, Typhon stood motionless, indomitable, not afraid of the challenge of the gods. He directly punched the light of the sun and the moon. Boom! A roar that shook the heavens and the earth came out, and then stopped abruptly. The attack of the sun and moon did not harm Typhon at all, and was shattered by Typhon. Typhon roared and punched out again. Boom! The carriage of the sun god was smashed into pieces, and the sun god was nowhere to be found. Typhon punched again, and the carriage of the moon god was also smashed. Both the sun and the moon had failed, and the gods along the way were in a panic. They all ran like wolves, trying to escape. They turned into a variety of animals to escape. Hera became a white cow, Apollo became a goshawk, Hermes became a Zhulu, Ares became a fish, Artemis became a house cat, Dionysus became a goat, Hephaestus became a bull, and Leto became a mouse. The whole world became a zoo, with all kinds of animals running in a certain direction. Pei Ziyun could not help but stare. Wait, this seems to be the history of the myths? Pei Ziyun suddenly thought of this. Wasn't this what happened when Typhon attacked Mount Olympus? I remember that there was no such story in the original Greek myths. This is the Greeks coming into contact with the Egyptian belief system and trying to assimilate Egypt, declaring these gods to be a variation of the Olympian gods. Just like how Buddhism was chased out of India by Hinduism, but did not give up. They turned the Hindu gods into demigods and demigods, trying to assimilate. There was no time to think. Pei Ziyun could not control this body, and his body continued to move forward according to its will. The wind gods all fled, rushing into the sea. The water was not even up to their waists, but they stirred the water, stirring up huge waves. Then they split the waves and pulled Poseidon's carriage out of the water. Typhon's body continued to move forward. Without the support of the gods, many areas of the world gradually lost control. Even the sky and the sea could not avoid it. The sky and the sea were boiling, and the gods fled from Mount Olympus, leaving only Athena and Zeus to fight side by side. No, this body's strength is declining. Just as Typhon was about to fight Zeus, the king of the gods, an accident happened. He did not know why. Perhaps it was fate, but Typhon, who was supposed to be able to kill all the gods in one fell swoop, was in trouble. His fist, which was full of power, gradually lost its strength, and then his whole body gradually returned to normal. The incredible power was rapidly retreating from Typhon's body. Zeus and Athena were very sensitive and felt that the incredible power in Typhon's body was rapidly disappearing. Faced with an opportunity, how could they miss it? I am the dark cloud god. Zeus gave an order, and the dark clouds emerged, riding the chariot of time and rushing down. The four wind gods were on his left and right, and the goddess of victory, Nike, raised her shield to protect him. Although Typhon's power was weakening, he did not show any weakness. He grabbed a mountain, pulled it in front of him, and struggled to lift an ice river, throwing it at Zeus. Zeus did not avoid it. Once again, he raised the thunder in his hand and struck at Typhon. Boom! The glacial river exploded, turning into countless hailstones that fell from the sky. Wherever the hailstones fell, countless lives were instantly lost. Following that, thick black clouds flashed, illuminating the entire world. Another bolt of lightning struck down. Boom, boom, boom. Typhon fell into the rapid retreat of his power. How could he resist the unparalleled thunder? Thunder and lightning constantly bombarded Typhon's body, burning all his weird heads. Typhon could no longer hold on and fell from Mount Olympus. Under the bombardment of lightning, his whole body was set ablaze. Zeus was about to kill him when the three goddesses of fate appeared. Great Father, you are destined to defeat him, but you cannot kill him. He is the youngest son of Gaia. When the other Titan gods are sent to hell, he can be kept because we must tolerate the mother of the gods. Zeus became the new ruler of the world, and all the sons of Gaia, the Titans, were sent to Tartarus. He had to leave Gaia some hope. After all, he could send the Titans to Tartarus, but the earth could not replace them. Without the earth, the whole world would collapse. But you can rest assured that she will not be able to shake your royal power in the foreseeable future. The three goddesses spoke at the same time, and Zeus hesitated. First, Zeus married Metis. She was the smartest among the gods and mortals. When she was about to give birth to the bright-eyed goddess Athena, Zeus deceived her with flowery words and swallowed her into his stomach. Because Metis was destined to give birth to several powerful children, Zeus swallowed her into his stomach first, so that the goddess could advise him and turn misfortune into fortune. Zeus, who had obtained the wisdom of Metis, naturally understood the horror of fate. As for killing, looking at the whole of Greek mythology, there was only suppression, not the killing of gods. After thinking for a long time, Zeus realized that Typhon's power was declining. It was so fast that even he was surprised. In the blink of an eye, Typhon had fallen from a main god to an ordinary god, and it did not stop there. The current Typhon is just a terrible monster, but monsters are just playthings. Seeing this, Zeus finally nodded. He pulled up a mountain and pressed it down heavily on Typhon. One day to rule the world. Could it be that the heart of the demon race only provides him with power for one day? Poseidon thought to himself. Boom! The huge mountain fell, and Poseidon's vision went black, and he fainted. After that, the whole earth shook and even caused a tsunami. It was unknown how many lives were affected. Chapter 587. Poseidon woke up and found himself lying in the middle of a stone hall. This is the stone hall at the entrance to the underworld of Oceanus. Poseidon stood up. After a few minutes, his eyes started to adjust to the surroundings. Was that a dream? When Poseidon woke up, he was surrounded by a flashing, mysterious pattern. All of a sudden, a bright light flashed before it dimmed and disappeared. Whether it was a dream or not, I just have to look at the system. Pei Ziyan looked at the mysterious pattern and pondered. No matter what, he believed that the system would record it down. He then called out, "System." As he called out, a plum blossom appeared in front of him. It grew bigger and bigger, turning into an information interface. He looked at it. Mission: head towards the crack between yin and yang. Pass through the channel of fate and release the heart of the demon race. Kill Typhon and obtain the world in a day. Completed. Mission: help the Greek states get involved in the War of Troy. May 5th, the mission to obtain the world in a day flashed, urging him to confirm it. Pei Ziyan looked at it and did not confirm it. He thought to himself, the pawns in Greece have finally gotten more of the Greek states involved. He then clicked on the mission to promote the Greek states. Although I used up 1 point, I still have 14 points left. Following which, he clicked on the mission for the day. Boom! The system vibrated. Through the mysterious lady's path of fate, you were able to transcend time. By opening up a branch of fate, you were able to steal the glory and authority of the gods from the past. You have obtained the qualifications to become a Greek god. At the cost of 25 points, you can use the 3 goddesses of fate to issue an oracle to gain the recognition of the world and the gods. However, you do not possess the power of fate. Pei Ziyan understood this point very well. Strictly speaking, his oracle was just a fake oracle. It was not a real oracle. Mission: Oracle of the 3 goddesses of fate, many sons of the gods, countless heroes, their noble blood will be spilled on Troy. A new god will be born among the mortals. 14/25. Pei Ziyan's heart trembled. After experiencing the Su true Lord's position, he naturally knew how valuable a true god was. Although this world was originally a true god's world, the difficulty of obtaining one was no less than that of the Dsu true Lord. In the whole of Greek mythology, other than the bloodline of the gods, the only mortal who wanted to become a god was Hercules. And whether it's the hints from previous records or what I've heard in this world, it doesn't seem to be that perfect. While gods and cultivating to become gods don't joke around. In his past life, Pei Ziyan had seen stories of mortals who had transmigrated to the Greek world to cultivate and become gods. However, after some thought, he knew that it was impossible. Not to mention the laws of the world, just the fact that a mortal could become a god through cultivation was enough to shake the order of the world and destroy the very foundation of the gods. If gods can cultivate, then what's so special about the gods? The gods will definitely descend and kill this new god at the first opportunity. They won't even recognize their own kin. Even if you're Zeus's father, let alone Zeus's son, even Zeus himself wouldn't be able to do it. If he dared to destroy the foundation of the gods would unite and kill him. But now, I've used this method to legally obtain this opportunity. Fate points, so this is what they do. Pei Ziyan naturally knew that without Typhon, no amount of fate points would be able to move this position. Just as he was thinking, and before he had time to look at the other rewards, a strange sound came from underground. The sound came from afar, and within a breath's time, it appeared in front of Pei Ziyan. Pei Ziyan looked at it and realized that it was a group of translucent Yin spirits. These Yin spirits must have smelled the scent of a living person. Before he could think, the Yin spirits had already pounced on him. Pei Ziyan was about to unsheath his sword when suddenly, a faint light shone from his body. Pu. These Yin spirits were translucent, and when they came into contact with a faint light, it was like snowflakes meeting fire. They were instantly extinguished. Although the remaining Yin spirits had no intelligence, when they smelled this scent, they immediately turned and ran back underground. Pei Ziyan did not chase after them, allowing them to escape. What is this? These Yin spirits were weak and did not increase his strength. Since they posed no threat to him, he could not be bothered to chase after them. Pei Ziyan was more interested in what had just happened. Divine aura? Divine aura? Pei Ziyan placed his sword back on his waist and walked out of the crack in the valley. As soon as he walked out, the sunlight outside forced him to close his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he saw a familiar figure. It was the mysterious Lady Phantom. She seemed to be exhausted, and her silhouette was fading. Without waiting for Pei Ziyun to ask, she said, "The forking of fate has been completed. Young Prince Paris, let me give you a piece of advice. The gods are jealous. Before you become strong enough, hide your true self. Your bloodline is very strong now." As soon as she finished speaking, she did not wait for Pei Ziyun's reply and disappeared. Pei Ziyun hurriedly shouted, "Esteemed lady, is there anything you need my help with? Nothing is set in stone yet. Wait until you succeed." After saying that, the phantom lady disappeared from where she stood. "Is that so?" Pei Ziyun muttered to himself. He finally understood. It seemed like everything that had happened to him recently had been orchestrated by this mysterious lady. Killing Typhon was also part of her plan. No, Typhon could have killed himself. Pei Ziyun had never overestimated himself. Looking at the words, "opening a branch of fate," he frowned. "As long as I have the heart of the demon, it will do." Pei Ziyun felt that his biggest gain this time was actually seeing the gods face to face, as well as their powers. Typhon's powers are very exaggerated compared to mortals. However, to the gods, it is very weak. Not to mention Zeus, even the goddess of youth, Hebe, who poured wine for the gods, would be able to defeat him. How could he rule the world in a day and even fight against Zeus? Zeus could destroy him with a single breath. Could it be that I was destined to appear and use the heart of the demon to influence fate? As for ruling the world in a day, I've thought it through. The demons in this world are only at this level. As for the demons, Pei Ziyun did not pay much attention to them. There were very few demons in this world. How many plant spirits and animal spirits were there? To be able to rule the world in a day was already the limit. It did not mean that the demons had this much potential, but that their numbers and influence were limited. As for the expansion of the world, did they think the gods were dead? There were no demons. They were all trying to eliminate all potential threats, heroes and monsters, who would allow the demons to grow stronger. The legend of Typhon was originally just an interlude. It naturally represented the past. However, with the addition of the gods turning into animals, the meaning was huge. It meant that the gods of Egypt were transformed from the gods of Greece. Of course, I know from history that this is impossible. This is just a symbol, a weak channel to assimilate the gods of Egypt. This has nothing to do with me. Pei Ziyun thought about all this and frowned. I can remember the gods' powers the moment I see them. But Lady Phantom is very strange. I can feel that she has the aura of Gaia, but it is not. She has a very thick aura of fate, but it is different from the three goddesses of fate. Forget it. Pei Ziyun looked at the system and realized that after completing this journey of fate, he could obtain 5 fate points. It was even more than all the recent events that had happened. Mission: Prophecy of the Three Goddesses of Fate, many sons of the gods, countless heroes, their noble blood spilled on Troy, and a new god will be born from the mortals, 1925. 6 more, and I'll be done. Fate points were often used in crucial moments. Pei Ziyun placed great importance on them. He looked at his level again and realized that there was a huge increase. Hero Bloodline Level 5, 81, 5%. Pei Ziyun frowned. It seemed like a lot. It was originally 31, 5%. It had increased by 50%, and it was still increasing. But this was not right. I've recently killed 3 monsters, 1 hero, and some ordinary monsters that were weak, but still manageable. With all these powers added up, I can understand the 50% increase. But if that's the case, killing Typhon did not give me any power. Was it because of the position? Did it form a temple? Pei Ziyun was confused. He thought to himself, or is Typhon not dead? If I have time, I have to go down to Mount Etna to see if it's still alive. However, Lady Phantom's reminder is correct. My bloodline now is not any weaker than Big Ajax and Hector. When he first fought against the Greeks, he met Big Ajax on the battlefield. Big Ajax was so strong. Although he could deal with it with his own abilities, it was still very dangerous. But now it was different. Pei already had the power to kill Big Ajax. Indeed, to be able to increase my strength so quickly is already my limit. Before I accumulate enough experience, I can't increase it anymore. Pei thought to himself. Although his current strength was considered strong in the entire Troy War, it was not enough to break the balance. If he continued to increase it, he would be noticed by the gods. If he continued to lie low and hide the experience he gained, when he accumulated enough experience, he would be able to cross the heavenly chasm between man and God. The gods would not even have time to react. Only then could he ensure his own safety. Now it's time to go back and find Kale. Once I get the sea map, I'll go back. Pei thought to himself as he slowly returned to the foggy beach. When he passed through the forest, there was not even a single monster. The ship was quietly docked on the beach. Pei boarded the ship and took advantage of the high tide at night to sail out to sea. The next day, he gave the order to set sail. After a period of sailing, he returned to the island of Ej. He ordered the sailors to dock the ship on the beach and headed towards Kale's palace. Pei had just arrived at the entrance of Kale's palace when suddenly 3 lions pounced on him. Pei eyes turned cold. He did not expect that the witch would show her strength the moment he returned to Kale's palace. Was she not going to fulfill her promise? Die. He pulled out his long sword and stabbed it into the head of one of the lions that pounced on him. With a flash, he avoided the attacks of 2 lions. Before they could react, he stabbed his sword twice and killed them. After killing them, Pei shouted, "Kale, are you going back on your word?" As soon as Pei Ziyun's voice fell, the 3 lions that he had just killed transformed into human forms. Some were middle-aged, some were young. They wore armor and looked like warriors. Chapter 588. No, you came too quickly. I just didn't comfort them well enough. Kale's voice came from within the palace. He then led a group of fairies out of the palace. Kale said gently, "Prince Paris, if you return to Troy, you will face a terrifying fate. If you stay here, you might be able to live peacefully." Pei knew that Kale was speaking the truth. If it was the original Paris, if he returned to Troy, he would undoubtedly face the judgment of fate. But Pei was different. He came to this world with a goal in mind. He had not obtained the golden apple, nor had he completed the plum blossom task. How could he hide? He could only face it head-on and quickly increase his strength to face his impending fate. "No, Kale, thank you for your kindness, but I have decided to return to Troy. That is my home. If there's a terrifying fate waiting for me there, then I have to face it even more. Prince Paris, since you are so determined, I will not stop you." As he said this, Kale handed the map to Pei regretfully. Pei took the map and confirmed it. He then smiled. "Kale, you have helped me. You will not regret it." Mount Olympus, the gods, sat around the clouds. Through them, they saw Prince Paris riding a ship back to Troy. This was beyond the gods' expectations. Originally, they had planned to exile Prince Paris for a long time, and only let him return to Troy when the war against Troy was about to end. But now, Paris had only been gone for a month, and he had successfully found the map and was on his way back to Troy. "Do we need to stop Paris from returning to Troy?" Athena asked Hera. Hera's original intention was to stop Paris from returning, but Zeus had other plans. He said, "There's no need, but you can transfer Achilles over. It's about time for him to go on stage." 2 years had passed since the war against Troy. It coincided with the time of the war in history. At this time, Achilles could participate in the war. At this moment, the scene in the clouds changed to the scene of the Amazon. "Look, the Amazon queen is coming to Troy," Hera said as she looked at the scene in the clouds. At this time, in the Amazon kingdom, Queen Penthesilea was preparing the necessary supplies for the war. The gods could foresee that Queen Penthesilea of the Amazon would come to Troy. "Should we continue to attack the Amazon?" Athena asked. The gods had already decided on a strategy to attack the Amazon and force Queen Penthesilea to participate in the Battle of Troy. In history, Penthesilea accidentally killed her younger sister while hunting due to the interference of the gods, and was hunted down by the three goddesses of fate. In order to atone for her sins, she had no choice but to participate in the Battle of Troy, and in the end, she sacrificed herself on the battlefield. Hera glanced at Artemis and Ares in the distance and said, Penthesilea was supposed to kill her sister to urge her to go to the battlefield of Troy, but now that she has come of her own accord, there is no need to continue to kill her. We still have to consider the feelings of Artemis and Ares. Athena nodded her head slightly in agreement. These were all minor changes caused by Pei Zi Yun changing the script. It seemed so natural that even the gods of Mount Olympus did not suspect anything and could only correct it. The Greek camp at this time, these people had been camping here for a few years, which meant that they had been away from their homes for a few years. The camp was relatively simple at first, but it gradually became more and more complete. Now, it was a town, and the big tent in the center of the camp had long been built with stone. These were all mined from the surrounding stone mountains, and the people around Troy were used to build it. Around the big tent in the center, some of the important hero princes' tents were made of stone, and some were made of wood. Only the barracks of the ordinary soldiers were still tents, but they were more complete than before. At this time, in a room, the Greek prophet Calchas woke up from his dream and sighed. Master, are you thirsty? I brought honey wine. The servant saw him and raised the candle to let more light into the room, and took out a silver wine jug. Give me a cup. Calchas' heart was beating fast, but he did not reject the servant's offer. A god had just appeared in his dream and told him a piece of news, asking him and Austin to welcome Achilles to Troy. That's how hard it is to be a prophet. Finishing the wine, Calchas got up from his bed and put on his clothes. He quickly went to Austin's tent. Under the candlelight, Austin was writing a letter overnight. When he saw Calchas walk in, his expression changed slightly, but he hid it well, and a smile appeared on his face. Austin, the gods have given us another task. We have to invite Achilles. No matter what reason he has, we have to invite him. After Calchas entered, he did not exchange pleasantries with Austin and went straight to the point. I understand, but Achilles' mother, Thetis, is not an ordinary goddess. Will she stop us from carrying out our mission? Austin's face darkened, and he spoke cautiously. Because he was blessed by the gods, he knew many secrets, and he had a better understanding of the status and power of Achilles' mother. Thetis was the daughter of the sea god Nereus and the sea goddess Doris. This identity was not a big deal, but the key was that during the War of the Titans, she had summoned the Cinemanes to help Zeus fight against the Titans, which was a great contribution to Zeus. This directly showed her status. Calchas' face darkened as well, but he said, "This is the business of the gods. We just have to do our best." There was one thing he did not mention. Since the gods had arranged for this, they would definitely consider Thetis' influence, and he believed that some gods had already gone. Furthermore, he believed that Austin would understand a relationship between the two of them. To avoid offending a deity, he did not point this out. Hearing Calchas' words, Austin thought about it and said, "Okay, I'll talk to General Agamemnon about this tomorrow." After these few years of war, Agamemnon's authority had become more and more deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and they had gradually developed trust in him. If there were no accidents, when Agamemnon conquered Troy and won this war, his prestige would reach its peak. However, this was not in the interests of the gods. But at this moment, everyone still trusted Agamemnon very much, and they would report anything to him. Ocean, palace far away at the bottom of the sea, there was a palace hidden underwater. The palace was not affected by the seawater at all, and it was glorious. At this moment, in the underwater palace, Thetis opened the water mirror in front of her, and it showed the conversation between Calchas and Austin. She had also heard the entire conversation between Calchas and Austin. This day has finally come. Thetis was furious. In order to defeat fate, she had not hesitated to soak Achilles in the river Styx to make him immortal. But in the end, she had failed. Later, in order to resist the arrangement of fate, she entrusted the young Achilles to Lycomedes, the king of Cylus, hoping that he could raise Achilles to adulthood and escape from the cruel arrangement of fate. But even after spending so much effort, he still could not escape fate. When she saw the two mortals talking about taking Achilles to Troy, she could not help but feel a wave of anger in her heart. She wanted to teach these two mortals who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth a lesson, and let them understand that the child Thetis was not someone they could plot against. Thinking of this, she was about to get up. "Honorable Thetis, what do you want to do?" At this moment, a young man appeared, holding a twin snake staff in his hands. He had a slightly frivolous smile, and the small wings behind his ears and feet were still flapping. It seemed like he had just arrived. "It's Hermes!" Holding the snake-shaped staff, Hermes passed through the seawater and directly arrived at Thetis's underwater palace. He looked at Thetis, who was about to get up. Thetis was silent. She knew that Hermes had come to stop her. Sure enough, she heard Hermes continue. "Didn't you already know and agree not to interfere with Achilles' fate?" Thetis was still silent. She had indeed agreed to such a request when she was disheartened, but Achilles was her child after all. Seeing the fate he was about to face, how could she bear to see it? So she could not help but stop him. "Don't go against Zeus. You know, this concerns Zeus' fate, and he will not forgive you." Hermes stopped smiling and gave a sincere warning. "But the prophecy may not be me. Métis may not be it, and I may not be it." Faced with Hermes' aggressiveness, Thetis, who had been silent, could not help but speak up. "Thetis, you are right, but as long as there is a trace of possibility, Zeus will not let it go." Hermes' words were close to a threat, clearly telling Thetis that this time it was Zeus who felt threatened, and that she should not interfere, or he would deal with her as well. Thetis was silent. The terrible prophecy of Prometheus had troubled Zeus. Métis was Zeus' first wife and Athena's mother, but even so, Zeus had mercilessly swallowed her into his stomach, let alone herself. Fate was ever-changing. If Métis could not complete the prophecy, then it would be her, Thetis, next, and perhaps there would be other goddesses in the future. If there was suspicion, then it must be eliminated. This was Zeus' logic. If Thetis was not a god, perhaps killing her would be a better solution. Also, Peleus, your husband is only the grandson of Zeus, but Achilles' divine blood is almost catching up to Hercules, right? This constantly increasing divine blood is too shocking for the gods. Hercules completed 12 impossible tasks and became a god. This could be considered the arrangement of fate, but the gods did not want to see a hero like Hercules appear among the heroes of mankind. And now it seemed that Achilles, who had rich divine blood and was constantly approaching Hercules, was the most likely to meet this condition and might even surpass Hercules. So he must die. Hermes made a conclusion, with the coldness and determination unique to gods. Hearing this, Thetis took 3 steps back and let out a deep sigh. As a mother who loved her child deeply, what could be more heartbreaking than watching her child die in front of her and being powerless to do anything about it? But she had no choice. The root cause of the Battle of Troy was the terrible prophecy of Prometheus. A wrong marriage will bring destruction to the king of the gods. Fate turned to Métis, and before Athena was born, Zeus swallowed her. Now it was Thetis' turn. Zeus arranged for Thetis to marry the mortal hero Peleus, and they gave birth to Achilles. In order to reasonably kill Achilles, the son of destiny, Zeus launched the Battle of Troy. As for the elimination of the human heroes, it was only incidental. Therefore, the death of Achilles was a foregone conclusion. Everyone else could live, but he would definitely die. Hermes looked at her sympathetically and said, "Thetis, don't stop him. Otherwise, no matter how much affection and merit you have, it will be useless in the face of Zeus' anger and thunder." With that, Hermes flapped his wings and disappeared into the sea in an instant. Chapter 589. Scuros Island. The island had beautiful scenery, and the olive forest made Scuros Island look very civilized. At the same time, Scuros Island was also rich in spices. These products made the residents of Scuros Island wealthier, and their lives were more relaxed. Odysseus and the Greek prophet Calchas were on a ship heading towards Skyros Island. After a few months of trekking on the sea, they could finally see the outline of Skyros Island in their sights. "We're almost there," Calchas said as he gazed into the distance at the faintly discernible island. Anyone who had been sailing at sea for 2 months would feel a heartfelt joy as they approached their destination. Austin, on the other hand, was worried. "Prophet Calchas, it will take us a few months to go back and forth. This is too tiring and a waste of time. Are you sure Achilles is on this island?" "I'm sure," Calchas said seriously. Not only did he know where Achilles lived, but he also knew Achilles' role in the Battle of Troy. This was all God's guidance. Achilles had never been out of God's sight, and all of Tethya's efforts were in vain. As the two spoke, the ship approached the port of Skyros Island. At this moment, there were 7 ships at the port, and people were coming and going. Most of them had come to Skyros Island to collect olives and spices. When the ship docked, Odysseus and Calchas disembarked. Odysseus looked at the port and said with envy, "Skyros Island is so prosperous." He looked at the prosperous scene before him and thought about his kingdom of Ithaca. He felt that it was completely different. These are all merchants who come here to collect spices and olives. "This is normal," Calchas said. "Let's go and visit our old friend, Lycomedes." Then, Odysseus and Calchas led a group of soldiers to the palace. At the palace gate, King Lycomedes had received the news and was waiting there. Soon, the chariot that Odysseus and Calchas were in appeared in Lycomedes' sight. When the two got off, King Lycomedes went up to them and said warmly, "Honorable guests, welcome from afar. I have prepared a sumptuous banquet for you in the palace." "King Lycomedes, thank you very much for your warm welcome." Calchas and Odysseus chatted. After that, they followed Lycomedes to the banquet hall of the palace. Inside the banquet hall, Lycomedes had called all the princes of the kingdom to attend the banquet. It was obvious that the arrival of Austin and Calchas was very important to him. The tables in the banquet hall were also filled with all kinds of barbecued meat and fine wine. Austin looked at the wine jugs on the table. They were all inlaid with gold, and the cups were also bronze. He could not help but think to himself, "The kingdom of Skyless sure is rich." There was another burst of envy in his heart, along with a faint trace of jealousy. Of course, Lycomedes did not know what Odysseus was thinking. When he saw that everyone was seated, he picked up the wine cup on the table and said, "Come, let's toast and welcome our guests from afar, King Odysseus of Ithaca and the Greek prophet Calchas." After that, he downed the wine in one gulp. Everyone followed suit and downed the wine in their cups. The atmosphere of the banquet was very warm. Suddenly, Calchas raised his wine cup, stood up, and said, "Respected King Lycomedes, thank you very much for your warm welcome. This time, we are under the orders of the commander of the Greek allied forces, Agamemnon. We hope to bring Achilles, the son of Peleus, back to Troy." When Lycomedes heard Calchas' request, he shook his head and said, "Peleus' son? No, no. I can swear to God that I have never adopted Peleus' son." Lycomedes' tone was firm, and it did not seem like he was faking it. Odysseus and Calchas were momentarily speechless. He then continued, "But the child that you are talking about is only a girl. She grew up with my princesses, and I have not seen her for a long time. I do not recognize her." Odysseus and Calchas were overjoyed and expressed their intention to take a look at the girl. Lycomedes was a little unhappy with the two's request, but he still agreed in the end. He turned around and ordered, "Go get all the girls in my palace." Lycomedes summoned all the princesses to the banquet hall for Odysseus and Calchas to identify them. After a while, a group of princesses arrived. They were all around 15 or 16 years old. Odysseus and Calchas immediately left their seats and carefully looked at the many princesses. Their eyes swept up and down, trying to find some clues from these princesses. However, no matter how sharp the two heroes' eyes were, they could not tell which one of them was Achilles in female clothing. Odysseus sneaked up to Calchas and said, "Could it be that King Lycomedes is playing a trick, or is Achilles not even among them?" Odysseus was very good at scheming. It was easy for him to judge others by his own standards. Whenever something did not go his way, he would think that others were also scheming to fool him. Calchas looked at Odysseus and replied, "Honorable Odysseus, King Lycomedes is not playing a trick. He really thinks that Achilles is a girl, and Achilles is definitely among them. It is just that he has been playing with the princesses since he was 9, so it is not easy to tell. Also, even if Lycomedes is hiding it, it is normal. This is something that Thetis entrusted to him, so he has to take good care of her." Thetis herself was not strong. She was only a lesser goddess, but she was the daughter of Nereus and Doris, the goddess of the sea. She had also performed meritorious deeds for Zeus, so it was natural for Lycomedes to take care of her. "I see, but it will not be easy to find Achilles," Odysseus said. "Although it will not be easy, we have to complete the mission this time." Odysseus nodded. He understood the special nature of this mission. This was a mission given by the gods, so he could not reject it. He had to find a way to complete it. After a while, the banquet gradually dispersed, but Odysseus and Calchas were still thinking of ways to find Achilles. Looking at the princesses standing in the hall, the cunning Odysseus suddenly came up with a plan. He said to Calchas, "I have a plan to find Achilles, but I need King Lycomedes' permission." Calchas was a little curious and asked, "What plan?" So Odysseus told him his plan in a low voice, but Calchas was the one to communicate with Lycomedes. After Calchas heard the plan, he looked at Odysseus in a new light. He felt that although he was cunning, he was very intelligent and could often come up with plans that normal people could not think of. He found Lycomedes and said, "Honorable King Lycomedes, we will use the horn of war to find Achilles. I hope it will not affect your kingdom." Although Lycomedes was not happy, he could not reject Calchas' request. "The great Greek prophet Calchas, just do it. I will give the order, and it will not affect you." "Thank you so much, King Lycomedes," Calchas said and left to tell the good news to Odysseus. Hearing that Lycomedes had agreed to this plan, Odysseus was happy. He asked someone to bring a spear and a shield and place them in the hall. He then ordered his followers to blow the horn of war and the sound of footsteps, as if enemies were charging into the palace. As soon as the battle horn sounded, the princesses in the palace turned pale with fright. A small country in Greece only had a few thousand people, and the so-called royal palace was a relatively grand building. It was not impossible for it to be attacked. They immediately hid, and only one girl remained in place. In order to protect her beloved princesses and to show her bravery in front of them, the girl resolutely picked up the spear and shield on the ground. Odysseus and Calchas, who had not gone far, secretly looked in the corner. When they saw the horn of war sound and the princesses ran away, they saw someone pick up the spear and shield on the ground. They were sure that this person was the Achilles they were looking for. The two ran out excitedly, and Calchas said, "Achilles, we found you. Your father, the great hero Peleus, once swore on Helen's marriage, which was blessed by the gods, to protect the legitimate marriage from being broken. Now that Prince Paris has broken the sacred marriage, all the princes who swore must go to war. Your father is too old to go, so you have to go in your father's place." Achilles, who was standing, was speechless. He was too young and did not know about these complicated plots. He really thought that the enemies had attacked the palace. When his mother left, she warned him not to expose his identity, but now it was all over. "Are you here to ask me to help you defeat your enemies?" Achilles asked directly. Odysseus rolled his eyes and had an idea. He said, "No, Achilles, you can't defeat them alone. We're just following the oath and bringing you to Troy." Even though Achilles was not old, he could not tolerate Odysseus' disdain. He said, "Don't worry, since you found me, I will go with you to Troy. I alone can defeat Troy and kill Prince Paris." The corner of Odysseus's mouth curled up, revealing a smile of success. "I hope that when I go to Troy, I can bring my coach Phoenix and my friend Patroclus with me. We have 50 battleships." "No problem," Calchas said as he exchanged glances with Austin. Both of them were overjoyed. Odysseus only had 8 battleships in the entire Ithacal kingdom, and the wealth left behind by the hero Peleus was not small. Chapter 590. Skyless Island. Port today, the port was busier than usual. There were 50 more warships, and servants were carrying supplies to and fro the warships. Achilles had already put on his battle robe and even armor. His eyebrows were slender, his pupils were black, and his lips had a light color, making him look noble. At this moment, he looked very handsome, but he was no longer a young girl, but a brave warrior. In the distance, a carriage came slowly and stopped at the port. A real girl got out of it. Austin looked over and saw that it was one of the princesses. "It's King Lycomed's daughter, Idamia," the prophet Calchas said after a glance. Idamia was crying as she walked to where Achilles was standing. When she reached Achilles, she hugged him tightly and cried even louder. Not long ago, Idamia discovered the secret that Achilles was a boy, and the two of them fell in love. At this moment, she hugged Achilles. "My dear, I finally found out your identity, and now you are leaving. Troy is so far away. When will you come back?" "Dear Idamia, I am also very sad to part with you, but my fate has forced me to follow the 2 ambassadors to Troy. But don't worry, I will be back soon," Achilles said. "My dear, do you know, I already have a child in my stomach, and he also hopes that you will come back as soon as possible," Idamia said in a low voice. "Really?" Achilles asked in surprise. Seeing Idamia nodding, Achilles was extremely excited and hugged Idamia tightly in his arms. He really did not expect Idamia to bring such good news. Faced with the pregnant Idamia, he felt that he should help the Greeks defeat Troy as soon as possible so that he could rush back to Skyless Island as soon as possible. "Dear Idamia, I promise you that I will be back soon, and then I hope to see our child born. Go. I will wait for your triumphant return." Idamia wiped the tears on her face and said with a smile. Achilles kissed her on the forehead and turned to board the warship. There is already a child in her womb. The distant prophet Calchas' eyes flashed, and he suddenly said, "This is the will of the gods." Austin nodded in agreement, but he did not say anything. Set sail. The flag-bearer signaled the start of the voyage, and a series of orders were given. The sails of the warships were all opened, and they slowly sailed out of Skylos Island, heading towards Troy. Mount Olympus, the gods, had a panoramic view of the situation on Skylos Island from the clouds. Seeing the fleet set off, everyone knew that the Battle of Troy was about to usher in another turning point. Achilles has set off. Watching the ships set off one after another and sailed out of the port, Hera's mind was not here at this time. She asked Hermes, "Is there any problem with Idamia's child?" Hera was very concerned about the fetus in Idamia's womb. She did not want to cut off Achilles, and then there would be another person who was as powerful as him, or even more powerful. "Don't worry, there is no problem. I have personally checked her child, and everything is normal. Her child's bloodline has decreased sharply, and it is only equivalent to the bloodline of a 3rd-generation divine descendant." Hermes paused, and then said, "I have already asked the goddess of fortune about this, and she did not find any abnormalities. Ever since the example of Hercules appeared in the past, no one was willing to see an overly powerful hero appear among the human heroes. People with powerful divine bloodlines were undoubtedly a potential threat, because only they could become people that even the gods found difficult to deal with." Hera nodded, very satisfied with Hermes' answer. Everything was actually arranged by Zeus, and she was only carrying out Zeus's will. There was once a prophecy that Tethys would give birth to a child that would far surpass his father, which alerted Zeus. He immediately stopped his pursuit of her and married her to Peleus, the king of the Myrmidons. Peleus was only the grandson of Zeus, and he himself belonged to the 3rd-generation divine descendant. But the child he had with Tethys, Achilles, had divine bloodline almost catching up with Hercules, the son of Zeus, which was a typical atavism, equivalent to the 2nd generation. This could not help but remind Zeus of the prophecy. Moreover, It could be observed that this child's divine bloodline was still growing, so it had to be cut off. However, Idamea's child did not inherit this characteristic, so there was no need to cut it off. In fact, it could not be inherited. If this kind of child won from generation to generation, not to mention destiny, even the world could not bear it. Continue to observe and pay attention, and when the child is born, check again, Hera ordered. I will observe, Hermes promised. Also, you see, Troy is getting stronger and stronger, which is not in the interest of Greece, and must be cleaned up by Achilles, Hera said again. I understand, Hermes said, and shifted his gaze to the port of Troy. Troy, the secret port. The Amazon queen Penthesilea led her fleet ashore and led the powerful female Amazon warriors down from the warship slowly. Although it was at war on the port, the Trojan guards were divided into 2 rows, with a thick blanket in the middle to show respect for the guests who came from afar. Isn't this a little too grand? Why is there a gorgeous carpet under my feet? This is the etiquette to welcome the gods, and it is too much to welcome a mortal. Please remove these respectful etiquettes, or the gods will be jealous of me. Penthesilea was very touched, and said this, but she still walked across the carpet. A golden chariot pulled by 4 horses was quietly parked there, and the servants had already bowed and opened the curtain for Queen Penthesilea. Penthesilea got on the chariot, and just as she sat down, the coachman started the chariot. Pa! With a crisp sound of the whip, the 4 horses pulled the golden chariot and galloped towards the direction of the city of Troy. The female Amazon warriors riding on the Amazon horses followed. The chariot drove to the gate of Troy and slowly slowed down. Even the allies who came to help Troy had to go through a series of inspections before they were allowed to enter. Because the Greeks were stationed at the port of Troy, not far away, and in order to prevent any accidents, the inspection at the gate of Troy had always been very strict. The chariot entered the city of Troy, and under the coachman's driving, it galloped towards the palace. After a while, Penthesilea realized that the chariot was gradually slowing down. When she looked, she realized that the chariot was parked in front of a palace, and the scale of the palace was far larger than the Amazon. But Penthesilea would not know that the Amazon palace was really terrible, and was considered to be the lowest among the kingdoms and city-states of Asia Minor. The king of Troy, Priam, was already waiting at the gate of the palace with a group of people. When he saw the chariot stop at the gate of the palace, he went to welcome it. When Priam saw the woman coming down from the chariot, he immediately knew that this was the famous Amazon, Queen Penthesilea. He said, "Dear Queen Penthesilea, welcome from afar. Troy is honored by your arrival, and we have prepared a grand banquet for you in the palace. Please follow me." As he spoke, Priam personally led the way for the Amazon Queen Penthesilea all the way to the banquet restaurant. Penthesilea originally thought that she would arrive in Troy alone, but when she followed Priam into the banquet hall, she found that the hall was filled with the kings and heroes of the kingdoms and city-states. Everyone saw the Amazon Queen coming in, and there were kings who were familiar with her, and they even greeted her. Mysia, Linassos, Thebes, and now the Amazon. Our Trojans are getting stronger and stronger. King Priam looked at the allies of Troy, who rushed into the hall with a red face. This strength was unimaginable in the past. Now more and more city-states and kingdoms are gathering to resist the tyranny of the Greeks. Our strength is also getting stronger and stronger, and I seem to see the dawn of victory. Priam thought of this and sighed. This was a matter of course. The Greeks went on an arduous expedition, and for logistical supplies, they naturally had to attack the nearby city-states to plunder wealth and food to replenish themselves. If Troy did not fight and did not help these city-states that were attacked by the Greeks, then these city-states would naturally not be able to withstand the attacks of the Greeks, and it would only be a matter of time before they were conquered. And the dead did not have a complete revenge, so naturally there was no backlash. There was no retribution for anesthetics here. But now with the support of Troy, although there were city-states that were conquered and became a source of power for the Greeks, more than half of the city-states survived. Moreover, These city-states experienced war, and many people died. The surviving city-states all swore to fight the Greeks to the end. This was undoubtedly good news for Troy, and these people would become the most solid allies of Troy. All of this was Paris's achievement, but now, where is this son of his? King Priam sighed inwardly. He looked at Oenone and Helen, who were sitting in the corner. Seeing them sitting gloomily at the side, he felt a chill in his heart. The sense of pride that had just risen in his heart disappeared when he recalled Paris's disappearance. Priam knew that if it was not for Paris's strategy, Troy would not be in such a situation. Facing the powerful Greeks, they might have been in a passive position. They would not be like now, where they could occasionally counterattack the Greeks. The atmosphere of the banquet was very good, and everyone was chatting happily about how to deal with the Greeks. Everyone. How honored I am that everyone could come from afar to help Troy resist the arrogant Greeks. Let us raise our glasses and toast to tomorrow's victory, Priam said loudly. Cheers! All the princes and heroes raised their glasses together. Chapter 591. The warship sped across the sea, cutting through the waves as it sped into the distance. Thick, dark clouds had gathered in the sky. The dark clouds covered the entire surface of the sea, as if they were going to swallow the sea whole. The turbulent seawater became darker and darker. The wind howled, and the seawater was swept up by the wind, forming huge waves. The huge waves hit the ship again and again, and the whole ship was like a lonely boat in the sea that could capsize at any time. There were not many people on the ship, but they steered the ship steadily in the wind and waves of the sea. Normally, people would find a place to hide in such weather, but Yin hadn't seen land for a long time, so it was inevitable that they would run into a storm. Suddenly, a whirlpool appeared in the distance. The whirlpool was huge, and the entire surface of the sea seemed to sink in. The whirlpool spun very quickly, and the center was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. It seemed like it was going to swallow everything around it. The strange thing was that opposite the whirlpool was a towering mountain. The whirlpool formed there as if it was showing off to the mountain, but the mountain didn't move at all. Looking closely, there was a dark cave halfway up the mountain. The people on the ship saw it and wanted to go there to hide from the storm. However, with the whirlpool blocking their way, they could only take a detour. This is the great whirlpool of Charybdis. Don't go near it. Charge through it. Also, don't go near that cave. There's a terrifying sea demon there. Yin looked at the whirlpool and the mountain that was getting closer and shouted, "Go around it." At this time, the ship was very close to the whirlpool. Everyone on the ship could hear the sound of the waves, shaking the heavens and the earth. Facing the power of the whirlpool, if they were to be sucked in, not a single person on the ship would survive. However, all the survivors were experienced helmsmen and sailors. The helmsman tried his best to steer the ship, carefully steering the ship to the side. Slowly, they went around the great whirlpool of Charybdis. Everyone on the ship looked at the huge, deep hole that looked like the eye of the sea and broke out in cold sweat. Facing the power of the heavens and the earth, humans were so insignificant. If they were sucked in, the ship would definitely be destroyed. However, at this time, half a body appeared from the dark cave and pounced over. It's the sea demon, Stella. A huge sea monster rushed towards the ship that had just escaped from danger. Its voice was almost like a dog's barking. It was so huge that it was almost half the size of the ship. Its 6 snake heads were like 6 dancing giant ropes as it rushed towards the ship. It's now. Yun's eyes narrowed. The moment he saw the sea monster appear, he had already readied his weapon and was ready to strike. When it neared him, he threw the long spear in his hand towards the sea monster. Many people had been sacrificed in the previous encounters, and there weren't many people left on the ship. They couldn't afford to lose any more people, or else the ship wouldn't be able to move if they didn't have enough people. This was why Yin decided to strike first. When the sea monster appeared, he was already prepared. This was to prevent the ship from losing more people. The sea monster Stella was simply too huge. The spear struck it, but it did not injure its vitals. It roared in pain, but in the end, it could not stop the spear. Bang! The sea monster's body slammed heavily into the hull of the ship. The entire ship tilted to the side, but fortunately, it did not capsize. The sea monster's snake head instantly snatched away 3 sailors, who let out loud cries of pain. Pei Ziyun watched as they writhed in pain between the fangs of the sea monster. However, he could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything. At such a distance, in such bad weather, and on the sea, Pei Ziyun was helpless. Unless he could fly, he could only throw his long spear at the other 3 snakeheads. Quick, quick, charge over! Everyone was fighting with all their might, hoping to escape the attack of the sea monster as soon as possible. The ship charged forward, narrowly dodging the attack. With a loud boom, the snakehead missed. We've charged over. With everyone's persevering efforts, they passed through the dangerous waters and escaped the attack of the sea monster. Strangely enough, once they had charged over, the waves on the sea gradually subsided. The dark clouds also dispersed. The ship faced the diminishing waves and slowly advanced forward, its speed getting slower and slower. Prince Paris, our ship has suffered a heavy attack and is slightly damaged. Seawater is continuously gushing into the ship's cabin. Aside from manning the helm, immediately go for a swim. Also, immediately check if there are any islands nearby. Pei Ziyun ordered as he looked around. After a long time, the ship tilted more and more. Not far away, an island could be faintly seen. Everyone on the ship heaved a sigh of relief. They were saved. This should be Okijia Island. Pei Ziyun looked at the sea map in his hands with a solemn expression. There is a goddess here. If my ship was in perfect condition, I would definitely not want to stay here. But now, the ship is leaking. Pei Ziyun hesitated. The ship was leaking, and it might sink. The island was right in front of them, and it shouldn't take too long to repair the damaged ship. However, he was afraid of offending the goddess of the sea. He knew that the goddess of the island was Calypso. As his understanding of her came from myths and legends, Pei Ziyun didn't know if this goddess would be easy to deal with. Calypso was the daughter of Atlas, the titan who carried the vault of heaven. It was said that her father, Atlas, had imprisoned her on this island. Not only did she have to endure the torment of being imprisoned, she was also cursed by fate. Every once in a while, the goddess of fate would send a hero who needed help to Okijia Island. However, none of the heroes who were sent would stay. Calypso would fall in love with the hero, unable to extricate herself. In history, Odysseus passed by this island and fell in love with this goddess for 7 years before leaving. Pei Ziyun didn't want to stay here for 7 years like Odysseus. In Pirates of the Caribbean, this goddess appeared once. The goddess in that movie wasn't cute at all. This island still posed a certain danger to Pei Ziyun. However, if he didn't repair the ship here, who knew how far the leaking ship would go? There was a risk that it would sink at any time. At this moment, a light flashed in front of the mast, and a woman appeared below. It was the mysterious Phantom Lady again. She stood in front of Pei Ziyun, but the sailors couldn't see her. They even passed through her. Respected lady. Pei Ziyun bowed slightly. It seemed that she had recovered a little and wasn't as exhausted as before. You don't have to worry. Go ashore and worship her. She will treat you well and let you go. The mysterious lady didn't say much. Hearing her words, Pei Ziyun relaxed a little. He was about to ask the mysterious lady some questions, but in the blink of an eye, the phantom disappeared again. She really comes and goes without a trace. Every time she appears, there's no trace of her, and it's the same when she leaves. Who is she? With the mysterious lady's guarantee, Pei Ziyun believed that there wouldn't be much danger on this island. After all, the mysterious lady was so powerful that she could even deceive the gods. At least for now, no gods had discovered her. The ship slowly sailed towards Okijia Island. Due to the leaking water, it could be said that the ship was moving at a snail's pace. Although they could see Okijia Island in front of them, the ship took a long time to get close to the island. At this point, the ship was already in a precarious situation. They reluctantly circled the island and found a beach to anchor the ship. Pei Ziyun carefully looked at the isolated island in the sea. He noticed that the island was covered with jagged rocks and towering trees. The white sand on the beach reflected the dazzling sunlight. After towing the ship to the beach, Pei Ziyun ordered the sailors to build a simple altar with the rocks on the island. After the altar was built, he ordered the sailors to cut down trees to repair the damaged ship as soon as possible. The altar was quickly built. It was a small altar, and the center pedestal was only half a meter tall. Because there wasn't a statue of Calypso, there was only a wooden block engraved with Calypso's name on the pedestal. Pei Ziyun ordered the sailors to bring gold and bronze from the ship and place them on the altar as a sacrifice to the goddess. Respectable Calypso, I am Paris, the Prince of Troy. I have been stranded on this island. I pray to you and offer sacrifices to you. I beg you to allow me to stay on the island for a few days and repair the ship. After praying, the gold and bronze on the altar disappeared. Pei Ziyun knew that the goddess had agreed to his request. In this case, he could stay on the island for a few days and finish repairing the ship. Pei Ziyun stood up and saw a woman walking towards him from afar. Her appearance aside, almost all goddesses were beautiful. This is Calypso. When Pei Ziyun saw him, he knew that this was Calypso. Oh, who treated her as a nymph. When Pei Ziyun saw Calypso, he was immediately stunned. Nymphs were secondary goddesses, or even lower-level fairies. However, as a priestess of the highest level, he could clearly feel that she was a true goddess. Her strength far exceeds that of Kale. She has completely entered the realm of gods. Calypso is not much weaker than Hecate. In fact, she is even stronger than Dionysus. Pei Ziyun thought to himself. Previously, when he had swept across the world in a single day, he had gotten to know many gods through the eyes of Typhon. This powerful goddess had been thought by many to be a weak nymph. Even he had thought so back then. However, she was so powerful that he thought to himself, only a powerful main god can promise eternal life. She is so powerful. No wonder in the legends, she promised eternal life to Odysseus. Prince from afar, I am very satisfied with your sacrifice. Few people are as polite as you are. I have prepared a feast for you. Please follow me. Calypso seemed to be in a good mood. Respected Calypso, thank you for welcoming me. Pei Ziyun replied respectfully. If I am fortunate enough to receive your hospitality, I will be eternally grateful. You know who I am? Calypso asked curiously. Your deeds are widely known. Everyone admires you. It is not surprising that they know who you are, Pei Ziyun said. Haha, you really know how to talk. Calypso knew that this was a compliment, but she was still very satisfied. Calypso was indeed very powerful, far more powerful than Circe, and even more powerful than Thetis. However, the reason for this was still unclear. Chapter 592. Calypso invited Pei Ziyun to her palace, but Pei Ziyun hesitated and did not take a step forward. After all, he had some misgivings about this goddess. Although the mysterious lady said that she would treat him well, he was afraid that he would end up like Austin. She might use some unknown method to force him to stay here, and he could not afford to wait. When Calypso saw Pei Ziyun standing there hesitating, she knew that he was worried. She shook her head and smiled. Prince Paris, don't be afraid. The heavens, the earth, and the underworld can all be my witnesses. I will definitely not harm you. When Pei Ziyun heard her words, he knew that he might be overthinking things. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. This was his usual practice. Calypso turned around and left. Pei Ziyun thought for a moment. Now that he was stranded on Okygia Island, this was Calypso's territory. If he wanted to leave, he would need her help, and without her permission, it would be difficult to repair the damaged ship. Thinking of this, Pei Ziyun followed behind her and slowly walked toward the palace. Calypso's palace was not far. After walking for about 10 minutes, Pei Ziyun saw a forest. This forest was very beautiful, filled with poplar and pine trees. From afar, the palace was situated in the shade of the poplar and pine trees. Occasionally, the poplar and pine trees would chirp, and many birds would perch on these trees. Their voices were clear and melodious, and people who heard them would not feel annoyed at all. Instead, they would feel relaxed and happy. Other than the beautiful birds perching on the trees, there were also crows. Of course, on the taller trees, there were eagles circling. Pei Ziyin walked into the forest and approached the palace. He discovered that in front of the palace was a vast meadow. The meadow was filled with purple corydalus, parsley, and poisonous weeds. Several winding mountain streams flowed down from the mountains, flowing through the meadow and towards the sea. Vines were planted in front of the entrance. The vines were entwined between the jagged rocks, and clusters of sparkling grapes hung from the emerald green leaves. Pei Ziyin walked up 3 steps, entered the arched door, and entered the palace. When he entered the small hall, Pei Ziyin found that Calypso had prepared a banquet. There was roasted meat and wine on the table. He and Calypso sat down. Before Calypso could raise her cup, Pei Ziyin raised it first and said, "Beautiful goddess Calypso, thank you for your warm hospitality. I encountered a storm and a sea monster's attack, causing my ship to leak. I came to Okijia Island. I hope to obtain your permission to cut down trees on the island to repair the damaged ship." Pei Ziyin finished speaking and drank the wine in one gulp. He placed his right hand on his left chest and bowed slightly to show his respect. "Prince, you came to my island. This is the arrangement of fate. I agree that you are allowed to cut down trees on my island. Calypso, I thank you very much for your generosity. Prince, I have a favor to ask of you. I wonder if you can promise me?" Calypso drank a cup of wine. "He's here." Pei Ziyin knew that it was nothing good. He put down his wine cup and said, "Respectable and beautiful Calypso, as long as it is within my power, I will help you." Calypso smiled faintly and said, "Prince, I was once imprisoned by my father and cannot leave this island. Can you help me break this imprisonment?" When Pei Ziyin heard Calypso's request, he instinctively wanted to say that this request wasn't something he could handle with his current abilities. But at this moment, the system shuddered. A plum blossom appeared in front of him and rapidly enlarged, turning into a translucent information interface with a faint sense of light. There was a mission displayed on the information tab. Calypso's imprisonment, 0/3. Pei Ziyin felt a little strange. The system didn't seem to require him to break out of Calypso's imprisonment. He felt that there were at least 3 possible scenarios for this mission. In other words, he had a lot of choices. It would not be like before, where he had to complete a specific mission. There were not many choices left. Pei Ziyin shook his head and changed his mind. He had originally intended to refuse, but since the system had given him a notification, he felt that he should do something about it. This didn't change his original intention of not helping Calypso break out of her imprisonment, because he didn't have the ability to do so. But with the system's notification, he could make some adjustments. Thinking of this, Pei Ziyin nodded and smiled. Respectable Calypso, when the king of gods obtained the right to rule the world, he would naturally weaken and control the old gods. But this isn't a generalization. Even the king of gods is actually a descendant of the Titans. Let's not talk about others. You should know that there's someone in a similar situation to you. I just met her on the island. Is she even further away than you? Could it be Thetis? Calypso said after pondering for a moment. That's right, it's her. Thetis, the daughter of the sea god Nereus and the ocean goddess Doris. Her family background is actually similar to yours. The reason why she can move around freely is because of her contributions. She gathered the Cinemanes and joined the king of God's camp. If not for fate choosing her as a hotbed, she would have gained even more trust. Calypso listened and said thoughtfully, "You're right. Many of the old gods who stood in the king of God's camp were recognized. But it's too late for me. Is there anything else? More importantly, she isn't as powerful as you are. You should know that being powerful and uncontrollable will instill fear in others. You're so powerful but you haven't done anything for Mount Olympus, so you're naturally restricted. I don't know if your father had other intentions when he imprisoned you, but part of his intention was to protect you, Pei Ziyun said. After listening to Pei Ziyun's words, Calypso showed a trace of hesitation and said, Prince Paris, you're right. All these years, if my father hadn't imprisoned me on this island, perhaps I would have been suppressed by the gods of Mount Olympus. Yes, goddess, your existence is an uncertain factor. You haven't proven your worth to Mount Olympus, so Thetis was able to obtain her freedom while you were imprisoned here. Hearing Pei Ziyun's words, Calypso replied, Prince, you're right. But what should I do now? Pei Ziyun thought for a moment. Beautiful goddess, you should get closer to Mount Olympus. As long as you can show your goodwill with your power and status as a goddess, you should be able to obtain freedom, or at least a portion of it. Then how can I make the gods of Mount Olympus think that I'm getting closer to them? Calypso asked, Goddess, this will require your wisdom. Do whatever is in line with the gods' wishes, and that is the best way to get closer to them, rather than going against them behind their backs. Calypso thought about how many times she had gone against the gods over the years, so she naturally had a plan in mind. After saying this, Pei Ziyun stopped talking and quietly waited for Calypso's reply. Prince, I understand what you're saying. Thank you very much for explaining to me what I should do so that I will no longer be confused. You will gain my friendship. Hearing this, Pei Ziyun secretly heaved a sigh of relief, but he didn't dare to be careless. In the Pirates of the Caribbean, Davy Jones fell in love with Calypso and volunteered to be the captain of the Flying Dutchman. He helped Calypso extradite the dead to the underworld at the cost of only being able to dock once every 10 years. In return, Calypso would meet him. 10 years later, Davy Jones went to the appointment as scheduled, but found that Calypso did not show up. Feeling that the goddess had betrayed him, Davy Jones dug out his heart in despair and told the 9 pirate lords the method of sealing Calypso in revenge, giving birth to a series of stories. As for why the goddess did not go to the appointment, Davy Jones asked Calypso why she did not show up, and Calypso said, This is my nature. She also said, If I were not the original me, would you still love me? What she meant was that the goddess of the sea was unpredictable, and even she could not control her fickleness. Therefore, Odysseus, who was protected by Athena in history, had been warned many times by Hermes. You can only trust her if you make her swear. Because the goddess had made an oath, if she did not carry it out, she would be devoured by the 10th tributary of the Styx River. She would lie in bed for an entire year without breathing or speaking. After a long year of sickness, there are still 9 years to cut off contact with the eternal gods and not participate in meetings or banquets. Only in the 10th year could he rejoin the gathering of the gods. However, Odysseus could only do so with Athena's protection, and he did not have the power to force her to swear. He had to rush back to Troy as soon as possible and could not delay here to avoid trouble. At that moment, Pei Ziyun said straightforwardly, Dear goddess, I raise a toast to you, hoping that you will let me leave. Calypso nodded, smiled, and said, Prince, you are right. I will not stop you from leaving, but I have no sailors or ships, so I can only give you a smooth journey. Pei Ziyun did not understand what she meant by smooth journey, thinking that it was just a polite courtesy, but Calypso's next action slightly surprised him. He saw Calypso slowly get up from her seat and slowly walk towards Pei Ziyun. When she reached Pei Ziyun, Calypso looked at Pei Ziyun and was about to kiss him on the cheek. This action was completely out of Pei Ziyun's expectations. He did not think that Calypso's smooth journey was to come and kiss him. Then Pei Ziyun came to a realization. Perhaps this kiss is a blessing, allowing me to have a smooth journey on the sea. After all, she is a goddess of the sea. But then he immediately thought of Odysseus and Calypso's feelings for each other and stayed here for 7 years. To him, this was something that he could not tolerate. If I kiss her, will she immediately change her mind? Pei Ziyun looked at the system and saw no reaction, knowing that this would not be related to the quest. So he quickly got up and said, Dear goddess, you are in a difficult situation. Please do not use your good intentions on me. A smooth journey is not a big one, but it may deepen the misunderstanding of Mount Olympus. Calypso was slightly taken aback, obviously not expecting Pei Ziyun to reject her good intentions. Hearing this, she reacted and fell into deep thought. Pei Ziyun dodged Calypso's kiss, and without waiting for Calypso to think, he hurriedly said, "Beautiful goddess, thank you for your warm hospitality. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave." After saying this, he bowed to Calypso and turned to leave Calypso's palace. Chapter 593. A battleship sailed across the sea, heading towards Troy. Pei Ziyun stood on the deck of the battleship, quietly looking into the distance. It had been a few months since they left Okiji Island. During these few months, they had been sailing on the sea. Other than going ashore to get fresh water and food, they had spent most of their time on the sea. It was winter now, and snowflakes were falling from the sky. In a short while, a thin layer of snow had accumulated on the deck. Pei Ziyun stepped on the snow and slowly walked one round around the ship. He stretched his body and looked up at the snowflakes falling on his face. He felt his fatigue gradually disappear. Indeed, this is a boring journey on the sea. There is nothing new. None of the gods are looking at me. Pei Ziyun understood the gods very well. The eyes of the gods were focused on something new. The more important or exciting it was, the more they would watch it. However, if it was the same, they would feel drowsy. This was the same logic as when he watched live broadcasts. However, this was a suitable state to watch. He listened and thought to himself, "System." A plum blossom appeared in front of him. It quickly enlarged and became a translucent information interface. There was a status display on it. Calypso's imprisonment 1/3. Hero Bloodline Level 5, 131, 5%. From the looks of it, I have completed a third of it. I can get 1 fate point. That's enough. I have to complete 3, but I am powerless. After digesting all the monsters, my strength should be able to level up to the 6th level. I feel like I need more and more strength to level up. After a long time, Pei Ziyun took a deep breath. He heard a sailor say, "Prince Paris, Troy is in front." His voice was trembling. It was obvious that he had been away for a long time. Now that he was home, he was very excited. Pei Ziyun looked over and saw the mainland in the distance. He nodded his head. He was starting to miss Troy. As the ship got closer and closer, Pei Ziyun stood on the deck and shouted, "Quick, we're almost home. Let's speed up and increase our speed." Everyone was eager to go home. With the help of the sail, they rowed with all their might. The ship was like an arrow released from a bow, speeding towards Troy. "The few of you have followed me for so long and suffered so much. When you get home, I will reward you handsomely." Pei Ziyun looked at the rest of them as he spoke. Before they were attacked by the tornado, there were 50 sailors on the ship, and after the tornado, there were only a dozen or so. Now that they had returned home with him, there were only 7 of them. These people had indeed suffered a lot, and now that the bitterness was over, he would not treat them unfairly. "Thank you, Prince." The 7 of them were overjoyed. After a while, the outline of land could be seen from afar. Pei Ziyun ordered the boat to head towards Troy's secret pier. Troy's secret pier was located in a secluded harbor. Pei Ziyun's battleship slowly approached it. Due to the lack of prior notice, the alarm on the pier went off. Several battleships came out and approached Pei Ziyun's battleship. "Who is it?" someone on the battleship from Troy asked. Pei Ziyun walked out of the room and said, "It's me." The centurion on the battleship looked at him. At first, he could not recognize him, but upon closer inspection, he realized that it was Prince Paris, who had been missing for a long time. He was pleasantly surprised. "Prince Paris, you have finally returned. King Priam has missed you very much." Pei Ziyun smiled. Of course he knew how much Priam had missed him. Without him in the Battle of Troy, it was as though he had lost an arm. The battleship slowly docked at the pier. The moment they disembarked, the wind picked up the snow. Pei Ziyun looked up at the dusky sky and asked, "How far is it to Troy?" It's half a day's journey, and the snow is so heavy. Prince Paris, you should rest for a while before heading back. The centurion replied. The reason was simple. The easy-to-find ports had long been occupied by the Greeks, and the difficult-to-find secret ports were naturally far away. Although it was early in the morning, the snow was indeed heavy. Pei Ziyun looked at himself and realized that he had turned into a barbarian. The few sailors were extremely tired. He smiled. Then let's rest for a while and head back tomorrow. The residence at the secret port was actually very simple. There was a pigsty made out of stone with a few pigs inside. There were also 2 fierce dogs guarding it. When the dogs saw Pei Ziyun, they barked and pounced on him. The centurion on the port shouted out. Pei Ziyun looked at them and said, Kill 2 pigs and let us have a good meal. I will pay for the expenses. Also, prepare hot water and new clothes. The centurion was overjoyed and replied loudly. Although there were pigs, they could not slaughter them. This was a great advantage. Very soon, the cries of the pigs could be heard from outside, and a report came in. Prince Paris, the water is ready. Pei Ziyun nodded his head. After sailing for so long, he had never had a hot bath. At this point, how could he bear it any longer, and hurriedly went to take a bath. Although the conditions were simple, and there was only a wooden tub, he still took a comfortable bath, washing away all the fatigue he had accumulated over the past few months. He then used a short sword to shave off his beard and changed into a new set of clothes. When he came out, he was once again a handsome and beautiful prince. When he reached the main hall, the fire was burning fiercely. Pei Ziyun had a wooden block, while the others had placed dried grass and twigs on the ground. They only had a piece of rough sheepskin on top of it. However, this was the norm in this world, and everyone did not seem to mind as they stared at the fire. Someone had already slaughtered the 2 pigs and cut the meat into slices. They then skewered the meat on a metal fork and placed it on the fire. The centurion poured some sweet wine into a bowl and placed it in front of the prince. Prince, please enjoy to your heart's content. Pei Ziyun walked out of the door and raised his cup and poured the wine on the ground. He then returned to his room and wolfed down the wine. After finishing half of it, the centurion poured himself another cup of wine. He then said, Tell me more about the situation in Troy. Yes, Prince, the centurion replied. After you left, the war has been going on for almost a year. Of the surrounding 10 cities, half of them have been destroyed, and the other half have joined us. Mysia, Lyrnessus, Thebes, Amazon, we Trojans are getting stronger and stronger. As he spoke, dark clouds covered the sky. The wind was howling, and the snow was getting heavier and heavier. The centurion hurriedly added a match to the fire. Pei Ziyun sat down next to the fire and listened carefully to the centurion's reports. He realized that everything was normal. Over the past year, there were very few heroes who had perished, but many soldiers had perished. Prince Paris, Queen Penthesilea of the Amazon, has come to Troy. Other than her, the king and prince of Lyrnessus and Thebes have also arrived. Now our people are not far from the despicable Greeks. The time to counterattack is coming, and we will definitely defeat the Greeks. Pei Ziyun sighed. He did not care much about the king and prince, but Penthesilea of the Amazon. How long has Queen Penthesilea been here? Pei Ziyun asked. Prince Paris, she has been here for half a year. She is indeed the daughter of Ares. She is killed many times on the battlefield and has severely damaged the morale of the Greeks. Is Princess Hippolytus of the Amazon here too? Pei Ziyun asked. The centurion paused. He did not know why Prince Paris would care about this, but he continued. I heard that she has stayed in the country. Oh, not dead? Pei Ziyun thought to himself. In history, Penthesilea came to Troy to fight because she had killed her sister Hippolytus. She came to atone for her sins. Could it be that it was because of me that the outcome was changed? Pei Ziyun thought and felt a sense of relief. He continued to ask, Is there anything else important? Prince Paris, not long ago, I heard that a prince named Achilles rushed over with 50 warships. He first broke through Mysia and plundered a large amount of wealth. He also kidnapped the beautiful daughter of the priest of Apollo, Chrysis, to prove his bravery to the Greeks. This is a huge setback. Queen Penthesilea said that she would kill him personally. What? Pei Ziyun's heart skipped a beat. He didn't think that after saving Misha the last time, Achilles would be able to break through the defenses of Penthesilea. Queen Penthesilea going to kill Achilles was like throwing a meat bun at a dog. There was no return. He quickly asked, "When did this happen?" "Not long ago. I was transferred to the docks for the second day." The centurion said. Pei Ziyun stood up. Almost at the same time, the firewood in the fire exploded. The centurion's mouth was full of oil. He looked at Pei Ziyun in surprise. "Prince, what happened to you?" "Quick, prepare the carriage. We will go to Troy immediately." Seeing the centurion standing there in a daze, Pei Ziyun said coldly, "Centurion, follow my orders." The centurion came to his senses. He looked at the snow outside and swallowed his words. He jumped out and shouted, "Quick, prepare the carriage." Pei Ziyun quickly put on a white tunic and a bronze belt. He hung a long sword at his waist and rushed out. At the entrance, the carriage was ready. Pei Ziyun sat on it and ordered, "Quick, go to the battlefield outside the city." The centurion did not dare to delay. He nodded and whipped the horse. "Pa-pa!" Two crisp sounds of the whip being whipped could be heard. The carriage sped towards Troy. The carriage moved quickly, but it was almost noon when they arrived outside the city. The city gates were tightly shut. From afar, they could see people fighting on the battlefield. Pei Ziyun was anxious. Every minute he delayed, Queen Penthesilea would be in more danger. He hurriedly ordered, "Rush to the battlefield." The centurion was a soldier. He did not hesitate. The carriage sped towards the battlefield at full speed, not slowing down at all. The Greeks on the battlefield were taken aback. They did not expect a carriage to rush towards them from the side and attack them. The Greeks, after the initial panic, stopped the chariot and said, "I am Morion. Who are you?" Pei Ziyun was anxious. Why would he waste time talking to him? He held the long spear in his hand, and without saying a word, he fiercely stabbed towards Morion. The long spear was like a bolt of lightning. It was so fast that Morion could not react at all. It pierced through his chest. Pei Ziyun pulled out the long spear. Fresh blood spurted out from Morion's wound like a fountain. He fell heavily to the ground, blood foaming from his mouth. It seemed like he would not survive for long. The surrounding Greek soldiers were shocked. They did not expect someone to kill Morion in one hit. Pei Ziyun held the long spear and ordered the carriage, "Continue to rush in." The carriage rolled over. Anyone who resisted was killed immediately. After killing more than 10 people, the front line was broken, and the battle in the middle was revealed. A young man shouted, "Woman, how dare you fight against the strongest hero in the world? Can't you see that Hector is trembling in front of me? Your end is here." As he finished, he threw the long spear in his hand towards Queen Penthesilea. Swoosh! The long spear was like a shooting star, piercing through the sky and flying towards Queen Penthesilea. Facing this spear that was as fast as a shooting star, Penthesilea had no way to avoid it. She could only raise her shield to block it. With a pu sound, the long spear pierced through the shield and pierced in her body. Chapter 594. Woman, I, Achilles, have just arrived on the battlefield, and you have already been pierced through the stomach by me. You are about to die. Oh, you have given me great honor on the battlefield. Achilles said loudly. He hit Penthesilea with his spear and seriously injured her, but he did not stop and continued to advance. Mount Olympus, since Penthesilea came to Troy, Ares had been paying attention to the situation in Troy. This time, the situation on the battlefield outside the city was also the focus of his attention. Ares knew how powerful Achilles was, and he knew that Penthesilea was definitely no match for Achilles. However, Penthesilea was already seriously injured, and Achilles did not intend to let her go. He wanted to kill her. This made him very angry and also very sorrowful. He quickly stood up from his seat, turned into a bloody light, and charged towards Troy. But at this moment, a boom sound rang out. Even though it was winter, a bolt of lightning fell straight in front of Ares, forcing him to stop in his tracks. This was the warning given to him by Zeus, and it was also the will of Zeus, the father of all gods. Ares did not dare to disobey, and helplessly stood in the middle of the road, not moving forward. But his face was livid, and his eyes were almost emitting fire. Penthesilea, Achilles. Ares looked at the battlefield in the city of Troy and saw Penthesilea lying on the ground. He secretly swore that if anything happened to Penthesilea, he would make Achilles pay the price. Fate has long been decided. Why is Ares still so impulsive? On Mount Olympus, Zeus murmured. Hera did not speak. Although the gods had long prepared the script, when faced with the real death of their son or daughter, they still felt great sorrow. Achilles was the first to kill Ares' daughter. He had immediately made a great enemy for himself. It could be said that he had already decided his fate of death. If mortals couldn't kill Achilles, then even if Apollo didn't do it, Ares would do it. But this was the fate of mortals. She changed the topic. My dear, Paris has returned and will soon fight with Achilles. I don't think Paris is a match for Achilles. Oh, then allow Apollo to look around. Paris can't die yet, said Zeus. Hera nodded at Zeus' words. Apollo is already gone. He still cares a lot about Prince Paris. Looking down, as expected, a ball of golden light appeared on the battlefield. Apollo had quickly rushed to Paris's side, but mortals couldn't see it. At this moment, on the battlefield outside of Troy, Penthesilea's entire body was powerless. His face was pale, and his vision darkened. He could no longer hold on to the giant axe in his hand, and it fell to the ground with a clang. She was completely powerless against Achilles, who was about to unleash a thunderous attack on her. She could only watch helplessly as misfortune befell her. Just as Achilles was about to deal the final blow to Penthesilea, a spear unexpectedly flew towards him from afar. The spear was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already been thrown to Achilles' side. Pooh! The attack of the spear was sudden, and it was a sneak attack from his side. But Achilles reacted quickly, and quickly raised the shield in his hand. There was only a sound, and the spear only pierced a few inches into the shield before it could go any further. Just now, when Paseion had just killed Morion, he saw Achilles throw the spear to injure Queen Penthesilea. How could he give him a second chance? He hurriedly threw the spear at Achilles. The effect of the spear was not bad. It effectively blocked Achilles' advance, and did not let him continue to chase after Penthesilea. It also successfully attracted Achilles' attention. Achilles felt the strength of the spear, and was slightly surprised. This kind of strength seemed to only be possessed by Hector in Troy. Could it be that Hector is here too? He thought to himself, who is it? Hector, could it be you? Achilles said loudly. In the whole of Troy, only Hector could attract Achilles' attention. Everyone else was not in Achilles' eyes. So when he felt the powerful strength of the spear, the first person that came to Achilles' mind was Hector. He turned his head in the direction of the spear, and found that it was a young man that he did not know. The young man was dressed in white, with a sword hanging from his waist. He looked very imposing. Achilles did not know who the person in front of him was, and asked, "Who are you?" He heard the young man say, "I am Paris, the Prince of Troy. Come, Achilles, with me here. You cannot kill Penthesilea." As he said this, he turned to a few female Amazon warriors. "Quick, hurry up and take Queen Penthesilea away. Remember to protect her." A few female Amazon warriors hurried over to lift the injured Queen Penthesilea and rode on the chariot towards Troy in the distance. Achilles did not take the opportunity to attack. To him, a woman was far less important than Paris. He stared at Paseion and said loudly, "So you are the culprit, Paris. All of this happened because of you. Go to hell." As he said this, Achilles picked up a spear, aimed at Paseion, and threw it. Swoosh! The spear turned into a stream of light, piercing towards Paseion. Paseion raised his shield to block it. Bang! The spear pierced through the shield, and the tip of the spear even penetrated through 6 layers of cowhide and pierced through the armor. Pei Ziyun dodged in time to avoid the spear from piercing through his body. What a terrifying strength! Is this the strength of the strongest hero? Pei Ziyun thought to himself, and at the same time sighed at the strength of Achilles. At this point, Pei Ziyun could feel Apollo approaching him. It seemed that Apollo was planning to save him if he couldn't defend himself. Apollo had always been friendly to Troy, especially Paris, who often offered sacrifices. Apollo had a good impression of him, which was why Apollo had stopped Hercules the last time. This time, Apollo saw Pei Ziyun fighting Achilles from Mount Olympus. He knew that he was no match for Achilles, so he got up and rushed over, intending to protect Pei Ziyun at the critical moment. Paris could not die yet. This was the consensus of the gods. Apollo came to the battlefield to help Pei Ziyun and was not intercepted by Zeus, like Ares. However, I did not need Apollo's help now to resist Achilles' attack. Although Achilles is strong and invulnerable, I am not going to kill him, but to hold him back and fight him. This is not difficult for me. Apollo's blessing. Every time I use it, there's no need to use it again. I shall show you, Achilles, my skills. Pei Ziyun laughed coldly to himself. Pei Ziyun held the spear in his hand. He had a master-level martial arts technique and could use it to counteract Achilles' advantage in strength. When Achilles saw that his spear had been blocked by Pei Ziyun, he was slightly taken aback. He had not expected Prince Paris to be so strong. Judging from his strength, he could tell that he was on par with Hector. This kind of power was worthy of his attention, so he once again took the spear from the soldier's hand and pounced towards Paris. Prince Paris, your performance has surprised me. Last time, my spear missed and did not hit you. This time, I will kill you and feed the god of war with your blood. As soon as he finished speaking, he was about 2 meters away from Pei Ziyun. The long spear in Achilles' hand shot towards Pei Ziyun. Idiot, you almost killed the god of war's daughter, and you still dare to say such words? Pei Ziyun's eyes flashed coldly, and he used his spear to block Achilles' attack. There was a pu sound, and a soft force blocked Achilles' spear. His body flashed, and he dodged Achilles' attack. Achilles saw that his attack did not work, and continued to thrust his spear at Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun did his best to evade Achilles' attacks. He used the long spear in his hand to block Achilles' attacks, using the principle of using softness to overcome hardness. Although he kept retreating and groaning, he did not reveal any flaws in his defense. From time to time, he would find an opportunity to counterattack, forcing Achilles to retreat and defend himself. Achilles, everyone says that you are very strong and that you are close to becoming a god. Is this all you have? Pei Ziyun said sarcastically. He had an ulterior motive for saying this. He felt that there were many gods looking at him and wanted to give Achilles a taste of his own medicine and plant a thorn in the hearts of the gods. Achilles is just a mortal, and yet he is so strong and is close to becoming a god. What will the gods think of him? Pei Ziyun laughed coldly in his heart. When the time comes, Achilles will cry. Achilles was enraged. He did not expect Paris to speak so sarcastically. He retorted, Paris, don't be too happy yet. You will soon receive the judgment of fate. If you're just saying it, it won't work on me. Pei Ziyun said. How could Achilles tolerate Pei Ziyun's provocation? Furthermore, after attacking for so long, he could not even take down Paris. This made him feel like he had lost all his face. Hey! Achilles shouted, and the spear in his hand shot out like lightning. This time it was fast and vicious. Pei Ziyun blocked it with his spear once again. Dang! However, this time, Achilles' spear was imbued with immense power and contained an unstoppable will within it. Pei Ziyun's spear could no longer withstand the force and broke into 2. His heart felt heavy. Damn it! Using softness to overcome hardness is indeed the philosophy of the weak. It is useless against the truly strong. Pei Ziyun used to admire the principles of Tai Chi, but ever since he saw Tai Chi experts being beaten like dogs, he began to doubt it. With his current cultivation level, he could use this principle to its fullest, but he realized that its use was limited. If using softness can overcome hardness, then what's the use of strength? Pei Zi felt depressed and used all his strength to dodge Achilles' spear. Seeing that Pentrachelia had already left, he did not want to fight Achilles head-on. Achilles, your strength is indeed as great as that of a god. I will avoid you just like how a god would. Pei Zi once again stabbed a thorn in the hearts of the gods. He jumped out of the battle and escaped towards Troy. Chapter 595. Seeing that Paris had interfered and rescued Penthesilea, Achilles was enraged that Paris had escaped right under his nose. If only one person had escaped, it would have been fine. But not only did Paris escape, he even saved Penthesilea. Achilles shouted angrily, "Paris, don't you run!" As he finished, he raised his spear and chased after Pei Zi. Pei Zi did not care about Achilles' shouts. After confirming that Penthesilea had been saved and returned to the chariot, he immediately broke away from Achilles. After running for a while, he jumped onto Penthesilea's chariot and ordered, "Let's go. Hurry back to the city." The chariot returned to the city, but Achilles was in hot pursuit. Based on the speed of the chariot, he would catch up before the chariot could pick up speed. Pei Zi picked up his bow and shot 2 arrows at Achilles, aiming for his eyes. "I don't believe that your eyes are impervious to swords and spears." Dang. The first arrow was easily deflected by Achilles' spear, but the second arrow that followed could not be blocked. He tried his best to deflect it, and the arrow hit Achilles' shoulder. Dang. The arrow landed on Achilles' body, causing sparks to fly. The sound of metal clashing against metal could be heard, but the arrow could not pierce through. However, Pei Zi had no intention of using the arrow to harm Achilles, and was only trying to block the arrow. Achilles was pushed back a few steps by the strong force of the arrow, and his speed immediately slowed down. To kill Achilles, it must be a weapon of God. In history, it was the bow of Hercules that killed Achilles. It was a pity that it was lost in the tornado. The arrows blocked the path of Achilles, causing him to be unable to catch up to the chariot, which was running faster and faster. He could only watch as Pei Zi escaped into the distance. On the chariot, Pei Zi looked at the previously high-spirited Penthesilea, who was now on the verge of death. He felt terrible and comforted. "You have to hold on. Once we enter the city, you can receive treatment." "Paris, I can't do it anymore. Last night, I dreamed of my father. He told me to find Achilles, but my father told me to be careful of Achilles." Penthesilea's pale face showed a bitter smile, and she said weakly, "Paris, I can't do it. I understand now. There's a god in Greece who wants me to be destroyed. That's why he made me dream and fight Achilles. I can't escape." Pei Zi was dejected. He agreed with what Penthesilea had said. This was a dream omen given by Athena in disguise as Ares, and in the end, it turned out to be like this. Pei Zi could only continue to console her. "Don't let your imagination run wild. We'll be back in the city soon, and we'll find the best doctor to treat you." Penthesilea shook his head and said, "Paris, it's useless. This is fate. Otherwise, father would not have left me in the lurch and watched as I was killed by Achilles." When Pei Zi heard this, although he did not want to admit it, it was true. The last time Kakinos died, it was the same. But in order to give Penthesilea a little more hope, he said, "You don't have to worry about this. I'll definitely find the best doctor to treat you." For the first time, Pei Zi felt a little resentment towards the high and mighty gods. In fact, he understood the thoughts of the gods. In the human world, the rulers would always harvest the strong. Not to mention the feudal society and modern society, just the Western democratic society alone, those with higher incomes would be taxed more, especially when it came to inheritances, which were taxed at 55%. There was also the killer weapon, the anti-monopoly law. Pei Zi had never been pretentious, because it was impossible to find a country that would not lay their hands on the strong, unless they were the rulers. However, at this moment, he felt that they were too heartless. Even the death of Kronos did not make him feel this way. Maybe I still have some feelings for this strong Amazon Queen Penicilia. Pei Ziyin thought to himself. The chariot sped towards the city of Troy. It looked like it was about to leave the battlefield, but accidents always happened at the most unexpected time. A Greek hero who was wandering around the edge of the battlefield saw Pei Ziyun's chariot moving towards him. He was overjoyed, feeling that it was time for him to make a contribution. He ran over and blocked the chariot's path, shouting loudly at Achilles, "Achilles, come quickly!" In the distance, Achilles, who had originally given up on chasing Pei Ziyun, saw that his own hero had stopped Paris. He was overjoyed. Holding his spear, he chased after Pei Ziyun's chariot. Pei Ziyun was furious. They were about to leave the battlefield, and Queen Penticilia's injuries were severe. She needed treatment urgently and could not be delayed. Who would have thought that a Greek hero would appear out of nowhere? There was no time to waste. Every minute that passed meant that Pennicilia's hopes of being saved would decrease. He shouted angrily, "Go to hell!" With that, he drove the chariot towards the Greek hero. The man was shocked. He only wanted to intercept Paris and let Achilles deal with him. As for fighting Paris head-on, he had never thought of fighting Paris head-on. After a few exchanges, he knew that he might not be a match for the prince. But at this point, it was hard to get off. Pei Ziyun drove the chariot towards him. He felt bitter in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. Seeing that the chariot was getting closer, he raised the spear in his hand and stabbed it towards Pei Ziyun. This was a preemptive strike. As long as he could hold on for a while, Achilles would arrive, and he would be out of danger. He believed that although he was not a match for Paris, he still had the ability to stop him for a while. But he did not know that Pei Ziyun was in a state of panic and anger and did not know how to fight. His spear pierced through the air, aiming for his opponent's throat. Seeing the spear coming towards him, his opponent raised his spear to block it. Special skill, nimble wind, secret skill, tremor technique. As the two spears clashed, the opponent suddenly felt the spear in his hand vibrate and involuntarily took a step to the side. He was shocked and hurriedly tried to pull his spear back. But just as he exerted his strength, the tremor that came from the spear suddenly changed his strength and carried his own strength back. The man's arms went numb, and he knew that he was in trouble. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain, raising his spear to block. With a dang sound, the spear struck down, and the armor on his left shoulder immediately cracked. Then, the spear retracted and struck again. The man was shocked, but it was already too late. With a pu sound, the spear pierced into the man's chest. With a violent twist, it was pulled out again. In an instant, blood spurted out of the wound like a fountain. The man could only hold on for a breath's time before his body fell heavily to the ground. Pong! A cloud of dust was kicked up. At this point, the only thought in his mind was, how could Paris be so powerful? If I had known, I would not have stopped him. But there was no medicine for regret in this world. The moment he tried to stop Pei Ziyun, death was already beckoning him. Menopes! Menopes! The Greeks cried out. They were grieving for the loss of a hero. They had never expected that Menopes would be killed by Paris so quickly. Menopes was considered a relatively powerful hero in the Greek army. But today, he met the enraged and cunning Pei Ziyun. He had long since incorporated the art of war into his battle techniques. Otherwise, he would not have been killed so easily. From afar, Achilles was rapidly approaching. When he saw that Menopes had been killed by Paris, he was enraged. He roared and chased after Paris's chariot. Pei Ziyun saw that Achilles was about to catch up. If he continued to be entangled with him, he would not be able to leave. Pennicilia's severe injuries would not allow him to delay any longer. Gritting his teeth, he used the spear in his hand to stab the horse in front of him. Hiss! This was a hidden method of stimulating the horse's strength. The war horse felt the pain and immediately shot forward like an arrow. Its speed was much faster than before. Achilles had already caught up. When he saw Pei Ziyun provoking the horse, he tried to escape. He tried to pull the chariot with all his might, but he was just a little short. On the chariot, Pei Ziyun watched as the chariot gradually sped up, pulling away from Achilles. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief. If Achilles had caught up with him, he would definitely have to fight him for a while. In that case, Pentasilea's injuries would not be able to hold on any longer. Now that he was out of danger, he looked back and his face darkened. He realized that Queen Penthesilea was not going to make it. At this moment, she was exhaling more than she was inhaling. She was in a state of dying. Seeing that she had something to say, Paisian hurriedly moved closer to Pentasilea's lips. He then heard her whisper, "Paris, have you ever liked me?" "Yes," Paisian said resolutely. Whether it was true or not, he had to say it directly because he did not want her to have any regrets. Indeed, when Penthesilea heard Paisian's straightforward answer, a smile appeared on her face. It was as if she had regained her last radiance, and her cheeks turned bright red. "I'm so happy. When you came to the Amazon, I fell in love with you at first sight. It's a pity that I did not manage to keep you. Hippolyte also likes you. I'm going to die to bring my armor to her." The last radiance of a setting sun was very short. With just a few words, Pentasilea's face turned ashen. Her breath was weak, and she was like a lamp that had run out of oil. Paisian had no choice but to say in a low voice, "You have to hold on. We're almost at the city." At this moment, the city gate was in sight. The chariot sped through the gate, and the city gate closed. Paisian panted. He saw Achilles, who had been chasing after him, through the gap of the city gate that was about to close. He thought to himself, Achilles is indeed strong. At this moment, if Kakinos was still around, he might be able to fight Achilles. However, he was no longer around, and there was no one in Troy who was a match for Achilles. After the chariot sped through the city gate, Paisian shouted, "Doctor, doctor!" But when he turned around, he saw that Penthesilea had stopped breathing forever. Snowflakes started to fall from the sky, landing on the chariot and on the Amazon queen's body. In a short while, a thin layer of snow covered her body. The chariot gradually came to a stop. Paisian looked at it quietly without wiping it. His thoughts had already drifted back to the days when he first went to the Amazon. At that time, she was very strong and proud. Her past was like smoke drifting away with the wind. All that was left was a cold corpse. This was the fate of the son of the Greek god. Chapter 596. City of Troy. Prince Paris has returned. He killed Morion and Menebos. But the Amazon queen, Penthesilea, died in battle. She was killed by Achilles. The return of Prince Paris was good news, but when they heard about the death of the Amazon queen, many people were grieving, especially the kings and princes of Lune, Thebes, and a few other kingdoms who came to the rescue. They all felt a sense of sorrow. What if Queen Penthesilea's death was there tomorrow? But these kings and princes had no choice because the Greeks had already launched an attack on their city, and Mysia had even been breached. If they did not resist, what awaited them would be the destruction of their city and the death of their people. When King Priam of Troy heard about the death of the Amazon queen, he was also very sad. He did not expect that Penthesilea, who had been victorious a few days ago, would enter the territory of Hades in the blink of an eye. The king ordered people to build a huge pile of firewood, and ordered the craftsmen to quickly build a wooden bed and put on the pile. The corpse of Queen Penthesilea had been changed into new clothes, smeared with the best scented oil, and placed on the wooden bed. The prince and the hero surrounded the pile of firewood, quietly looking at Queen Penthesilea lying on the wooden bed. She seemed to be asleep, peaceful and quiet. King Priam ordered people to put many precious funerary objects around the pile. These funerary objects were to be buried together with Queen Penthesilea's ashes. Everyone quietly walked around the pile of firewood, reminiscing the memory of Queen Penthesilea. King Priam lit the pile of firewood with a torch in his hand. The flames soared into the sky, and the fire burned. Queen. A few female warriors of the Amazon kingdom saw the flames engulfing Queen Penthesilea, shouting her name at the top of their lungs. The fire burned for a long time, and when the corpse was incinerated, the Trojans extinguished the embers with sweet wine, picked up Queen Penthesilea's bones, and put them in a gold chest. However, everyone's attention was diverted. Even Hector and Aeneas were looking at a suit of armor. This was Queen Penicilla's full armor, the main body of which was a gift from Ares to his daughter. The armor glimmered with golden light in the firelight. The scabbard was made of silver and ivory. The helmet was adorned with shiny golden feathers and the double-sided axe gifted by the goddess of discord. Many people looked over. Many people were tempted by this set of godly weapons and armor. With a heavy expression, Paisian stood up and said loudly, "These are the weapons and armor of Queen Penicilla. I will send her and the queen's ashes back to the Amazon Empire and hand them over to Hippolyte. She is the Amazon princess and the daughter of Ares. She has the right to inherit her sister's weapons." He then continued, "But before that, I will avenge her. Although I do not have the ability to kill Achilles now, I will make him pay for what he has done today. I want to collect some interest from the Greeks first. I want to use schemes to make Greece bleed even more. May Ares help me. Now, I want to make a sacrifice to Ares." Paisian raised both his hands high up in the air. He believed that Ares was definitely watching them and would definitely avenge his daughter. As soon as he finished speaking, Paisian ordered someone to bring a bull over and offer it to Ares as a sacrifice. The bull was quickly tied up by the servants and placed on the altar. The palace priest picked up the butcher's knife and skillfully slaughtered the bull. Unlike before, when the bull's blood flowed onto the altar, it all disappeared. It was as if Ares had drunk all the blood in one big mouth. The bull's blood quickly flowed out, but there was not a single drop of blood on the altar. The onlookers couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. How angry must Ares be to drink all the blood? This is the rage of Ares. He wants to drink his fill of fresh blood and take his revenge on Achilles and the Greeks. It seems like Achilles has completely infuriated Ares. Paisian thought to himself. The priest's face was full of surprise. To him, this was a situation he had never encountered before. All the items placed on the altar had been used by the gods. Not even a drop of blood was left. This meant that the gods were very satisfied with the offerings. He then said, "The gods are very satisfied with the offerings." Paisian nodded and did not say anything more. He followed the crowd and left. He had been away from home for so long. He had to return immediately so that Anon and Helen would not be worried. Although King Priam had many questions to ask Paisian, he knew that Paris had just returned and was about to go to the battlefield. Thus, he did not ask him to stay. The chariot at the entrance of the palace had already been arranged. Paisian boarded the chariot and sped towards the palace. The chariot slowly stopped at the entrance of the palace. Because he had rushed to the battlefield in a hurry, he had not informed anyone in advance. Thus, no one in the family knew that he had returned. When Paisian stepped out of the chariot, the servants at the entrance stared at him in shock. They had not expected that the missing Prince Paris would suddenly return home. Paisian smiled. "Hurry up and inform Anon and Helen." When he said this, the servants came to their senses and congratulated Paris on his safe return. Some of them quickly ran to inform Anon and Helen. Not long after Paisian entered the palace, Anon ran over. When she saw that Paisian was unharmed, her eyes filled with tears of happiness. She hugged Paisian and said, "My dear Paris, I thought I would never see you again." "How could that be, Anon? Look, I'm back in one piece." Paisian comforted her softly. However, he did not dare to imitate Ajax and boast. "Even if the gods on Mount Olympus want me dead, I will still defy the heavens." Ajax was the second hero of the Greeks after Achilles, but when he won the battle, he went into the temple of Athena, grabbed her priestess Cassandra by the hair, and dragged her out of the temple. Athena was furious with anger and shame. Worst of all, he ran into a storm. Ajax hugged a rock and boasted, "Even if the gods on Mount Olympus unite, he will still save me." Poseidon was enraged when he heard the arrogant words. He crushed Ajax with a mountain rock and crushed him to pieces. He would really die if he asked for it. "Paris, you've been gone for so long. Do you know how worried I was?" "All right, it's all over now. Things will get better, Anon." Paisian knew that the news of his disappearance would definitely make her worried. At this time, Helen rushed over from the palace next door, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. Paisian laughed and hugged her once more. "My dear Helen, don't be sad. I'm back in one piece now." Helen nodded and buried her head in Paisian's chest. She said softly, "Paris, don't leave us again." Paisian was secretly elated. He told Anon and Helen about his disappearance. Of course, he picked out the best parts of the story, which made them feel more at ease. "Paris, I've already ordered the servants to boil some hot water. You've worked hard all the way here. Go and take a bath," Anon said. Paisian nodded. Although he had taken a bath at the pier on his way back, he had fought on the battlefield and was indeed stained with blood. He hurriedly went to take a bath. After everything was done, Paisian changed into a clean set of clothes and sat quietly. At this time, Jessen carefully walked in from outside. "Respected Prince Paris, your servant, Jessen, congratulates you on your safe return." Paisian said, "Jessen, during the time I was away, did you slack off?" Jessen had a bitter look on his face. "Prince Paris, I did all the tasks you gave me. I did not slack off at all." Before Paisian left, he gave Jessen a very simple task. Other than getting to know the bards of the various countries and gathering intelligence on the Greek army, he also gave him the task of infiltrating the enemy's camp. He asked Jessen, "Jessen, did Achilles break into Mysia and kidnap the beautiful daughter of priest Chryses?" "Yes, Prince." "Then this time, did your men infiltrate the Greek army?" Actually, this was what Paisian was most concerned about. He gave Jessen the task of infiltrating the enemy's camp so that he could play a key role in this situation. "Prince Paris, it was difficult for us to infiltrate the first batch. But as the war intensified and batches of Greeks died, many of the cities mobilized. Many people who would not have been part of the army joined. There were also many merchants who followed the army, which made things easier for us. Now, we have people in the Greek camp, Prince," Jessen said respectfully. Very good," Paisian said softly. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he looked at the snowflakes in the distance. He said coldly, "I have a task for you. Move your ear closer to me." After listening to Prince Paris's instructions, Jessen looked at the handsome prince in front of him in shock. It was as if he was looking at the nine-headed snake, Hydra. "Once this matter is settled, invite the priest of Colossae Island, Chryses, over," Paisian said. "Yes, Prince." Is there anything else?" Paisian asked. "Prince Paris, I have nothing else to do for now." After saying this, Jessen slowly retreated. Looking at Jessen's retreating figure, a plum blossom appeared in front of Paisian's eyes. It enlarged rapidly and became a transparent information interface. "Divide Achilles and Agamemnon, annihilate one of the Greek army, and deal a heavy blow to the Greek army." Paisian looked at the system's mission and smiled faintly. "Agamemnon, there will definitely be a conflict between you and Achilles. My plan is based on this." After a long period of planning, the Greek army had already arranged for people to infiltrate the Greek army. Once the Greeks send more troops, these people would appear in the Greek army. When that time comes, it would be very easy for him to spread rumors among the Greek army. Agamemnon was a man with a strong desire for power. He was also very jealous. Achilles' strength made him very respected among the Greek army. This would undoubtedly offend Agamemnon. And to target this weakness, as long as the emotions of the Greek army were stirred up, it would be easy to form an opposition and create a good opportunity for Troy. "I will do what I say. I will make use of the plot and give the Greeks a big blow." Chapter 597. Troy Mithril Cipher, the lookout on the watchtower, sent out a signal to inform them of the arrival of a ship. A small boat went up to meet it, but after a while, it sent out a signal that it was safe, and they returned together. "It's the priest of Chryses Island, Chryses. He has received Paris's invitation and has come to Troy," the boat reported as soon as it sped up. When Chryses stepped onto the dock, Jessen was already waiting for him. Esteemed priest Chrysis, Prince Paris has been waiting for a long time. Please follow me. Jason led Chrysis onto the chariot. The chariot took half a day to reach Troy. Under Jason's guidance, Chrysis soon arrived at Prince Paris's mansion. Jess knocked on the door twice and received a reply. He then led Chrysis into the small hall. Prince, the priest Chrysis has arrived, Jason said. You may leave. Pei Ziyun waved Jason away. Esteemed Prince Paris, thank you for your invitation. Chrysis placed his right hand on his chest and bowed slightly. Esteemed priest Chrysis, you must have had a hard journey. Pei Ziyun looked at Chrysis. Please have a cup of honey wine. It is brewed from real honey. Thank you, Prince Paris. Chrysis was dressed well, but it could not hide the sorrow on his face. Pei Ziyun knew that he was like this because of the kidnapping of his daughter Chrysis. I heard that your daughter Chrysis was captured by Achilles and Misha? Pei Ziyun asked when he saw Chrysis drink a cup of honey. Sigh, Prince Paris, I've been worrying about this matter. Chrysis shook his head and sighed. Chrysis is such a lovely girl. Unfortunately, she was captured by Achilles. I cannot imagine the difficult life she must have had in the hands of the enemy. If I had kept her by my side, such a sad thing would not have happened. Pei Ziyun looked at Chrysis, who was in a state of self-reproach, and knew that the time was right. He waved his hand, and two servants came up with plates. One was gold, a shining gold bar, and the other was a thick copper cake. Honorable priest, you don't have to be so sad and desperate. Apollo is watching over us, and I can't tolerate such blasphemy. A year ago, I was once full of gold and bronze. These are the spoils of war I obtained after killing Periphas. Unfortunately, most of my gold and bronze were lost in the storm, and this is all I have left. I will now give them all to you. May the gold and bronze be able to redeem your daughter. Seeing what Paris had done, Chrysis was filled with gratitude. He was also in need of a sum of money to ransom his daughter. He raised his hands and said, My god Apollo, do you hear? You are justified in sheltering Troy and Prince Paris. How merciful and generous he is. With a face full of smiles, Pei Ziyun said, Priest Chrysis, I have prepared a delicious feast for you. Chrysis was moved. Prince Paris was so generous and considerate. Dear Prince Paris, thank you very much for your generous gift and hospitality. Pei Ziyun stood up and held Chrysis's hand as they walked towards the banquet hall. Camp of the Greeks. There were rows of stone barracks in the camp. These were where the princes and heroes lived, and they could better withstand the cold in winter. Because the surrounding area was occupied by ordinary soldiers, Agamemnon didn't spend much effort to build stone buildings for them. They were still ordinary tents, just that they had more functions than when they first arrived. At this time, there was a rumor spreading through the camp. It was the words of the prophet Calchas. Without Peleus' son, Achilles, the city of Troy cannot be conquered. Such words were the easiest to gain the approval of the ordinary soldiers, because they had very few channels to obtain information. The Battle of Troy had been going on for so long, but there had been no substantial progress. It just so happened that Achilles had arrived, and there was a new breakthrough. Moreover, Achilles' strength was obvious to everyone. He was truly invulnerable, which reminded many soldiers of Coconus, who had brought them nightmares in the past. Because Coconus had an invulnerable body, he could kill his way in and out of the camp without anyone being able to stop him. This had become an eternal memory of the ordinary soldiers. At this time, Achilles' might was not inferior to Coconus. There were even people below the camp adding fuel to the fire, saying, After so long, there's been no progress at all. The moment Achilles arrived, there was a new breakthrough. This means that Achilles' role is even greater than Agamemnon's. This was a completely heart-wrenching remark. Ordinary soldiers would never say such treasonous words. In order for such serious words to spread within the camp, the people Jason had arranged to come in could not go unnoticed. Moreover, the moment Achilles arrived, he destroyed Misha and killed the Amazon queen, Penicilla. She was the daughter of the god of war, Ares. Achilles' greatness is completely above Agamemnon's. Only he can lead us to the final victory of the war. Damn Achilles. It was almost dusk. A maid raised a wooden pole and lit a lamp, illuminating the decoration. It was a marble sculpture holding a silver candlestick. This was a spoil of war. In the past, Agamemnon would have taken some time to admire it. But now, he was not in the mood to do so. He paced back and forth in the hall, roaring. These rumors eventually reached Agamemnon's ears. When he heard them, he was furious. He was a person with a strong desire for power. For the sake of power, he was even willing to sacrifice his own daughter to the gods. The arrival of Achilles and his rapidly growing prestige would undoubtedly challenge his authority, and in turn, affect his position in the Greek coalition. This could not be tolerated. Agamemnon was furious. It was only when he saw Chryses, whom Achilles had handed over to him, that the anger in his heart gradually calmed down. Chryses was gentle and beautiful, but there were too many girls. Agamemnon did not care too much about her beauty. He only thought, even if you're the son of Thetis, even if you broke through Mysia and killed the Amazon queen Pennicilla, you still have to obediently hand over a third of your wealth under my authority. And hand over the gentle and beautiful Chryses. Her body is so cute, especially when she trembles. Thinking of this, Agamemnon calmed down. Although Achilles was powerful, he still had to submit to Agamemnon. According to the rules, he had to hand over a portion of the loot he plundered. The rule of the Greek coalition was that when a hero went on an expedition, a third of the loot must be handed over to the commander of the coalition. Some of the loot was used to maintain the war, but most of it went into Agamemnon's pocket. But I still need to suppress him, or else my position will be seriously challenged, Agamemnon thought with a sullen face. At this moment, there was a sudden clamor outside. Someone reported, Commander Agamemnon, Chryses, the priest of Calus Island, has brought gold and bronze to ransom his daughter, Chryses. Chryses, who was busy in the hall, had her eyes lit up. Agamemnon could not help but frown. He glanced at her and said, I'll go take a look. Saying this, he left with the soldiers. At this time, at the entrance of the Greek camp, Chryses, the priest of Apollo, slowly walked into the camp. He held a golden staff of peace in his hand. Wrapped around the staff was an olive branch offered to Apollo, and he had brought a large sum of ransom money. His arrival caused a commotion in the Greek camp. The soldiers in the watchtower saw that he had come with peace and did not immediately shoot with their bows. The soldiers in the camp did not stop him and let him into the camp. Some princes came out of their tents and gathered at the entrance of the camp to watch Chryses' actions. Everyone was talking about Chryses coming to the Greek camp to ransom his daughter. Did you see that? I heard that this is a priest. His daughter was captured by Achilles, and he has come with ransom money for his daughter. The commander-in-chief will agree to this? I remember that Chryses offered his daughter to the commander-in-chief. He has brought a lot of ransom money. If it were me, I would definitely not refuse. Chryses raised the golden staff of peace in front of his chest. Seeing that more and more people had gathered around him, he knew that almost everyone had gathered, so he revealed his identity and purpose. Sons of Atreus and Agos, princes and heroes, may the gods in heaven bless you, grant you your wish, and allow you to return to your homeland safely. If you are willing to accept the ransom I have brought and return my daughter, I will sincerely bless you. For the sake of Apollo, return my daughter Chryses to me. I am Chryses, the priest of Apollo. The princes and soldiers around him heard Chryses' words and applauded to show their acceptance. Did you hear that? He is the priest of Apollo. We should return his daughter to him, or we will offend the gods. He has brought so much ransom money, and he is very sincere. We should fulfill his wish. Did you hear that? He will pray and bless us. A priest's sincere prayers are beneficial to us, not harmful. Agamemnon saw the actions of the princes and soldiers, and he was unhappy. Actually, Agamemnon wouldn't have been reluctant to part with Chryses' lovely body, but Achilles had given Chryses to him, and in his mind, this was a sign of Achilles' subservience. He could not accept Chryses' ransom Chryses because that would undermine his authority. The more powerful Achilles was, the more he wanted to keep Chryseis. Therefore, Agamemnon stood up and said angrily, "Old thing, I will not allow you to appear near my camp again. Your daughter is my slave now, and she will always be my slave. I will bring her back to Argos, live in my palace, and make her weave for me all day. Go away. Don't make me angry and go home." The more Agamemnon spoke, the angrier he became. It seemed that Chryseis had ransomed Chryseis, who had been given to him by Achilles, and that losing her would mean losing his rule over Achilles. Therefore, when he said the last sentence, there was a bone-chilling, murderous intent. Chapter 598. Hearing Agamemnon's words, Chryseis was taken aback. He did not expect such an outcome. Although the Battle of Troy was a fierce one, once a captive was captured, as long as someone was willing to pay a ransom, the captive could be redeemed. Chryseis had come to the Greeks' camp to redeem his daughter. He thought it was a done deal, but he did not expect things to go awry. More importantly, Chryseis was a priest and had a particularly keen sense. Otherwise, he would not have been able to become a priest. He immediately sensed the murderous intent in Agamemnon's words and the omen of fate. He knew that if he said anything more, the commander of the Greek coalition would go against morality and kill him. Chryseis remained silent and carefully retreated from the Greek camp. The surrounding soldiers and princes did not stop him. Chryseis slowly walked to the shore and looked at the distant sea. With tears on his face, he raised his hands and prayed, "O great Apollo, you are the god who rules over such a large land. Please listen to my appeal. For so many years, I have cleaned your temple, chosen your sacrifices, and offered them to you. I beg you to avenge me against the Athenians, to let them know the power of your golden arrows." He prayed loudly, his voice sad and heroic. Mount Olympus Apollo sat on the golden throne, drinking wine and thinking. At this moment, Chryseis' prayer penetrated through the barriers of space and reached Apollo's ears. Apollo listened to his prayer and understood what had happened. He was furious. The Greeks were too arrogant. They knew that Chryseis was a priest of his temple. Not only did they refuse his request to redeem his daughter, they even humiliated Chryseis. This was a provocation to Apollo. Apollo was determined to teach the arrogant Greeks a lesson. He wanted them to understand that the gods were not to be blasphemed, and that their priests were not to be humiliated at will. Apollo stood up and left Mount Olympus angrily. With his divine bow and quiver full of arrows slung over his shoulder, he soon arrived above the Greek camp. Apollo quietly floated above the camp. No one noticed his presence. He looked down at the dense crowd below, took out his divine bow, aimed at the Greek camp, and shot. Whoosh! The arrow disappeared into the camp in an instant, piercing through the bodies of the livestock and soldiers in the camp. However, no one felt anything wrong. Apollo shot arrows at every corner of the Greek camp, but the soldiers and beasts who were hit did not feel anything. But it was not long before the soldiers and animals in the Greek camp fell ill with the plague and died wailing in misery. The accompanying doctors were helpless when they saw the soldiers suffering from the plague. They could only watch as the soldiers died in pain. For a moment, the Greek camp was in a gloomy mood. City of Troy, Prince's Palace spring was warm, and the flowers were blooming. Pasein's mansion was filled with fruit trees and grapes according to Greek tradition. Pasein did not go out for the past few days. He stayed in a mansion with Anon and Helen, giving them pointers on how to dig a pond and build a fake mountain. Just as they were all smiling, Jesny came over. Pasein stood up slowly. "You guys go ahead and do what you need to do. I'll be back soon." As he spoke, he listened to Jessen's report. "This is Apollo's revenge." After hearing this, Pasein stopped in his tracks. Although spring was warm and the flowers were blooming, there was still a chill in the air. There was a faint layer of brown fog. It was hard to say what Apollo's priesthood was. Some said it included light, prophecy, music, healing, and so on. It was even mixed up with the sun god in the future, but it was originally called the god of long-range shooting. When Chryses returned with his face covered in dirt, he knew that the Greeks were about to meet their doom. The gods would not watch their priests be humiliated and do nothing. Sure enough, he received news from Gesne that there was a plague in the Greek camp. Ordinary medicine would not be able to cure the plague caused by the gods. They could only ask for help from the gods and hope for their forgiveness. So when Chryses returned with a face full of worry, Pei told him not to worry. After a while, the Greeks would naturally agree to his request. Apollo is said to be light and has the nature of life. But his bow is a plague arrow, and it's a supernatural disease. Is this considered one of life and death? Pei quickly climbed up the city wall and looked up. He saw the thick smoke coming from the Greek camp in the distance. He knew that they were burning the infected corpses and could not help but smile coldly. The Greeks had paid the price for their arrogance. He believed that the plague brought by Apollo would be a great blow to them. But this was just the beginning. The show would continue to unfold. Agamemnon controlled the entire army. It was easy for people to get used to this kind of order, so his prestige grew. In the script, the gods made use of Achilles to deal a heavy blow to Agamemnon, forcing Agamemnon to admit his mistake and ask Achilles to come out. I will proceed according to this script. However, the end result will not be that the Greeks won't feel any pain. Instead, it will be a huge explosion. Pei asked Gesne, "What's the next step? Can we ensure our safety?" "Prince, we can ensure safety." Everyone who spoke was indirect, and some of them even took a few detours. Tell them to do their jobs well. I will not mistreat them. You have done well this time. Go and receive your reward. Pei said plainly. "Thank you, Prince, for your reward," Gesne said and left. This time, the pawns that Gesne planted in the Greek allied forces played an important role. All they had to do was spread some rumors, and the conflict between the hero and the commander of the Greek allied forces, who were already at odds with each other on the surface, became public. At this point, they did not need to fight. They just needed to fight amongst themselves. In the Greek camp, the plague started to kill all sorts of animals. Slowly, it spread to the people. Soldiers died one by one, and the number of people died slowly. This plague seemed to grow stronger as the number of people infected increased. First, it infected the animals, then the ordinary soldiers, and then the heroes and princes. The firewood used to cremate the corpses burned day and night. Corpses were carried out one by one from the tents. Achilles looked at the corpses, his face full of worry. If this continued, the Trojans would not even need to attack. They would be dragged down by the plague. At this point, a wandering minstrel saw Achilles' worried expression. He wanted to say something, but stopped himself. "What do you want to say?" Achilles noticed that this was a minstrel from his hometown, Caesarea. It was said that he was quite famous. However, he grew up on Scuros Island and was not familiar with him. He heard the minstrel say in a trembling voice, "Prince Achilles, with this situation in the army, we might need to consult the gods to solve it. Your suggestion is not bad. I will take it." Achilles nodded and threw a piece of gold to the minstrel. He was inspired by the words of the minstrel and felt that this matter could only be solved by the gods. He decided to bring it up at the meeting of the princes. The meeting of the princes of the Greek army was a meeting attended by all the princes and heroes. It was also the highest meeting where the Greek army made decisions. Important matters would be discussed and approved at this meeting before they could be implemented. At this time, the plague that happened in the camp caused all the princes and heroes to gather again for a meeting. There are more and more people infected by the plague. We should isolate and bury these people. If we wait for them to be cremated, the firewood will not be enough. At this time, Achilles stood up and said, "Our accompanying doctors do not have a good solution to this plague. I hope to consult a priest, a fortune teller, or someone who interprets dreams. Let them seek the will of the gods and see if they have a way to appease the anger of Apollo and eliminate the disaster in the army. Yes, we should offer sacrifices to the gods in order to find a way to solve this plague." Everyone nodded in agreement with Achilles' suggestion. They felt that only by asking a priest or fortune teller to consult the gods could they solve this plague. Agamemnon watched this arrogant young man express his opinion and gain the approval of many princes. He was furious. He felt that Achilles was expressing his opinion to steal the limelight by the hearts of the people and challenge his authority. Otherwise, even if Achilles had thought of a solution, why didn't he tell him in private? Agamemnon absolutely could not tolerate such a thing happening. Just as he was about to retaliate, someone suddenly said, "There's no need to look for a priest or fortune teller. Don't we have a prophet here who can communicate with the gods at any time?" Upon hearing this, everyone remembered that Calchas was a great prophet in Greece. He could ask the gods for a solution to the plague, but everyone had forgotten to ask for his opinion. Calchas' face was filled with bitterness. He had long known the reason, but he did not wish to speak. He hoped that everyone would forget about him. This was because this was essentially a conflict between a commander and a brave general. It was common in any world, but in this world, military strength was more important, so the conflict was more acute. No matter what Calchas said, he would offend Agamemnon. Agamemnon was the commander of the allied forces. Once he offended Agamemnon, his life might be in danger. This was because he knew very well what kind of person Agamemnon was. In order to stabilize his power, he could sacrifice his own daughter. If he offended him, the consequences could be imagined. But if the god wanted him to speak, he couldn't hide. He had no choice but to stand up. He knew that if he said these words, he would offend Agamemnon, and his good days in the Greek army would come to an end. He had to find someone to protect him. Calchas looked at Achilles and said, "Achilles, if you can protect me from harm, I can explain in detail why the gods are angry." Although Achilles was a little surprised, he still said in a clear voice, "Great prophet Calchas, just tell me the reason boldly. I will definitely protect you from anyone." When Calchas heard Achilles' promise in front of so many people, he was truly relieved. He was no longer afraid of Agamemnon's revenge. The gods are not angry because we did not keep our vows and did not offer sacrifices. They are angry because Agamemnon humiliated his priest. If we do not return the priest's daughter to him, then Apollo will not let this matter rest. He will continue to bring disaster to us and cause more and more deaths. Only by fulfilling his wishes can we regain the grace of the gods. Calchas's words were undoubtedly like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples to appear. Everyone was discussing the rationality of Calchas' words. If this was really the case, then they could only persuade Agamemnon to release the priest's daughter, Chrysis, to appease Apollo's anger. I think it might be as Calchas said. It is Agamemnon who humiliated the god's priest and did not return his daughter to him. If we want to appease the god's anger, we must return Chrysis to the Chrysis priest as soon as possible. Otherwise, our soldiers will still have to endure the plague. Achilles was very young, no more than 15 or 16 years old. He had not thought that it was because Agamemnon did not return the priest's daughter, Chrysis. However, now that he knew the situation, it was easy to deal with it. He could just ask Agamemnon to return Chrysis' daughter. But when he said this, Agamemnon immediately became furious. He thought, "Achilles, are you so eager to seize power now? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.